When I was playing back in EU, back in Season 3, I was like, NA is not too good of a region, but they do have Cloud9 and they have Medios. He had a really distinct playstyle. He was very farm-heavy, kind of carry jungler.
You might get him! Double kill for Medios.
I wasn't surprised that Medios was going to come back in competitive play. He always kept his level really high. But he's still a very calculated, really smart player.
They see Medios. They give him so much respect. Medios is back in the LCS.
C9 is always a team that I want to beat. It's just playing against Medios is always a bad time for me.
Good evening, LCS fans. It's Friday night, and we're pumped to have you spending it here with us. Now, there are 2 series on deck in the Battle Theater, and we are moments away from getting into all of the NALCS action. Of course, before that, we're getting a look at Cloud9's mid laner. No, rather, that's Medios. Jensen will be sitting next to him in the mid lane. There he is, the 2 of them setting up on stage and getting ready to compete in our match of the week. Of course, both of these gentlemen are going up against the likes of Bjergsen and Doublelift on the other side of the rift. There you have him setting up. Bjergsen already had some strong words from Medios and his play within the North American LCS, saying it's never a good time going up against the likes of Medios.
These guys are so good this split, and I've always wanted Medios to come back to the LCS. It's good to see him.
Very much so. Very exciting to have him back. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to the LCS with us. James Das Patterson here. Standing with me is Joshua Jat Leesman. We're going to go through all the best moments of tonight.
Yeah.
Without a desk.
Pressure's on.
We're going to do it standing, Jat.
It's all out there.
I hope you're ready.
Yeah,
I'm terrified.
We have nothing to fall back on. You can't go hide behind
literally.
the desk. You mess up a read, you can't just cower in fear.
And I do that all the time, so we'll have to see. I'll make adjustments on the fly as we go. There is a lot to cover, though. So first things first, Jat. The LCS has been crazy so far, and we're only 2 weeks into the split.
I know. It's been so good for a multitude of reasons. Like, even if we were still playing best of ones, I feel like the teams here are potentially the most competitive we've ever had. It seems like most franchises have stepped up in one way or the other, ramping up from spring to summer. And then, of course, you have the fact that we're doing best of threes, which is just making it even better. We're seeing so many more games, and it feels like we actually are getting a pretty good judge of how good these teams are.
Yeah, a more competitive landscape. A lot of that is due to the fact that the game has been ever-changing, obviously. We had a big patch in the Mage update, as well as 6.11 coupled with that. It has just created a very interesting evolution of League of Legends this summer.
Yeah, so the mid-season patch had the Dragons, and I think that has some far-reaching applications as far as the way teams approach the strategy, but that didn't actually change champion select that much until we hit this most recent patch, where if we just use Europe as an example, when they've been on the 6.11 patch, top lane actually has the most unique champion picks. And previously, it was like there was 3 of them up there. That's what MSI consisted of. So not only are we getting new strategies with the Dragons, we're also seeing a lot of new champions being played, and every team is figuring out their own solution for how to optimize. And it's really fun to watch.
Yeah, just a few weeks ago, it was which tank do you want to play in the top lane? Now it can be any number.
Aurelia, Rumble, Gnar was starting to come back.
Yep.
And then it's not like Echo and Maokai are bad, so we're just seeing this large pool of champions to pick which style you want to play.
And part of what allows for that is the sheer number of games that teams are playing. Since we are in that best-of-3 format, that means teams have more opportunities to try new things, test strategies. And we're sitting here only coming into week 3, and we've already played. Some teams have played more games than they would have in half of an LCS split prior.
Yep, Cloud9 and Immortals have played 11 games. The max they could have played was 12. And I like this because previously you need 5 weeks to play 10 games maximum. We saw Cloud9, oh yeah, they played so many games in the gauntlet at the end of the regional qualifier last year.
Right.
So we get this feeling that we have a really good idea about how strong a team is. But we have to remember, they've only played 4 unique opponents, and strength of schedule still has a very large impact on our perception of these teams. And we're just going to get more and more understanding as the split progresses.
With strength of schedule in mind, let's take a look at our top 2 teams right there at the top of the standings in Envy and TSM. Both undefeated in terms of matches so far. Different paths to getting there.
Yeah, and Envy has hasn't played any of the teams in the top 4. Obviously, when you beat a team, they're less likely to be high, but if you look at that set, those guys have lost to a lot of other teams as well, so while Envy is impressive at 4-0, they haven't fully been tested. You look at TSM on the other side, though, and they have been challenged, right? They played the defending champions, they played Apex, who beat CLG, and they played Immortals, who was previously undefeated. So definitely more tests for TSM to be tested this week. TSM has C9 right off the bat, and Envy has a really tough schedule as we get into Saturday and Sunday.
Oh yeah, Envy's schedule, I do not envy them in what they're about to walk through over the next couple of weeks, but I do want to hone in on that one matchup you were talking about, C9 versus TSM. Today, Jat, TSM, match of the week.
Yeah. I can't wait, honestly, for this game because we have so much hype with TSM with the way they started their roster, and a lot of the questions we had about Cloud9 not working with High, bringing in Impact, who slumped last split, bringing Medios back, like it was a lot of big question marks, and they've answered those questions pretty heavily. Obviously, they've had to go all 3 games, but the 3-1 record with the only loss being to Immortals is still really impressive, so they're really looking to make a statement if they can beat TSM today.
Absolutely. One of the ways in which they might be able to do it is through that bottom lane. We've seen them swap out both Smoothie and Bunny, both of them getting playing time, and maybe having different levels of success in terms of match record, but overall still finding wins with both of these guys.
Exactly, and it looks like they're pretty committed to swapping them out even after wins, is something that Cloud9 did in their series against COG. Bunny Fufu dominated the lane, killing 6-8 after multiple times, and they put in Smoothie for the next game anyway.
Right.
And they've been pretty hush-hush about like why they're doing this, but it may be champion pool related. They've actually played completely unique champions when you look at them, and numbers-wise, obviously Bunny Fufu shows up 5-1 versus the 2-3, but like a lot of Bard bands being drawn by Bunny Fufu, and a lot of Karma and range support play coming out from Smoothie, so maybe that trend continues, maybe they decide to go with Bunny, but at least they're keeping their options open.
It's kind of an interesting thing. Having those unique champion pools both works for you and against you, because if you put Smoothie in, the expectation he's going to play one of those 2 champions,
maybe
I now know how to draft against it, unless of course he pulls something out.
Exactly.
At the same time, because they can specialize, Bunny in 3 champions and Smoothie in 3 champions, the team does get to play with 6 support champions, all at an expert level necessarily.
And as long as Sneaky and the rest of the team are comfortable with both supports, like it can only act as a distraction for the enemy team. They're like, oh yeah, this guy only plays Karma, let's ban the Karma. Then you're wasting a ban and Jensen gets Victor. So I really want to see how this progresses, because I think long term, they're going to have like the guy they put in clutch situations. So far it's been Bunny, but we just don't know yet.
Yeah, natural next step and question regarding that kind of swapping bot lane is how our team's going to deal with it. And in particular, you've got TSM, a very seasoned veteran in Doublelift, a very new player in Biofrost. Is it going to be tough for them to have to match up against 2 different bot lanes?
Exactly, in 2 different styles. I think Bunny's laning is a lot more aggressive. TSM's going to want to play the lane very aggressively.
Right.
And Biofrost is so far a really hyped player. He's made a lot of huge, massive good plays, but he's also made a lot of mistakes. And I think his teammates have been fairly vocal about criticizing him behind closed doors so he can keep improving. He's definitely going to have some volatile games, and you only increase that volatility when you're changing the things he's playing up against every single game.
All right, well, just a little tee up for our match that's going to kick off in just a little bit. However, before we get to that, last week we announced that the North American Finals will be heading to Canada. On August 27th and 28th, the Air Canada Centre in Toronto, Ontario will play host to the championship match. Of course, tickets go on sale Wednesday, June 22nd, so mark your calendars, and for more information, head over to lolesports.com. You can also find tickets for our weekly shows in the Battle Arena and Battle Theater. So get your friends, grab some tickets, and come on down to see your favorite teams compete right here in LA. Now let's get a look at how the league stands moving into our Week 3 contests. In first is TSM and Envy. We spoke about them earlier, both at 4-0. Cloud9 and Immortals are in third place lockstep, and Apex is 1 win ahead of our quartet of 1 and 3 teams, with Phoenix1 rounding out the bottom of the standings. Now let's preview the matches coming your way tonight. Our late match is between Liquid and Phoenix1. Liquid looking to start a streak, and Phoenix1 still searching for that first win. But our first series tonight is our match of the week between NA Pillars, Cloud9, and TSM. Big one, no doubt. Throughout the day, we'll be looking on Twitter and trying to track the hashtag LCS Big Plays. So get online and share your favorite moments from today's games, and we'll feature some of those comments later in the evening. Now, TSM and Cloud9 are almost set, so let's hand it off to our casters to kick off our match of the week.
Thank you very much, Dash. Hello, world. I am David Freak Turley, and with me is one of my 4 favorite color commentators in North America, Isaac Azale Cummings.
That's crazy. You're my favorite caster named David.
Oh, that's so nice of you to say. Oh, I'm glad we've got some love coming up here. Also coming up is our marquee matchup. It's the North American powerhouses Cloud9 and TSM. They're facing off in a match of the week, and these guys have played against each other in the finals 4 times. You know these are top caliber teams with great rosters so far, and it's just going to be amazing. Cloud9, talking about them a little bit, 2 wins in a row now, 2 matches. They had a 2-0 finish last week. That's a good start.
Yeah, definitely a very good start for them. There was a lot of questions about Medios kind of coming into this split. You know, can he fill the shoes of Rush? Rush had been LCS MVP pretty recently. Medios had been out of the competitive scene for a while. Last week, I think he cleared up a lot of those questions, picking up player of the game on Rek'Sai. He was also just doing very well overall. Impact, on the other hand, has been a little bit more hit or miss. He's had some very good games. He's had some games where he is struggling, and he has also been pretty vocal about the fact that he felt he was the reason for some of his team's losses.
And also notably Cloud9. Let's talk about TSM, though. TSM are on the hottest of hot streaks right now. They have won all 4 matches so far. They've taken down Immortals. They've taken down defending champion CLG. And now C9 could just be one more notch in the belt to keep them at number 1.
They definitely would like to prove that they really are the undisputed best team in the LCS right now. They've been looking like it's so far the split, but they're going to have to take out C9 before they can really claim that title. Hauntzer is one guy who has been playing very well for TSM and could be someone who opens up a big advantage for TSM, you know, especially if Impact isn't having one of his best games. Another guy, Sven Skaren, who is actually the only player on TSM to not pick up a player of the game just yet. Pretty big first world problem, I guess. Oh, my team's so good that when we win, I don't get recognized. But he has been crushing it himself as well. He's doing very well. He plays whatever role the team needs. He can play those DPS junglers. He can be supportive on the tanks, and he'll go wherever the team needs him.
Right. It felt like ever since basically spring playoffs when Skaren finally became that good jungler, and he's been consistent ever since. So TSM, definitely a great roster. And talking about great players, of course, don't think we forgot about North America's pretty much best mid laners right now. Oh, yeah. Save them for the featured matchup, of course, Jensen from C9, Bjergsen from TSM, and these guys, these are the stats, by the way, for mid laners, but you're seeing number 1 and number 2 basically everywhere.
Incredibly impressive stats. Bjergsen first in KDA, first at CS differential, only second in that damage per minute. And Jensen has some very impressive stats himself. One of the things that has really stood out for me about Jensen, you know, throughout his career on C9, but especially this split, is that he has been a really big playmaker for the team. All those stats may not be quite as good as Bjergsen's as far as KDA and stuff goes. He's really willing to make those big plays, sacrifice his life if that's going to give his team the team fight win. And he can be a really big spark plug for the team.
Definitely agree. So we'll see how these teams can do with their players. And before we actually see this Danish duo clash on stage, Bjergsen talked about us with his frenemy status with C9's mid laner.
I think Jensen and I are definitely like friendly rivals because when I'm about to play him, we don't talk at all. But when we're in between games where we're playing each other, we scream each other a lot. We talk a lot about like the mid lane meta, what's good, how do we feel about certain things. So we're really good friends, but then we're also really competitive with each other. So he's always the kind of player that I want to beat.
I like it. You got to be able to turn it on, man.
Yeah,
you got to be able to go into the competition mode. Forget about them. You got to body these fools.
You've got, well, I mean, that I don't know if that's Bjergsen's job. I think it's only Jensen's allowed to do that.
That's true.
I actually wonder if they speak in English or Danish.
I don't know. Maybe they mix it up, you know, one word of this, one word of that.
All right, well, we'll see what it ends up being. Now, Champion Select is about ready to roll. Let's get our check on the starting lineups, beginning with Cloud9, who's starting the series on the blue side. Impact in the top lane, Medios in the jungle, KDA got himself, Jensen in the mid lane, Sneaky AD carry, and Bunny Fufu starting at support this game with their new coach, Reaper.
And their opponents is going to be TSM. We have Hauntzer in the top lane. Sven Skaren will be the jungle. Bjergsen, that all-star mid laner. And the bot lane duo is going to be Double Lift and Biofrost. And they got their coach Parthier to help them out with the draft.
Yeah, I think it's nice that finally TSM seems to have found some consistency in the coaching role. It felt like they've had a lot of revolving doors in that roster. And that this time around, they've managed to lock down most of that lineup, keep it the same, you know, for the same starting players from the last time, same coach as well. And it's nice that Biofrost just has gelled so well with the team. I honestly, he's playing better than I expected him to, and I'm usually pretty optimistic about new players, but he's super rocking it.
It's very exciting as a TSM fan. It's very scary as one of their opponents how fast this guy has gotten good. There's a lot of room for him to grow, and he's already crushing it at the very top level. So excited to see how Frost is going to perform today against C9 rather. Especially, you know, Bunny Fufu and Sneaky were smashing CLG last week when we saw them. So be interesting to see how that matchup goes.
And just to talk real quick as Champlet's going on, looks like the graphics aren't working right now, but the bans are Karma and Rise for C9 right here, and the Olaf for TSM. So if that comes up in the near future, you'll have it on your screen. But now the next ban up is Kindred. So far, 2 sort of jungle bans. We do see some top Olaf. Haven't seen it yet from Impact, though.
Yeah.
But again, TSM with 2 jungle bans. So yeah, we're going to switch over the different feed to the champs like as it is right here. And now you get to the bans.
Medios has played Olaf a little bit, so that's something that they obviously want to take away. I think that they're trying to narrow down the kind of jungler pool here to something that they're more comfortable with. And I'll be interested to see if TSM is going to take Nidalee off the table as their last ban. That seems to be kind of the theme, what they're doing so far. And I think that to leave Nidalee open for the first pick would be interesting. And they're going to do it taking Vladimir away. Will that Nidalee even be taken? This could be something just saying, hey, Medios isn't going to play it anyway. We can leave that open, give up the Rek'Sai. But if they get that Nidalee, that's going to be pretty nice for them.
Well, it doesn't even seem to care about Nidalee that much, though. You're seeing the Rek'Sai grabbed up right away and a hover on Elise really quickly as well as on top of the Kha'Zix. So, yeah, it seems like the priorities are shuffling around. A nice hover on Alawi.
Love it.
Yeah, it was certainly a good champion, of course. I think Victor also is another one to sort of think about getting played right here. Of course, still on 6.11. Yeah, actually, Zyra is huge as well. And
Zyra has traditionally been banned very frequently in the LCS. That has shown itself as one of those premier supports. Very, very strong in lane, good scaling into the late game, good pick potential as well. Would not be surprised to see something like that Zyra getting picked up. Victor is also solid. It matches up pretty well against everything. There's a lot of options here. As far as jungle goes, you do not need to take your jungle first round now because Rek'Sai's already gone. You can pick up Nidalee later if you want it. You can pick up Graves, one of the tanks, just based on what you're going to need.
Well, they're going to pick up a tank in the support role. Actually, no care for the Zyra, but Aurelia top lane, early picked here for Hansar. And it does seem to me that a lot of teams seem to have Aurelia as this S-tier champion in the top lane, where I see her picked first round by teams that really believe in their top laners. Teams like Immortals, teams like TSM, where they're like, yeah, Hansar, Huni, you can carry us. Go take this big, awesome diver fighter girl.
Aurelia is fantastic, has a good laning phase, good scaling, massive pick potential, especially in the late game. If Aurelia can get on your AD carry, they can absolutely delete them. Split pushing kind of has a little bit of everything. Pretty excited to see. Wow.
Yeah,
those are actually locked in. So wow, Shen Bard. So Shen is not something we've actually seen a ton of, but it is a pretty powerful pick.
We're seeing it into Aurelia specifically. I remember back casting my last Apex series, Ray picked that into the Aurelia matchup, tried to win it, they still lost the game. But this is, I think, the 3rd time in NA that I've seen specifically Shen picked into Aurelia. It seems to be the intended counter matchup. I haven't seen it work out all that well yet, but it seems to be what every top laner believes.
I also do really like Shen in coordination with the Rek'Sai. It does give you a lot of global presence. Your ultimate, as well as Rek'Sai's ultimate, allows you to move around the map. You can kind of use that Rek'Sai as a way into the fight if you want to do 4-man dive spot, things like that. That's something that TSM is going to have to be very aware of. Bard as well, very strong pick. I think it makes sense as kind of the other champion that had been picked by Bunny is Thresh, and it's not really great into Braum. I kind of like this lane matchup for them.
Yeah, I think if you're a great Bard player, Bard is the best support in the game. It feels like he does so much. The skill curve is super, super steep. You've got to learn a lot of things about him, but it feels like he does so many things. He's almost like the new Thresh. Like back in 2013, everyone wanted to play Thresh all the time because he could do everything. Bard feels like a little bit of that now, and Bunny definitely great at the champion. Roster gets lined up now. Ashe and Victor does come through, so Bjergsen do not want to take any early mid lane picks. They want to give him the counter pick, which means that Victor comes through to C9, and now it's for Bjergsen to counter.
So solid draft from C9. Really looking good, honestly. I think they have a lot of mixed damage. They do have good pick potential, Bard ult, Ashe ult, the global impact of their jungler and their top laner, and now it is going to be down to Bjergsen, see what he wants to match up into this. Vladimir has been taken away, but there's a lot of options still out there. Be excited to see if he did want to play an assassin, but that has not really been much of what we've seen lately, especially since their team is pretty low on wave clear.
Exactly.
I expect him to be playing something that is going to be able to deal with that a little bit better. And Zilean does make sense, especially with Aurelia.
Certainly the case, yeah. You follow up CC off of a Braum ulti, double bomb comes in for sure, and it makes it really hard to dive you here. So TSM looking like a bit of a 1-4 type of split push situation going on. C9 actually only one teleport for themselves as well. Genty seems to be running Summoner Heal. And that's going to be the case as we make sure the swaps come through. I would not be expecting anything else new. Bjergsen actually is running teleport himself, and unless that gets changed, we'll actually have a lot more map mobility well, a lot of map ability, I guess, to be able to TSM. C9 still do have 2 global ultimates to travel themselves around the map.
I think it makes sense. He's probably just going to want to try to farm it out against Jensen anyway. I don't think on Zillion you're really looking to get a solo kill or anything on a Victor.
Yeah.
Take the TP, be able to base early, pick up components, be able to just get through the lane, and then later in the game it's going to allow you to have more mobility around the map, be able to TP in, try to answer some of the Shen's global presence.
Right, so we'll see how these compositions actually fight each other. I'm personally interested in seeing Shen versus Aurelia battling out back and forth, because I think those going to be a pretty compelling matchup here in this game. Now, you guys at home, lock in your votes for the team you think is going to take victory in the first game of this matchup by jumping on Twitter using the hashtag C9win or hashtag TSMwin for which team it's going to be here. Bunny Fufu again on his Bard, and he's won almost every single game he's played in the champion. TSM with the new support Biofrost on the Braum himself, and TSM as the reigning sort of top dogs in North America based on record. We'll see if they can do anything more for themselves as we get ourselves into game 1.
Both supports going to be taking exhaust here too. That's something that has been a little bit less common, I feel like, this split. A lot of people are playing these aggressive range supports, and as a result you see a lot more Ignite, places where they think that they can bully it out, get an advantage, but exhaust making a lot of sense here, especially I think for Bunny with a lot of diving threats like the Aurelia, like the Nidalee, who can get in there and really kind of blow up Sneaky.
I want to jump to a quick non sequitur. I asked earlier, do they speak Danish or English to each other? The game starts and Jensen says, Held og lykke, which I don't know what that means, but I assume it's Danish for something like good luck.
Flawless pronunciation, I'm sure.
I'm sure it was wonderfully deficio. Please tell me how poorly I did. I'm sure it was bad. You're probably still awake at this hour. And we are into the game, though. Double lift doesn't kill the trinket ward.
Double lift back on the Lucian. This is something that he has really been prioritizing a lot. He loves Lucian. It's kind of fallen down a lot in priority as far as most AD carries do feel about it. But he is a guy who just keeps going back to it. He feels so confident on it. He loves the aggressive playstyle, loves being able to kind of dive in and out of these fights on the Lucian. And it's a very strong pick, especially for a guy like him who wants to get aggressive. And TSM spotted out the bot lane. They have no interest in going to this 2v2, I do believe. They're going to move themselves up to the top lane and try to avoid it, and I think that's pretty smart considering it is Bunny Fufu on this Bard into a Braum. Not a very good matchup for the Braum.
Yeah, definitely agree. You can at least keep the Braum the Bard from stunning you by breaking the projectile with your shield, but it's still not exactly the best matchup here. So we are into the game, and it is going to be a lane swap. Both dual lanes will be taking Krugs to start out the situations here. I actually recently went and did a whole bunch of math on how much XP you get out of those camps, but it won't really be relevant in this game. I'll save it for when it matters. But we have both Aurelia and Shen trying to take a little bit of farm before the duos show up, and actually seeing how much they get is going to be important. Looks like Impact got 3 melees, as did Hanser, so decent amount of experience for both those players. They are more than halfway to the next level. Keystone looked pretty normal from what I saw, and
yeah, nothing too surprising there. Biofrost is pretty far in here, though, and is getting chunked out. I wonder... No, they're not going to decide to commit to anything.
Turns around as the Q comes through and slows him out. Hanser also amidst some people, but you're seeing he and Svenskeren getting a fair bit of juggling done. It looks like Bunny won't get too much done to them, as it feels like 3 camps were taken from that side of the jungle, and looks like the same kind of situation here for Impact and Medios. So it's fun watching as lane swaps sort of move around. The key strategy seems to be let your top laner get in the lane, absorb some of the XP, and then join your jungler who is starting with a greedy start, sort of starting near the enemy duo lane. And it feels like in neither case does that get punished. Both the top laner going in a lane and the jungler starting on the air quotes greedy side. And it seems to be a nice sort of continued evolution of how lane swaps are played.
Yeah, the more you can eke out of it as a top laner, the better. Hanser was even gifted, a CS in the jungle on top of the couple minions they did pick up. So a little bit of a difference there, but more just, I think, in reaction to not wanting Bunny Fufu to steal this stuff away. It can be something that is very slow as far as 4 top laners getting going in the start of the game. So any little bit of experience, any little bit of CS that you can get, especially in an edge over your opponent, is going to make a big difference when you do finally meet up in that 1v1. And
it actually matters even in just the jungle clears as well. I talked about I was doing a bunch of experience math and whatnot. If you take anything but... actually, if you take any small minion or monster away from a jungler, they will not hit level 3 on 3 camps. If you do something like Krug's Red Raptors, you actually level up with exactly 0 XP left. If you do something like Gromp into blue into Wolves, you'll have plus 20, but small minions are worth 30. So in either case, if you actually miss out on one, you level up late, and that can sometimes slow down your jungle path, or sometimes affect what an invade could have done.
Little differences can sometimes turn out to be pretty big, as you can eke out these advantages, and sometimes that can lead to something like a first blood or a better lane positioning where you can hold your opponent out, get a freeze, things like that, because you have that level advantage, because you have the XP advantage. So can make a big difference sometimes, but both teams doing a pretty good job. Hauntzer, though, did pick up a lot more farm. He was able to kind of hang around a bit longer as the bot lane duo made the rotation faster for TSM, pushing Impact out, and as a result, he's not going to be gifted as much of that CS.
Yeah, gonna start having to watch what happens with these various top laners. Right now, TSM actually up a substantial amount of gold right now. Just comparing Svenskeren to the Rex side, it's about 100 gold lead for himself, and comparing Aurelia to Impact, so they're 150 there as well, so Impact gonna burn his teleport, and actually it will be that the top lane is now matching up in the one-on-one. Impact doing enough damage to last hit some of these minions here. And it looks like the TSM duo will eventually be joining this Ashen Bard.
So I actually expected it to be the kind of 2-for-2 turret trade.
Yeah.
But TSM opted out of it. They kind of bail out, wanted to get back up to top lane, and as a result, Shen's gonna TP bottom, pick up some farm. We'll see. It looks like C9 wants to maybe try to go for something here early on the mid lane.
Seems like kind of low chance. Bjergsen actually building his lane into a freeze right now, so he is not diveable. He holds the push that Jensen put in. As Bjergsen already TP'd back in. Oh, Impact gets stunned up, misses the taunt as well. Now damage on a Hauntzer. Will Medios go for the flash knockup? I don't think he's gonna be... Yeah, he will go for it, but here comes the Svenskeren and the Nidalee coming in. Nice dodge zone comes up, though. Impact not taking any damage from his Q right now. Burns the cooldown on that one. And another knockup coming through onto the Nidalee. Still chasing through, getting damage back and forth. Here comes Aurelia onto that one. Dodging away from the taunt. A beautiful flash by Svenskeren. And now Impact is very alone. Bomb on him. First blood goes through to Hauntzer. What a greatly played counter.
A great job there for TSM, and it's going to be a big advantage for Hauntzer. Bjergsen making that rotation faster, but you gotta say, Impact did not play that well. He misses the initial taunt very badly. They decide to chase for it, and Jensen's getting chased down here in the middle. Biofrost has made the rotation.
And he's, ooh, nice dodge in the Q. Jensen always so good at dodging these skill shots. No one ever thinks he's going to turn backwards.
But again, Impact, he also missed the flash taunt after that. So this is something that's very punishing, and you need to be able to land that taunt on the Shen. If they land that taunt, I actually think they get a pretty quick kill before the Nidalee can respond, and we are going to have this run back, and here goes Impact, and he just kind of expects him to go, to keep going backwards. Hauntzer just does the whole position, is able to dodge it, and C9 overcommit. They want to continue going for this, but it's so much time given to Svenskeren to arrive, and Svenskeren, level 5, Impact is just at level 3. He's kind of getting picked on here, and you can already see Bjergsen was making a fast rotation down to the bot lane.
They both flashed it.
Good flash from Svenskeren there to avoid the flash taunt. Impact goes down. At least it is not that 2-for-0, but still, it's going to be a pretty nice lead for Hauntzer early on.
I definitely agree right here. You're seeing a 1,200 gold lead for TSM, and it's really been well played by these guys. Infernal Drake makes every player happy, and I talk about the stats with Drakes. If you actually have a substantial gold lead, Infernal Drake is the best Drake for you, so by a lot. If TSM are going to keep winning, this is actually the best possible pickup for them. Good to them to prioritize, and there we go. Despite an early smite, the red team has slain the Infernal Drake, and TSM can feel really good about their standing in this game so far.
Definitely can. C9 has a strong team-fighting team, though. They have high pick potential. Sneaky level 6 with that Ashe ult online can look for those arrows, and we'll have to see what C9 can do to kind of battle their way back into this game. They're going to need to try to get some picks, get some advantageous fights using some of these ultimates.
This is scary for Impact right now. He level 5, no flash up. Aurelia has TP, and Nidalee's down here as well. Impact, you see how far back he played from the turret. Had the Spidey sense to know he might be getting attacked. Jensen dodges one bomb, trades back into Bjergsen. Actually, a minion betrays him and pulls the damage in. And Jensen had to flash away because Hauntzer is now here. There's a Q in from Nidalee, and it's probably going to be the kill. Oh, and there he goes. A nice one picked up. Ulti by Bjergsen to keep himself alive. And a second kill for TSM. Well played by the roster.
That 3-man collapse on the mid lane, and Jensen actually would have been okay had it just been Hauntzer and Bjergsen, but Svenskeren nails the spear over the wall, picks up another kill for his team. They get the turret in the bot lane as well. Already have the Infernal Drake. Pretty nice gold lead opening up here, and things looking pretty rough for C9 early on in this one.
So this is funny. There's actually a quote, I don't think we've played it on air yet. Bjergsen says, Medios will be happy to take a turret shot to stop my recall. You saw him try it right there. This actually minion betrays Jensen. It blew up on him. It walked over to attack Bjergsen.
And there is the spear over the wall. Svenskeren goes for it. Haunter I actually thought might have been able to pick that kill up, but didn't quite have enough damage. And Svenskeren goes in for the clean execute.
Yeah.
Medios, though, farming well. He's keeping even. Sneaky is scaling up. He has, very comparable CS to Doublelift, has a little bit more experience also. So not everything is bad here for C9, but the top lane 1v1 is going to be somewhat of a struggle. One thing I will say, though, if it's okay for any of these lanes to be behind, it probably is the Shen. The Shen is more utility-based. You're going to be a full tank probably anyway, and it's more about the map movements, using these ultimates, and I'm really looking for C9 to get a great first round of ultimates here, looking for a pick with the Ashe Arrow, looking for that odd man fight with the Shen ult.
Absolutely, and you're kind of seeing Haunter hold onto his teleport more closely than he might have otherwise to make sure he has the ability to match Impact's rapid map movements. And the thing is, as you mentioned, you're talking about, yeah, it's nice, if someone has to be behind, I agree that Shen is probably the best one for it. If he's behind enough, Haunter just bullies him and takes over everything else. There you see Svenskeren take away the Krugs. Impact doesn't get that XP. Quick bit of wave clear double, if not quite landing the culling on Jensen, but looks like TSM starting to play a little bit more aggressively, nearly a 2,000 gold lead for them, plus the Infernal Drake buff. And they really just got more stats than their opponents, as Haunter does push toward the obvious item of Trinity Force.
It is going to be tough for Impact, as you said, if the lead does extend too much. And Impact is having to play so scared because they've lost full control of this side of the jungle. Svenskeren's always in their face, always around there. And he's basically just stuck sitting here by the tier 2 waiting for the wave to push. But as that happens, he's losing so many minion waves, and TSM is rotating down, perhaps looking for something, but they are going to base. And it's 60 CS to 33 right now for Haunter. He's massively ahead. He's going to have a very significant XP advantage too. And if Impact is not able to pick up this farm when it finally starts getting to him, it's going to be really bad.
Definitely agree here. Close one there. Bomb will only land on the minion. That'll be Jensen surviving that one, but you can see how much sort of threat Bjergsen projects. He's happy to wave clear late and make Jensen come into him and fight for the minion wave to risk the chance of a bomb coming through. Medios takes away the Krugs, and the AD carries have not been part of too much. Don't hurt the supports. It has been about the solo laners and the junglers making things happen, and the C9 solo laners are the ones who have been killed so far. Haunter, you can see, is currently up 2 levels onto Impact. You can see the difficulty of the matchup, the threat of the dodge, the Q damage coming through. Impact kind of making it work, and right there you see Haunter goes for the attempted stun. Nothing really happens, and you can see what this matchup is supposed to look like. Even though he's behind, Impact is completely handling this.
He's doing fine. It's also a case where they don't really know where Rek'Sai is at this moment, so they have to be careful about that. And Impact wants to hold this wave off of the turret. He does not want it to bounce. He wants to be able to kind of hold this as long as possible, allow himself an avenue in which to get back into the game, and that's going to be the freeze. And Haunter is having to play scared enough because his teammates are not here on this side of the map. So Impact is actually going to be gifted a bit of a freeze, and hopefully for him, able to get right back into it because of that. As well, mentioning in the mid lane, Jensen has had a CS lead. Bjergsen closing the gap quite a bit, but he was up almost 20 CS for a bit. And although he had died, he's definitely doing pretty well for himself. And we all know Victor is a teamfight monster.
Definitely is. Some threat there. Oh, nice by Svenskeren. Gets the smite steal on the blue. I'm not even sure how he got it. He didn't have vision inside the brush, but somehow maybe it pulled out and chased down Medios' Rek'Sai. I didn't quite see. But either way, a great blue buff steal. Nicely done by him. And that's going to hurt some of the sort of power that Jensen would have in a team fight. It's not just mana regeneration, it's also cooldowns and ability power.
I think as Medios actually went out to block the spear, which was really intelligent to deny that kind of smite takedown combo, it did pull out of the bush, allowing him to smite it. So well played there by Svenskeren. Medios did not have his smite, so not even the option to actually just take it away and deny it from Sven.
And now trying to deny more from the team. Medios forced to run out of his own jungle as Svenskeren and Bjergsen, the 2 Danes on TSM, getting quite a bit done. And Medios looks like he's going to get us after anyway. There's the smite. All right, he's going to be okay, but that just means the Krugs goes down. Another did you know, actually, is if you're not underleveled, Raptors are worth the least amount of XP, and Krugs and Gromp are worth the most. So even training camp like that's actually better for Svenskeren.
Another Dragon going to be going over here to TSM. C9 has no chance to contest. They know it. They don't have the vision in place. do not have really any chance of it, so they're not even going to try. I think that's the right call, but 2 quick dragons for TSM is a pretty nice advantage, especially when you remember if this does go late game. It's a big deal as far as the Elder Dragon even is concerned, increasing that true damage burn from every dragon stack that you do have.
Yep. The TSM have 2 of the more team fighty buffs right now. All right, movement speed to get into the battle, the actual attack damage ability power to win it. Cloud9 right now still able to play most of the map okay. It feels like Sneaky and Bunny Fufu, I haven't seen them much, but have been able to sort of square off well enough against Doublelift and Biofrost. And this is against an early game spiking champion, right? It's now a Yomu's Ghostblade completed Lucian as a champ that will eventually fall off to below what Ashe can do much later on in the game. Not that there's much of a huge block for TSM, but theoretically that does eventually switch hands.
I agree. I would also say that Ashe is going to struggle against this lineup because it's not a champion with a lot of mobility. So although he should be able to put out more DPS, is he going to be able to in actuality? Because the Irelia can dash and pop him, it's hard to say, right?
That's actually true. We've seen plenty of Irelias just kind of one-shot AD carries. We've seen Jarvan's do it as well. Rip my voice.
Pretty scary position here as the Shen too, when you see the Irelia has a complete Triforce before you even have your Sunfire cape. That feels really bad.
It does. He's got Boots 1. He's hoping he's going to survive the matchup. Haunter waiting in a brush, hoping he sees someone fight for the minions. No one does that just yet, and there's a couple of Blade Surges, a couple of auto attacks. And Haunter keeping that plus 30 in the farm game. Ooh! Nearly takes it away. Medios kills that off with the red buff, though, and he does get the Wolves. Jensen does get double bombed into the Q, into everything! He's just going to get blown up! The Bartley not meaning enough. There's Bjergsen getting another kill, taking down Jensen. 3-0 the scoreline now. Bunny forced to run away as well. TSM continually finding advantages.
Such a good double bomb there by Bjergsen, setting it up for Biofrost. And once that Bard ultimate came in, it was just a little bit too late, did not land on Jensen. But either way, I think he was going down as soon as he got caught. And good follow-up there from TSM, extending that advantage.
Yeah, stun, no follow-up allowed because Jensen is dead. He did have flash up. He just didn't respect the TSM follow-up to get away from the double bomb here. Now, you're seeing Svenskeren does get stunned against the wall, into a lot of damage actually. This Nidalee dropped to about 500 HP. Arrows only going to hit Haunter, but that could still be enough. No, Zillion Rive's going to come through, and it's still a bit of a 4v5. There is no victor here, which could mean the opposite now for C9 as they're now forced to run away a little bit. And yeah, a couple of ults burned back and forth. TSM actually missing all of theirs now. Cloud9 can still rely on the fact that Victor will have his as well as Jensen's flash, but not exactly a lot gained by the blue team.
No, close call for TSM. They get out scot-free. I think Sneaky really should have popped that Ashe out of the taunt on the Nidalee, tried to delete him before the team arrives. He kind of hesitated there a fair bit, and as a result, actually landed it on the Irelia, giving time for the Nidalee to escape and survive. And I think had he actually chained that, it would have been a free kill on the Nidalee. C9 could have pressed that advantage, try to get some control back in their jungle, which they really desperately need.
I completely agree. I think it was a bit of a mistake by Sneaky not to hit that button a bit sooner. So unfortunate, but that's the way the cookie crumbles. TSM have a Mountain Drake now up for themselves. So those are going to be the 3 that spawn. No ocean this game. Just this little river. Not nearly as impressive. But you imagine that TSM will probably continue to have all the map control they need to make that happen. Right now they are waiting for their ultimates. Biofrost and Bjergsen still missing theirs, and those are pretty important for winning team fights. So once they come back up, we may see them start heading to that bottom side of the map. Meanwhile, on the bottom side of the map, nice flash by Hunter away from the Q, but it's not really going to mean too much. Gets this done. A nice taunt flash does this time land, and the dash just won't mean enough. Finally a kill on the board for Cloud9. No ward coverage for Haunter, and he goes down.
Yeah, good job by Cloud9. Make the collapse, get themselves up on the board, but TSM already looking to respond. They want to take the tier 2 turret.
Looks like they're going to get it, so a kill for a turret, certainly a good trade. TSM can be happy about that one. Even if it does hurt Haunter.
They're still pushing.
Oh, yeah, they are. And Cena has to react. Suddenly a late recall coming out of only half the members right now. Bunny Fufu has to flash for the chance of the double bomb. Yeah, this turret's gone as well. You're absolutely right here. And there's a nice Bartley to buy a bit more time because here comes the teleport. It's C9 trying to join in. He's going to get the taunt on his Svenskeren, a stun and a Biofrost as well. Turret still goes down, but now it's time for the team fight as in comes the battle. Ulti across the top, and down goes Impact without ever using his ultimate himself. But now Sneaky trying to find a bit more damage. Biofrost low, landing a slow himself, though. That's going to mean the retreat now. TSM get the kill, they get the turret, and they get out. Overall, a hugely advantageous team for the #1 spot in NA.
Nice job by Bunny delaying and kind of buying some time, but still, C9 just basically assumed, they won't go for it. They'll back off. They'll expect us to be there in time. And C9 gets called on the bluff. TSM gets 2 turrets and 2 kills. A pretty huge swing there, opening up the base, especially when the Aurelia is already having this nice 1v1 advantage. That's not what you want to see. You need that turret as your safety net if you are Shen.
And now they get even more because just before it would despawn, Rift Herald now picked up onto Hanser for TSM for probably the rest of this game.
So here it is starting off. Bunny throws down the ultimate, lands a nice binding, and the good taunt does follow it up, but there's no damage here just yet. It's just the Shen. Jensen just now arriving. You can see Sneaky and Medios just now getting into the fight, and Impact is already gone. They cannot really chase into this. They know Bjergsen still has his ultimate. They know there's a big potential to turn, and C9 cannot afford to chase.
And Jensen hasn't cast a Chaos Storm in the last like 8 minutes or so. He died. TSM got some map control.
He did just use one there.
Oh, he did? Okay. I guess he got it. You're right, he did. It was at the end of the fight, though, after it was basically already over and nothing really got done with it. Thanks for the correction. That's why you're one of my top 4 favorites, man.
Thank you, thank you.
I got you, dog.
It is definitely one of those situations where Jensen is kind of, he wants to go for these big combos, but there's some hesitation because of the Zillion. You have to say, okay, yeah, normally you would just pop the Nidalee as soon as you can, right? But Bjergsen is there to ultimate him right back to life, and you don't want to waste it. He needs to get a very effective ultimate, ideally hitting multiple targets, so they all just can't be brought right back to full when Bjergsen pops the ult.
But yeah, it's just such a hard situation for Cloud9 because TSM pretty much playing a 1-4 type of game. Bjergsen's always there, and so anyone that C9 engages on, it's like, all right, we Ash ulted the Nidalee. I don't care. Like, he'll just revive, and you wasted kind of more cooldowns than we did. All the damage got reverted for one spell from Bjergsen, and he's still got all the offensive threat he needs. And yeah, it feels like TSM in complete control right now. The last pick, Zillion, definitely paying its dividends. The third Drake picked up there. That was Mountain. And now we'll see if Cloud9 can ever find a way back in. The only kill they've gotten was by 3v1ing Hanser. And that might not happen again.
We've also yet to see a Shen ult this game, and that's one of the things where I feel you need to be proactive about it. You need to be moving around the map, using the Rek'Sai, using the Shen, using the Ashe arrow. This is kind of your global threat setup, and if you don't accomplish something with that early, you're throwing away a lot of the power of the champions.
Yeah, the one ult we did see from Impact was when Jensen got basically one shot right away, when a double bomb landed and he just disappeared off the map. And look, he cast it, he didn't arrive because he died too fast. But yeah, we're really not seeing the proactive tools that C9 has do much of anything. TSM have been much better at fishing for stuns, getting everything landed here, and it's been honestly just a better played game by them. It's been a good game from TSM, and not bad, but just kind of inactive one from C9.
It really feels like one of those games where they got a little bit behind early, and they kind of just say, all right, we're playing for late. And they're just trying to farm up the Ashe. Sneaky's always basically trying to avoid everyone. Just kind of pick up as much farm as experience as possible, allow Jensen to scale, allow Sneaky to scale, and hope that you can get these picks later and you can win team fights off of potentially better scaling.
Yeah, and that's going to be the hope, but the problem is you're down 5,000 gold with 3 Drakes already picked up, and another Mountain Drake, which at the later stage of the game actually kind of means a lot for TSM because that means their Baron baits are really fast. They've already got a pretty good Baron team in the first place. You've got 3 decent damage dealers in Nidalee, Aurelia, and Lucian to kind of burn that down. And that seems pretty reasonable for the TSM camp. Difficult to head for C9. We'll see if they can get anything to happen here. Svenskeren, a little point-blank range javelin. Jensen does have to flash away from the bomb, but he actually didn't need to because actually Svenskeren took one of them.
Close call,
though. A loss of a flash for just a Zillion speed up, and Cloud9 continue to lose resources.
Dude, I'm just trying to think, what is the best way for these guys to get back into the game, and it's seeming tough because Svenskeren, has had complete jungle control. We see all the pink wards around Baron already for TSM. You know what their game plan is going to be: bait out the Baron, look to take it, or look to get the face check in a disadvantageous fight for C9. And Sneaky stepping forward, he's getting chunked.
Dodge to the right does not take a Braum ulti at all and gets away, so at least one summoner ulti burned rather, but Sneaky did also use the summoner heal to get the movement speed and get away. Trade of resources, that is a shorter cooldown for TSM, but a more important cooldown to have at any given time, so you could kind of call it a present power lead for C9, potentially. Svenskeren making sure the Baron is swept away completely, and you mentioned him briefly. You also talked about him in the early game, or in the pregame, I should say. And yeah, Svenskeren's definitely one of the big reasons TSM is doing well. 100% kill participation, no deaths, has been out jungling Medios at least a little bit here, but he's been at the right place at the right time pretty much all stages of the game.
Another thing we haven't touched on, Haunter did get that Rift Herald buff, so he has that in his back pocket. Going to have that buff for quite a long time, and which will give him the advantage. But TSM starting up the Baron, looking for the 2-man, and I'm not sure if they can actually finish this 2-man. Spencer's getting very low, and Medios is coming in.
Medios
This is pretty risky.
I think, see them running around. Yeah, they've got to jump away. Sven will survive. At least they knew their limits right there. And again, even though they lost a lot of health on 2 members, TSM are far enough ahead that C9 can't do anything. Look where the minions are. Aurelia's crushing the matchup against Impact. Mid lane has no minions right now. Pixum kills them too fast, and no one's willing to walk to the top side.
The one thing they do get a little bit of vision back. They're able to move in, clear out some wards, establish some presence around the Baron pit, and that is going to be crucial for C9 because they want to delay. And you need the intelligence, you need that vision to know that you can safely ignore the Baron pit and not face check into something.
Yeah, the nice thing for C9 is even though they lose a 5-on-5, if you've got Baron or even maybe the Dragon on your side fighting, that's a close enough battle that TSM will take that fight knowingly.
Yeah. Especially the later you get into the game, as long as they keep gold relevant. But Spencer going to face check here.
And there's the Ash Arrow. No one's in range yet to save him. Trying to jump away. There's Bjergsen, and doesn't even have to pop the ulti. Reflex is good enough to know that there was no damage left coming in for C9. A nice attempt, of course, but Sneaky pops the ulti. Ooh, good dodge by Double to get away, but now Bunny's going to be low. He's going to jump over the wall. Here's the ulti in. There's line up for this one. And Double getting the revive mark on himself. Medios, dangerously low, will get popped down. First kill picked up, and the revive comes through all the same. Bjergsen doesn't really do anything there. A double kill in for Double lift on the Lucian. C9 can't get anything done. Now finally a kill in through for Impact. Takes support, still dies down. 3-1 TSM, probably means Baron.
Yeah, it's definitely going to mean Baron, and C9 is looking completely out of sorts there. Bunny, Bard tunnels through the wall as Shen is ulting in. He can't get into the fight. They're going for flash engages on 2 different sides. They seem like they're feeling a little bit desperate, feeling the pressure, and TSM will pick up the Baron and really crack this game wide open.
Yeah, beautiful stuff by TSM. At least C9 get to react and knock down the mid lane turret for all of this, but that's really a very small pittance there because look at this, 6,000 gold up. Drake not available. TSM will probably get that one themselves, and C9 have to lick their wounds.
So here's how it starts. Medios and Sneaky going for that pick on Svenskeren. Not enough damage, though, coming out. Not even able to force the ult. And then at the other side, Bunny pulls the trigger. He goes for the flash Q onto Double Lift. You're going to see that nicely dashed away by Double Lift, and now here comes the Shen ulti. Out goes Bunny. Now the Shen is in an awkward position. He's not able to join in the fight. He has to actually flash to try to peel for Sneaky. Sneaky is pushed out of the fight. It's just so disjointed for C9 that there was no real chance of them winning that fight, especially when you consider the gold disadvantage. They need to be on the same page. They need to stack the CC, to use the ultimates at the right time. It's not happening, and C9 falling apart in this game a little bit.
Yeah, it felt like if we just talked about sort of mechanical plays that were available, Bunny could have like immediately ulted the Zillion ulted Double Lift and be like, well, if you're going to revive, we'll just knock you out of the fight for 2 seconds. Jensen wasted all his Chaos Storm damage on the reviving Double Lift. That damage went nowhere. It actually healed him in the long run there. Felt like finding a way to ignore him, go for Bjergsen instead. Target selection not quite there, but either way, TSM doing a great job of winning this battle, winning this game, maybe even winning the match if it all comes down to it. That Drake's going to be not long for the world. And there's the pickup, 2 Mountain Drakes. TSM, 20% bonus true damage to turrets and epic monsters. And they'll even get more to do now. Arrow's going to miss. Sneaky under a lot of threat, but at least there's 3 here to stop down Haunter, and they will knock him down. Bjergsen smartly cancels, but still the red buff damage was enough to knock down Sneaky.
The 1v3 kill from Haunter, that is the power of the Aurelia. He says, thank you, you missed that arrow? I'll take your life.
And definitely does do that, despite all the help he got. It does buy some time for Cloud9. Thankfully, a 4v4 is probably a little bit better for them, but Baron buff is locked in the mid lane. Jensen posturing very aggressively. Looks like he did stun Bunny, but it wasn't going to be enough. Mid lane outer finally goes down 28 minutes in. Somehow Sinan actually got the first one there, but they are powerful enough with Sneaky not on the map. They can do whatever they like. Sven doing some damage to Medios, pushing him out of the jungle. Mid lane tier 2 gone as well. TSM just in control.
Full control. They can move around the map, now head to bot lane, pick up the last outer if they want, just extend that gold lead even further. They know there's no reason to really go for the jugular just yet because they have double Mountain Drake. They can go back to Baron as soon as it spawns. They can look to continue to extend that advantage. We'll see if they do want to try to go for a dive, really aggressively finish off the game. But I think that Baron is a very valid option with double Mountain Drake. You can take that up quite easily.
Yeah, absolutely the case. And another Inferno coming in as well, which just feels like a nice pad of stats with these guys at this point. Medios slowed down. Cloud9 trying to make the defense half, but there's still a good 30 seconds left on the Baron buff. TSM look for the zoning bombs. Will not quite hit impact, but he burned his taunt to actually dodge away from it. Thankfully for Cloud9, they have the wave to get rid of the minions now, but that turret getting whittled down. Baron will time out for the next wave, so it will be just regular minions next time.
Still Aurelia posturing on the side. They do have the ability to go for these dives. Zilean enables them very well. We'll see if TSM wants to go for it.
They might try a Balafrost, puts the shield, blocks a bit of the damage. More zoning bombs. The turret still does go down. And now Medios forced to run away. Culling is on. Double bomb hits and it's stunned Sneaky. Oh, a betrayal of his friend. That's going to be a kill picked up already. Medios low. Bit of a stun coming across. Bunny now caught up as well. That should be an easy one. And they pick up that second kill after all. Third, actually. Bunny, Sneaky, and Impact. All three are dead. And TSM can make this one happen. Another one picked up. Jensen is gone still. Flash available. Does not seem to matter. This could be the entire game ending. As the bottom inhibitor turret is gone, the inhibitor will fall suit.
They don't have the waves. They may want to go for a double inhib, but they may try to just end it. Looks like that's the plan.
Haunter tanking up the turret right now. Both of them, in fact, just get revived by Zilean. Didn't have to use it during the prior fight, and there goes turret number one. Medios very alone running back, and he's still going to go down. There's the ace. Biofrost gets a heal, stays alive. Oh, what a night for him. And TSM in a 30-minute game, 13-3 on the scoreboard, in control the entire time. Wow. Yeah, the chance from the crowd. Yeah, keeping on to that number one spot with a win in game one over Cloud9.
We talk about TSM coming out wanting to prove that they are the best team, the undisputed best team in North America. Well, good step in that direction. Yeah. Manhandling Cloud9 in game one. But it's not over. It is that best of three. And Cloud9 will have their chance to come back.
Yeah, they definitely will. And we've seen C9 come back from game one deficits before. The reverse sweeps, nothing new to that roster, certainly, but that was just a good game of League of Legends by TSM. Honestly, that felt well controlled. The advantages they had, they used them specifically. It was like, okay, Aurelia's winning over Shen. Let's keep that matchup looking good. And they were really patient around making sure their teleport was always up so that he could always match what Shen was trying to do. Just honestly, a super solid game by TSM. I felt like I didn't see anything really wrong from them at all.
I agree. You can nitpick at C9 and say they weren't proactive enough with those ultimates, but at the same time, you have to give credit to TSM for not giving them the opportunities. They played safe, they played smart, knowing that they would have that global presence, didn't give them a chance.
Definitely agree. So a huge, awesome, and well-played win for game one here in this matchup. But for more on that one, let's check in with Dash and Jad.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. TSM, again, continuing to impress here against the likes of Cloud9, coming out of the gate very strong in this best of three.
Yeah, they steamrolled them, and it seems like a pattern now that TSM has just been preparing and are just so focused heading into game ones. You think of their close games is the game two, which they actually lost one to Immortals, and the game threes have been the one, the game three they had is very competitive. But game one is just 5 times in a row now been a one side of the fair.
Yeah, so if we take a look at how they did that, how they did craft it, let's start with Champion Select. And of course, C9 being on blue side, they do get that first priority. Interestingly enough, they lock in the Rek'Sai with Nidalee still being on the table.
Like I said, a few interesting choices. So obviously the first pick's Rek'Sai, signals that Medios, A, really wants to play it, and B, they're probably going for a more standard teamfight composition with multiple tanks.
Right.
Also, they got a Bard pick for Bunny, which is another pretty standard play. And like just looking at these team compositions, I think a lot of it favored Cloud9, like if they could stay even and if they could get to teamfights. But one of the big differentiating factors was Bruggs and Zilean, and like Svenskaren's Nidalee, just the way they're able to snowball the game and kind of out-execute. Because I felt like if that game stayed even in gold based on these team compositions with all the squishy and single target damage targets TSM had, they wouldn't have won. But they won it so easily because they snowballed.
I was going to say, and of course, that snowball, it started very early. We saw in the bot lane kind of an unfortunate sequence of events for Cloud9 as Medios tries to gank for impact in that bottom lane. Had things been executed on 100%, C9 would have been the team with the lead early.
Yeah, Impact, Azale even mentioned in the cast, made a fair number of errors during this one. Misses the first taunt, which means that now Medios has to flash to get the knock-up. And then I actually really like what Impact did after that because he gets the block down and then he gets the pass-through on the Q here onto Svenskeren, which means he's doing more percentage true damage. but then he delays his taunt flash. He could have landed that if at the very start of his taunt he would have flashed to get it, but instead it allowed time for Svenskeren to predict it. He flashed away. By that time, Bjergsen had roamed down. I mean, if he does the proper taunt flash, it was a greedy play anyway. It probably would have been like 1 for 2 or something. But it ended up just being a disaster and giving a really big early lead to TSM.
Yeah, that early in the game, we saw a little bit over 1K gold lead on the side of TSM. That then allowed them very easily to pick up that initial Infernal Dragon, which, you know, when you only have Doran's Blades, doesn't account for a lot of damage, but just as the game extends, you're looking at a stronger and stronger TSM. From that point onward, it definitely seemed like C9 was playing not to lose, right? We're playing a very safe game, and as you mentioned, their goal was most likely to get to 40 minutes at that point, so that more things equalized. That did not happen. TSM playing very smart around the map. That's our next replay. Watching TSM push down the top lane, forcing C9 into a situation in which they have to make the decision to back and guard their turret or try to push for mid.
And this is more impressive because TSM had just swapped control to this side of the map, and they just suffered a casualty on the other side. But knowing they have Haunter coming up on Aurelia with the ability to TP in, they feel safe making this aggressive move. And honestly, some delayed recalls by Cloud9, which forced them into some scary decisions. Biofrost ends up getting hit by the Ash Arrow, which means they can't chain it with Svenskeren. And then when this happens, like, it's still an advantaged fight for TSM because Medios was flanking around the side. So the play that we saw there seems kind of minor, but they got an extra 2 turrets, they got a kill, and they also secured the Rift Herald right after that for Haunter's Aurelia, which completely took away any split push threat that Impact could have had on Shen. So a really meaningful moment in the game happening there when the gold was still kind of close.
Yeah, kind of one of the, you know, the lights at the end of the tunnel, one of the hopes for Cloud9 was the fact that even while down in CS, down in gold against Haunter's Aurelia, Impact was able to handle him, but handing that Rift Herald over just made his job all that much more difficult in the bot lane in that 1v1. So again, unfortunately, C9 a little slow on the uptake to what was a very good macro move by TSM. Can't take anything away from them. If we push a little further into the game, 26 minutes, this is really where the game broke open. If it hadn't been broken open already, this is, you know, Cloud9 making their attempt at getting a pick and choosing this fight, TSM just turning it.
Svenskeren already had a Rod of Aegis and a Giant's Belt here, and Sneaky wasn't very fed, so like that's a play where you think you can burst out Svenskeren, they don't have a chance. Doublelift outplays Bunny Fufu in the heat of the moment, and then TSM makes the aggressive call to continue the fight. Yes, the Chaos Storm is doing a lot of damage on a Doublelift, but Bjergsen had such high efficiency on his zillion ultimates this game. They easily revived Doublelift right back up. He then pushes Bunny out of the fight. Sneaky had been zoned out of the fight by a very aggressive Haunter. There was actually, even though it was a very scary fight, like I thought Impact did decently that fight, peeling for Sneaky, but it just wasn't enough because TSM was executing at such a high level from a macro standpoint as well as mechanically in these team fights. Like if I'm thinking of the grand scheme of things, like this may have been TSM's best game of the split.
Right, yeah, and it really makes you wonder and fear for all of the other teams in the NALCS that if this team continues to develop this way with what is, you know, a new roster, considering that Biofrost is new, right? So early in the split, that's a terrifying prospect for future games.
Yeah, I mean, even they're talking about it in TSM Legends. Like that was the happiest episode of TSM Legends, I think. Anyone, like the team, the happy music they were playing the whole time. And it's because the team's in a really good groove right now. They're playing incredibly aggressively. They're taking a lot of risks. And so far, all those risks are working. So I do think that they will definitely hit some roadblocks continuing to play this way, but it hasn't happened yet.
I hope so. It's not an interesting season if teams don't hit roadblocks, all right? I like to see contention in the standings. Anyway, we've got to move to player of the game, Svenskeren, 3-0-9 on that Nidalee. You know, most damage in the game, which is impressive on its own. But on top of that, his awareness to be in the bot lane to help turn that gank. Showing up in the mid lane multiple times to put pressure on Jensen. Although I will caveat that with Jensen was juking and playing about as well as he could have in that mid lane. But when Aurelia's showing up, when Nidalee's showing up, he definitely kind of... He created chaos for Cloud9.
Exactly, and I think this is one thing, when teams snowball games really quickly, that usually starts with the jungler. He got successful ganks off in bottom lane and mid lane, and then the rest of his team could carry. And especially when you're kind of playing into a Rek'Sai's Nidalee, sometimes it can become more dangerous to counter jungle. You have to be a little bit more fearful for your life because Rek'Sai can close the gap on you occasionally. But Svenskeren never let that happen. Very efficient ganks, and was pivotal in Cloud9 in TSM snowballing on top of Cloud9 in what I think wasn't as great of a team composition if it was even game team fight.
Now, looking ahead to Game 2, I've just received word that, true to Cloud9 summer split fashion,
Swap that support.
Smoothie is back in.
my
So,
goodness.
my question to you, Jat, with this substitution, as well as our evidence from Game 1, changes that we might expect to see out of Cloud9 in order to make it a more competitive Game 2.
Yeah, it's really hard to think, right? And I don't even know if it has to do with the bottom lane. The only thing that I'd want to target right now for TSM, since they have a lot of players that are playing well, is I might as well just ban Lucian or take it away. Like, it's not like it's it's not like it's overpowered or anything, but Doublelift has played it in nearly every game.
Right.
And I feel like he gets these favorite AD carries every once in a while where he just forgets how to play other ones. So if you just get rid of it, like maybe you put him on tilt a little bit and you can get some kills.
Yeah, all right. Well, maybe that's one way to get under TSM's skin. We'll figure out if Cloud9 has come up with any ideas of their own when we come back. See if TSM can take the series or if Cloud9 will send it to a Game 3. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Big subs unite. Aha!
There's no haha in it.
Big subs unite. Aha!
And Jensen had to flash away because Hanser is now here. There's a Q in from Nidalee, and it's probably going to be the kill. Oh, and there he goes. Nice one picked up. Jensen does get double bombed into the Q, into everything. He's just going to get blown up.
Such a good double bomb there by Bjergsen.
We go here. Bar no flash.
TP on Ash. Look
Look right side. I'm ulting Peter. I'm fine. Peter, die. I'm gonna die. Yeah, you're ulted.
Yo, Shen, no flash. I'm on Ash.
Look at Victor. Victor, no flash. Kill Victor. Nice.
TSM in control the entire time.
one specific thing is that every time we would scrim C9, every time we would play C9, Medios would be the kind of guy that would like take multiple tower hits to stop me from recalling. Every time I play against Medios, I like recall at my second turret because I'm so scared. He's really willing to like do anything in his power to annoy me and kind of like poke at me and bug me. So he's definitely out for me sometimes.
I will admit one of my guilty pleasures is canceling Bjergsen's recalls. He gets so tilted, and then for the rest of the game, you can tell he's tilted because he'll make more mistakes than normal. I'll try to do it if I can. You know, it's my favorite thing ever.
Well, now we know why he was a scumbag first pick Rek'Sai. I got to call it out.
I love how much joy is on Medios' face when he's like, oh, I love that. I love tilting him.
It's how I feel. Like, I like playing Teemo. Come at me, internet. All right, welcome back, everyone. It's time for Game 2. In the first encounter, TSM played, well, it was a very efficient 30-minute game. They kind of smashed C9, honestly.
Yeah, it was very clean across the board. Won in all lanes, but Haunter, Impact, this was a big one. We talked about it. You know, that gank that went bad early. We saw Sven coming in with the counter gank, putting Haunter ahead, and he never let go. He stayed ahead the whole game, even getting the 1v3 kill on Sneaky later on, and this was a problem for them the whole game.
Yeah, and you talk about a top lane matchup that's already winning. Well, C9, they have this global ultimate in their top laner. It doesn't matter if you're winning the 1v1, you got to do something else on the map, and C9 never really did anything. It felt like Cloud9 waiting around. We saw a couple of Ashe arrows, but none of them did much. One was too late, sadly. Probably would have been a pick onto Svenskeren. And overall, C9 just seemed like they didn't quite do enough in that game, so you know they kind of got run over by a TSM who weren't really that heavily challenged. Talking about C9 as a roster, Analyst has mentioned it already, but Smoothie is going to be in now for Game 2. Let's see if that brings anything else for C9 here.
It'll be interesting. They talked about it at the top of the show, different champ pools. Does this mean we're going to see a Nami, a Karma, something like that? Or is Smoothie going to show us something new? TSM is looking like the best team in North America so far this split, though. And, you know, it's C9 that has had a little bit more adversity this time around. We'll see how they're going to be able to bounce back in this game, too.
Yeah, hopefully they can. I love getting all the way to 3 games. We'll see if that happens, but it's going to be hard because, again, TSM, in my mind, look like right now the best team in North America. Their record kind of shows that they have the best individual game percentage of any team in NA right now. They're, 9-1 in individual games now, about to be 5-0 in matches. They can close one out, and that's going to be, you know, difficult to be up against, no matter who you are really in this continent. So last time, we saw everything come down, at least part of it come down to Haunter versus Impact. Now, before tonight's match, we grabbed Impact to ask him about the lane opponent he's facing in this series.
그때는 너무 욕심 많이 낸 것 같아요. 좀. 그리고 한타 때도 집중 못한 것 같고, 근데 이번에 TSM 오고 나서 한타가 집중 잘한 것 같고, 그리고 CS1 원래 잘 먹었단 말이에요, 그 선수가. 그리고 지금은 이제 자기가 어느 때 살릴 줄 알고 그렇긴 해요. 근데 가끔씩 어이없게 죽을 때 있긴 해요. 스크림 때나 그럴 때도, 대회 때도. 그거만 고치면 진짜 잘해질 선수일 것 같아요.
I too like to die for no reason from time to time when I play.
That happens all the time, and someone you know does question mark ping you or say why'd you do that, and you'd be like, I don't have an answer for you. It was just wrong, and we've all done that. We've all been there, and that's okay.
And Haunter, though, you know, talking about him as a player, he is developing very quickly. You know, Impact kind of giving credit to his mechanics, saying, you know, he plays well in lane, he farms well. He's learning a lot more about the team play now, though. He's working well in team fights, on the same page as the team, and Haunter is developing into an absolute monster in the top lane.
Yeah, he had glimmers of greatness in the prior split as well. There's some games that were really awesome. Sometimes he would echo ult and go back to base after teleport, so there were some miscues as well, or, you know, horribly missed rumble ultis and whatnot. But yeah, as far as his decision-making goes, Impact talked about it, and I think it's one of the hardest things to actually appreciate, even as a caster, but especially as a casual fan, is decision-making is, I think, the number one skill that separates good from great pro players, and it's very hard to understand all the reasons that go into decision-making. First of all, none of us play at that level in the first place, and then also just, even if you made the right choice, sometimes it goes bad, and it makes it very hard to understand when someone's very good. So Impact talking about, his target selection in team fights. Like, very few of us are actually going to know exactly who he should have gone for at what time, when he should have used Blade Surge, when he should have gone for the stun and whatnot, and learning these skills and doing this thing that's correct 2% of the time, you know, 1 every 50 games, this was the right choice to make, and this was the game to do it. That's a great skill to learn, and it makes you one of the very, very best, and as you learn these kind of things, you become truly the number one player in the position.
I have to credit Haunter as well for having a great champion pool. He is able to play, it seems, pretty much whatever. That's something that can be tough from time to time, being able to adapt to the meta, change as the priorities do change. And now that we have those carry top laners up there, Haunter has shown he can play very well on Aurelia. We've seen him on Fiora in the past. He has a lot of versatility, and that's always an advantage for the team.
Definitely agree, and it's been nice to see that he's been able to do basically everything. I know Impact likes to play tanks more than anything else. I remember back on Energy, we were like, but he's like one of the 2 best players on the team. Why isn't he carrying every time? Why is he just playing Jax and Fiora every single game? But his style has kind of always been to be the tank for his team. The World Championship he won was with Faker and Piglet. Like, just has to play something like Shen, and they'll do all the damage for him, and that's kind of been his upbringing. And Impact right now, well, he has Jensen sneaking to play 4, and well, we'll see if he actually tries to play something different or if he goes back to something like Shen again.
Quite a bit of jungle focus from TSM on Medios. Once again, Olaf, Kindred, both taken off the table, and TF taken away from Jensen. They do not want to give away the first pick Rek'Sai, which is kind of interesting because I think TSM is going to be very happy to play Nidalee. They've shown that a lot already. I don't think that taking Rek'Sai away from Svenskeren is that big of a deal.
Yeah, but it seemed like it was a huge thing for Cloud9,
Yeah.
though. So, you know, they believe it.
They prioritize it very highly.
They do, but, well, we'll see what the choices end up being. Nidalee just picked up once again. So, yeah, it really feels like they weren't pushing Svenskeren down very much anyway, because he just goes for Nidalee, which we know is a great champion. Happy to play that one. It was first pick worthy at the very least, so we'll see what C9 gets on the backside because of this.
Most teams in the LCS are still having Nidalee pegged as that top jungler. It's the one that's stayed at the almost 100% pick and ban, whereas Kindred and some of the others have fallen off. So
yeah,
C9 not prioritizing it as highly. They are going to give it away, but this is opening up Azir, which is big.
Which I actually think makes a little bit of sense here. In the prior ban, they had actually banned Azir themselves and then took the Rek'Sai, and that was sort of like the bargain they went for, is deny these 2 champions. This time around, they say, hey, take this first pick, Nidalee, we banned Rek'Sai for you. Here's the obvious first pick. And Jensen, of course, a great Azir player, as is Bjergsen. I would be surprised if C9 didn't grab this champion.
I would definitely think they will take it. At the same time, if you're TSM in that scenario and you know that Medios doesn't really want to play Nidalee, you can almost kind of call their bluff sometimes and just take the Azir, leave the Nidalee up, make that bet that it's going to be available later. But that is not what they're going to do, picking up what is likely going to be both their solo laners. It's possible that it could be the Trundle support. That has kind of fallen out of favor, though, as we do see a lot of priority on those range supports. Zyra making it through the draft once again. Will we see that show up here, or Karma? I mean, these are 2 very high priorities, and it's looking like in this series the pick and ban strategies are very different from most of the other teams.
Yeah, and in my mind, C9 would have no reason to early pick Trundle top. We already know that TSM would be happy to pick an early Irelia or something else in the top lane and kind of rush for it here, which makes me think they actually want to make it look like that, but actually play Trundle support. They knew that Biofrost went for Braum last time around. As far as Trundle matchups go in support, Braum is one of the better ones. And we just see the same lane again for TSM. 3 champions, just like the last time. Nidalee, Lucian, Braum, all picked up.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Sure thing.
TSM loves repeating some of these champions. We've talked about it a lot, but Doublelift always going to Lucian, one of his favorites, and C9 now. What adjustments are they going to make? Is it going to be a similar bot lane as last time? Bard is available, but I imagine we won't see Bard. With Smoothie subbing in, hasn't played it yet, and Bunny Fufu plays such a good Bard. If you're going to pick that, it doesn't really make sense. Sneaky, is putting a lot of priority on the Ashe. Talking to him last week, he was pretty open about the fact that he's happy playing these supportive type 80 carries like the Sivir, like the Ashe, some of the enablers. He doesn't always have to play a carry.
Yeah, definitely doesn't, but even still tends to do it regardless of the champion he is playing. I'm seeing Reaper now on camera. They're going to go for their choices. Elise seeming to be the first hover. Now back to Bard, and well, this could be the first time that Smoothie and Bunny Fufu actually share a champion, and it will be Bard, the first crossover support for these 2. And they're going to leave AD carry for last, interestingly enough.
Very interesting. Would not have expected it. Smoothie has not played Bard just yet. We'll see how he's going to perform here. A high pressure game for him, especially knowing that Bunny is a very good Bard player. They're going to swap it up. They're going to bring in Smoothie on the Bard, see what he can do against this TSM bot lane. And we also have to remember, TSM dodged 2v2 last time around. C9, I'm sure, hoping to not let that happen. This time, when you have a lot of these kind of strong laners, you have the Trundle, which is fantastic in basically every 1v1. You have the Bard, which is going to have the advantage over the Braum. It's going to be key for C9 to find these matchups and try to push the advantage that they do have.
And it feels like C9 actually going to be playing around Sneaky a fair bit here. They had no... Like, in my mind, if you're just playing... try to get good matchups, like there's a reason to pick Bard early because you want them to have to guess where the Trundle's going and leave that support pick for last. That Trundle could still be a flex, but instead they're saying, hey, what are you playing so that we know what AD carry we can play into it? and still be safe. They're still really able to dive you. There's a Victor who's more of just a team fighter and less of a backline access, but C9 hoping to surprise with their AD carry pick.
Jhin does fill a somewhat similar role as the Ashe, has the follow-up instead of the straight-up initiation. The root very strong. You can use the ultimate as an engage tool, slow them down, get the damage out there, cause some chaos, and Jhin is going to be locked in for Sneaky. This was one of his favorites when the champion did come out. It's fallen out of favor somewhat recently. Haven't been seeing too much of it, but very excited to see what he's going to be able to do.
The first Jhin pick of North America in the summer split this year. We had seen him a little bit in other regions professionally as well, but yes, Sneaky's Jhin is in. And my, do they have a lot of long-range tools. Cocoon's out there, the Azir Shuffle can happen, Bard ulti, Jhin can do it as well, so C9 definitely have plenty of proactive tools, multiple players empowered to start the fights themselves. We'll see if C9 can find a little bit more success here. TSM going back to a lot of the same. The only new champion is Victor instead of Zilean. As you said before, if it ain't broken, don't fix it. But now they get to play Victor. He's going to be fixed up just nicely here. So, lineups on your screen. The players ready to go. We get ourselves into game 2 of this one. TSM, well, they did take the first game. We'll see if they can take the second one and continue their road of domination in North America. But Cloud9, of course, hoping to do something themselves and turn this one into a game 3. So you guys at home, get yourselves on social media, put in your predictions, let us know who it's going to be. Hashtag TSM winner, hashtag C9 win. If you think the Cloud9 comeback can happen, then by all means let us know. If you think TSM is going to remain the top dogs in NA, then of course put those votes out as well. But we are ready to go into game 2 for which team is going to start getting some bragging rights back.
Victor, very strong pick here for Bjergsen. He can go aggressive. He can look for the 1v1 outplays. But I will say, for their opponent, C9, it's easier to play around as far as you do not have to worry so much about wasting your burst into these ultimates from Zilean. It's a more normal champion to play against. C9 can look for the picks. They have a lot of potential with it, with the Jhin, with aggressive cocoons, the Shurima shuffle. There's a lot of ways for them to find these picks. If they can zero someone out, like Svenskeren, like Bjergsen, who's not running cleanse, if you get caught in CC, you can get popped, and there's not going to be that Zilean to kind of bail you out.
Yeah, definitely interesting that Bjergsen's going Flash Ghost. We had seen Jensen go Flash Heal, and he's actually doing it still on this Azir here, but yeah, Bjergsen going for slightly different summoners.
Ghost, very good, though, for Victor, especially because the ultimate, the closer you are to them, the faster it moves, so you can stay right up on your opponent. It's a fantastic aggressive summoner. Also, when you do get the Rylai's, being able to kite out or chase down gives you a lot of flexibility. Yeah. Very powerful in the 1v1 as well as team fight stage, so I like the choice here, and now we're going to have to find out, can C9 find these 2v2s? TSM's looking for the lane swap, but this time C9 is calling it. They are already moving up to the top side, and it looks like they may actually get to have their 1v1 or their 1v1 and 2v2 matchups, unless TSM is going to kind of go back on it once again and rotate down and really try to avoid it very hard.
Well, if they do, they will definitely lose out on some gold and experience right here. And we'll see what the early starts end up being. TSM just waiting. Doublelift hiding behind the wall. Biofrost's going to be there.
This is actually kind of key, too. Okay, never mind. I was thinking, Doublelift and Biofrost, a lot of times what the play is to actually try to sneak in and stop your opponents from doing this first camp. If they had tried to go in there and C9 was going to camp that out, could have been problematic, but instead, both teams will pick up a camp for themselves and move on into the 2v2, and we'll see what C9 can do this time around with the lane matchups.
Okay, so yeah, Gromp and Krug's taken. Gromp is actually worth 30 more XP than Krug's, but it basically just means kill 3 melee minions and you hit level 2 regardless from the guy who got it, and that's happened now for Doublelift and Sneaky. No really big surprises happening there, but ooh, nice bit of damage on a Doublelift already. The W lands as well. Quite a bit of punishment on this Lucian.
Pretty scary, actually, for Doublelift, already getting poked out that hard. And this is a CC lane. If you get caught by a binding, you could be going down because the easy follow-up for Sneaky, so he's got to be careful. He's got to play it safe, and C9 Smoothie is a level 2, a little bit faster here than Biofrost. We'll see if they can take advantage.
Yeah, ooh, another crit lands right there. 117 damage after mitigation. Sneaky missing a CS, but that's honestly just going to be fine here. This guy's pretty close to equal on this one. Biofrost getting poked down just a little bit at a time. A couple of auto attacks from Smoothie. This sort of 2-on-2 lane, definitely an interesting one to watch for.
And here comes Medios. This could be big. Elise has a lot of early ganking potential, and there's no word, as you said. Did he actually get spotted there by Biofrost, though?
I didn't see a ping, but he didn't necessarily have to do that. Looks like they're just playing back enough because of where the lane is right now. They had no CS to go for. The wave was already pushing. Medios this time will go for the blue buff steal. Doesn't quite take away one piece of it. And Svenskeren gets 2 of the little mini ones. We're going to be okay in this one. Hanser and Impact in a battle, but Hanser taking a lot of turret shots. Oh, one hit would kill him, and that means Hanser did have to flash first. Impact winning this head-to-head quite nicely. A lot of these minions will die to the turret. Hanser can't really risk. This is so risky. He can stun, but Impact has to play around this.
Yeah, Impact has to be careful. He does not want to get stunned under that turret and get taken out. You know, you have to play it safe.
The tenacity by Hanser. I don't just mean his passive. He really played that matchup well.
Wow.
Impact the respect to know he could get outplayed, and that was actually beautiful by Hanser. That's
really
that 1 in a million situation where you have to play it right.
He picked up a lot of CS there. Would have been at an extreme disadvantage. Instead, he's pretty much dead even.
Oh, an attempt to play for the top of it now. Spencer coming around the backside, and suddenly it's bad if you're Impact, but maybe it's not. Just kidding. First blood. The flash chase comes through. Nice trade kill by Svenskeren, but at least the 400 gold did come through.
Yeah, great job by Impact. Even forcing out the flash from Sven is a victory, so he gets the top laner's flash, he gets the jungler's flash, picks up first blood. Incredible stuff there from Impact, and that's what they need out of their top lane.
The bot lane should even still slow push toward Impact. Won't mean a lot because they're both teleporting, but it means that Hanser couldn't make it a freeze even if he wanted to. Quick root on a Biofrost is on top. The ward does get stunned up. He probably should have put the shield up there. Still taking a bit of damage. Sneaky, though, now out of mana. C9 played this lane so aggressive that Sneaky can no longer cast spells, which is one of the primary reasons you play Jhin. And it might mean a little bit there. Svenskeren, yeah, that ward wasn't in quite the right place.
Medios is coming from the bot, so Svenskeren does have to be a little bit careful. Medios kind of hanging out, hoping that Sven is going to path out into him and will not get so lucky.
He counts 8 seconds, and now Victor, saw Medios. I don't think he saw him back. They should expect the recall has come through. Impact again in a battle. Look at the damage he does to Hanser. And he should be able to out-sustain thanks to everything else he's got, stacking up a Jarvan's Fist as well.
And they're looking for the dive, perhaps. Medios coming around here. No flash on Hanser, you have to remember.
Nidalee coming. Nidalee's coming, but will he be there in time? Level 5 on Svenskeren.
Looks like they call it off. They know that Sven could be around.
Uh-oh, bad things for Sneaky. He will get stunned up. Will it be enough damage, though? Exhaust burn on double as the trade exhaust on a Sneaky as well. Both AD carries losing a lot of their health. Now Biofrost on the wrong side of the lane has to make the slow walk backwards, but Sneaky does not have the ability to root anyone.
Yeah, very close. Both AD carries holding all their summoners, and Doublelift walks out with a blinking health bar. Advantage to C9, though, and Nidalee, though, you're coming in.
And the stun lands and will Impact level 6, pops the ulti onto Hanser. Nice pillar to buy some time, but another jump will come through. A little bit of damage dealt back and forth. Nice heal, and he's going to go for the dive. Svenskeren's not going to get the damage down. Nearly picks up Impact, though.
Sven missed the spear on that actually stunned target. He threw it top above him, so Impact would have gone down for sure, but a whiff spear there from Sven means Impact will survive. Does not have his TP, though. Hanser gets the push. Still a nice advantage here for TSM, and this is going to put Impact actually a fair bit behind. Is look how many minions he's going to lose. He's going to lose like 3 full waves, which is absolutely brutal.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 caster minions. A cannon died as well, at least about 6 melees. And another wave walking in as well. Thankfully for C9, they are getting there a bit faster thanks to their dual lane being the one to walk in. And so they will lose only a few of the caster minions, but obviously still not exactly great for them to lose much of that wave.
Smart call, actually, from C9. It felt like kind of a reactive call to move their bot lane duo down here as Impact is getting ganked. Not sure if that was completely the case, but Impact actually was moving down to bot lane again, and because of that, they're now losing minions on top lane. So
yeah,
a little bit of confusion.
I think they're, yeah, you're right. Impact walked bot, then back top. At least Medios absorbed the top lane farm, so like, you're seeing the gold right now, 10.6 to 10.3. Cloud9 is not losing that much gold.
It's fine as far as overall gold, but the problem is you want Impact to carve out this big 1v1 lead for himself. He got the first blood, and now because of kind of these shenanigans back and forth, I think he's probably going to be down on XP a little bit, and he's actually missed out on extending some of that lead.
All right, well, unfortunately for him, he's not going to get to do that, despite the fact that he got a lot of extra gold thanks to the first blood. We're seeing now Jensen in the battle with Bjergsen right here, knocks him back, runs away from Svenskeren, who only javelins a minion, but now both summoners burned by Jensen to run away. Another red buff applied. You're seeing Impact really win this matchup here. Hanser does not get to do much to him.
That Trundle ultimate is just so ridiculously powerful in the 1v1, and you really have no chance to fight into it, but Sven poking around here. May get caught by Medios, so he's going forward.
Slowed by a Meep. The root's gonna land. Plenty of damage. Sven does not have flash. The chase him by Jensen. There's the kill picked up. 2-1 C9. And Biofrost wants to help, but he's on the wrong side. Now forced to run double lift over the wall. So he can dodge away. It shouldn't be too big of an issue for him. That could mean Dragon, as top lane is still winning. Hauntzer's teleport up in about 20 seconds. Same for Impact here. Easily timed by Cloud9.
Yeah, Hauntzer's low, but once again, has a potential for a turnaround because of the stun, and Sneaky may get caught.
He does get hit up, has his flash, and he will burn it. Still gets stunned up, takes the Q through the wall as well. Nearly goes down. One more hit would do it, but he gets away just barely. Smoothie giving him a bit more. A flash burn to get away from the root, but now Biofrost. One more hit will kill him, and he's gonna go down. Smoothie gets himself the kill. He's got to respect the fact that Double Lift has some damage.
That was incredible play by Smoothie on the Bard, gets in time. He's able to land the exhaust, throws the heal on Sneaky to get him out of range of the Braum at the same time. So fantastic stuff by the C9 bot lane, and great turnaround with that Jhin ulti.
Seeing how good those players are, Medios and Svensker now in a very tight battle here. Gets away from the laser with Repel, then flashed away, but Hauntzer's in the fight, and he's going to be kicking that one up. Beerson gets the last hit, 2-3 now. TSM getting closer again in kills, fighting for their blue buff. They should get that no problem now. Fights all over the place. Much faster game than last time.
Yeah, very aggressive game here, but pretty greedy play from Medios, actually going for the invade when his mid laner is in base. So
Yeah.
this is setting yourself up, for that kind of a situation. Bjergsen rotates, Jensen's in base, he can't rotate, so you end up in an odd number fight. You cannot actually win that. If it was just the 2v2, Impact could have joined. They could have potentially won that. So Medios, makes a risky play, perhaps thinking Bjergsen was so he would have based. Gonna get punished.
He does indeed. So 300 gold deficit for Medios specifically in the matchup, thanks to how well Svensker is doing in this jungle with an extra assist and stacks for farm. Impact actually doing quite a good job. When these two walked into lane, their actual farm numbers were very close to equal, and the gold difference was 400. Now comparing them, it's almost a 600 gold lead for Impact, and you can see the farm quite nice as well. So Impact actually, despite maybe a couple of missteps, still doing quite nicely. And it's good to see. It's kind of vindication because last game was not good when he played Shen into the matchup.
He's been doing incredible, honestly, as far as the lane matchup goes. The only blip was really just kind of the losing some of those minions, poor back timing. Medios is sneaking into the top lane here, though, and they're looking to perhaps set up the dive. We'll see if they can do it. Impact has his ult.
And Impact has Turret Dagger right now, so a lot of damage can be dealt, and Haunter has no more tools to get away. A nicely played dive, and Impact will survive. So just like old school Cloud9, Medios dives for the top laner. They get the kill, they kill the turret. TSM gonna drag him, but that's okay. I think C9 got more out of this.
Yeah, I think so too. It is going to be a nice advantage there that they're opening now. 80 plus CS, 2 kills on Impact. He is going to be very strong in an already advantageous 1v1. Medios snowballing that further, helping him out. So great job by C9, and they're looking so much better in game 2. And here we have it once again. They're not going to actually start it out with the Elise, which you would normally want to do because you can reset the aggro with the Repel. So a little bit of a blip there, but Impact does not go down, does not even actually have to use his ultimate.
And nicely done. But looking at the other side of the matchup, though, the other side of the map, I should say, TSM right now up 10 minions in their AD carry.
Uh-oh.
And a Death Brush is there. Exhaust comes in, a lot of damage. A Braum ulti. Nowhere for Sneaky to go, but look at that one by Smoothie. Completely saves the day, and now Impact's in. The root on a double lift. But will they win the fight, though? A stun on Svensker, and Biofrost has to take it, but he might just die. Trundle ulti, and Impact takes him down. The wave gets crit. Double loses some health, and look at that. C9 winning a 3v4. Now into Bjergsen 2 versus 1. Gravity Well is in, but it's not enough damage. Soldiers come through, the flash of the wall, and Sneaky with the long-range snipe takes him down. Cloud9 crushing it.
And Smoothie, are you kidding me with that?
Beautiful.
Perfect play from Smoothie once again, turning around what looked to be a sure kill on Sneaky, and he is stepping up big time coming in here on the Bard.
Hashtag LCS big plays.
Oh, yeah.
100% there. Smoothie, almost a better ult than Biofrost gotten at some point here.
That was incredible.
Yeah. That was absolutely perfect. Really good job by him. Now the bot lane getting smashed right now. Impact and Sneaky will get that one knocked down. 250 gold apiece. Nicely done. At least TSM get their bottom jungle, but Cloud9 looking massively better than last game.
So good, and you can see the counter-engage potential of Sneaky. Here we have it. They're going for the big dive. Now look at this ult. beautiful ult. The exhaust on the one guy who gets through. Now Smoothie sticks around, looking for additional damage. Svenskeren too far forward. Smoothie nails him with the binding, and Impact comes up to clean up with that Trundle ult after Sneaky tagged him. So fantastic stuff here from C9, especially Smoothie, just so fast reacting there. And at the same time, Bjergsen is getting chased down. A little bit of a misplay there, lets him get out, but nope. Sneaky picks up another kill with a long-range W.
Nicely played by everyone right there. So 6-2 in kills and a 4,000 gold lead. Feels a lot better than last time to be a C9 fan if you're in the audience here for this one, because it looks like they'll pull it to at least a game 3 if it keeps going this way.
Certainly 4,000 gold lead at 13 minutes is nothing to scoff at, but C9, they have to keep putting on the pressure. They have to keep trying to extend this lead because TSM is an incredible team fighting team. They have good scaling of their own. It's not like they're just going to be dead in the water. They're going to be looking to make things happen, and I think that's one of the things that TSM is really good at, is not just kind of waiting to lose. They're proactive, they look for plays, they pick their moments, and if it works out, it can get them right back in.
We'll see if more of that does happen here. Right now it's TSM waiting around on the brush. Biofrost killing off a pink ward. Lands a chair on a Smoothie. But he's gonna walk away cleanly enough. Looks like it didn't do that much damage after all. And looks like now these teams looking a little bit at that Rift Herald. We got Sneaky and Smoothie waiting around on that side. Biofrost kills off the pink ward. Ooh, a lot of damage out of Jensen though. And now it's time for the Jin ulti. Goodbye Biofrost. One more hit would do him. No, getting away. The Bard ulti missing as well. TSM with a great escape.
Good escape there still. They get the flash from Biofrost, the heal from Double Lift. Proactive plays coming out of C9. Good escape from TSM.
Still advantage Cloud9 here, and looks like Svenskeren forced to get the blue buff for himself. The threat of Medios was too much, so a partial denial by Medios' counter jungling. Much better than last time where he was killed for it, and the buff still went over to Bjerg. Cloud9 have an advantage.
You can see they're in a much better spot. He was safer to do it. They'd already chunked out the bot lane. They know that Aurelia had base, so he's in a position to be able to do this. Impact now going to be matching up in the 1v1 once again, but Hauntzer has a bit of a payload coming towards him. He's going to be able to pick up so many minions here, get a lot of gold in his pockets, a lot of experience, and it's a great situation to be in.
There's a Nidalee nearby as well, just killing off the Krug, so Impact can't get too much done here. If he plays too aggressively, he might get attacked. That Trinket ward in the brush makes sure he's safe enough, and Impact honestly very well knows his limits.
He really does. That's the thing I think he's absolutely the best at, is that he really plays safe. He knows, hey, jungler could be around, he doesn't take the risks, and he's not going to give up easy kills like that. He's very, very safe.
He's played against some of the best top laners in the world in his career, and for so very long, that's one of the things that you do learn quite a bit about. Bjergsen and Jensen once again in a battle. Both ticks of the death ray do land. And again, looking for the Q into the auto attack, and Bjergsen's Q shield not enough. It's a nice little hero from Svenskeren, which gives away the fact that Nidalee's right there. He's clearing a ward as well. And now Medios to the bot side, once again looking for the dive on Haunter. This time around, though, Aurelia does have summoners, and Jensen skirting away pretty rapidly. Smoothie, though, caught out, has to flash out, and the stun's going to land the knockups. There is a kill picked up. Now to the turret, he's running away, but Double It has turret aggro, and he's going to drop down a solo kill. Meanwhile, the push on a Haunter will land a stun, but will it even be enough? The flash cocoon is dodged away, but Impact, one more hit will do it. Medios gets the kill himself, 8-3. C9 2-1 overall on that.
And they're going to push for the bot lane turret. Red buff on Medios. They can get a lot of damage, if not just take this out. And I think it's going to be another turret going the way of C9, extending the gold lead. Credit, though, to Haunter. Dodging that cocoon cost C9 2 flashes. It's the little victories that you have to look for if you are TSM.
It is more than just the gold. There's always other things at stake there. Jensen's still low on health, so he's going to have to back out. And now Bjergsen's got to respect the fact that if Sneaky aims it right, never mind, Biofrost says, don't you dare. Just, don't aim for the fourth bullet. He won't. Gonna back out. But hey, Bjergsen got his recall stopped. Sneaky, just like Medios, going for it.
So here, once again, comes the collapse from TSM. Everyone dogpiling in on Smoothie, on Jensen, and here's the turnaround from Jensen. Was a great ult there that eventually pick up that kill on Double Lift, who had turret aggro, and at the same time in the bot lane, it's the dive on the Haunter. Flash Cocoon does miss, but Medios able to finish him off with, I believe, the red burn there.
I think the W
was it W?
Volatile
okay.
Spiderling.
Yeah.
Red,
Sure.
I mean, Red could have done it as well. Like,
yeah.
You're not wrong.
but I'm also not right.
Probably not. You're on my right at least. So.
There you go. It's something. Gotta
It's
take
something.
like
Yeah,
I
yeah.
said, just like TSM must take those little wins, I do too.
Yeah. You're on camera left though, so I don't know which one we're really going for. You know, are we doing stage right? We're doing camera right? Who knows? Either way though, 5,000, the gold lead for Cloud9. It's actually been growing over time. They've been getting more and more done here. Next Drake up is Mountain, so the same Drakes as the last game actually, in almost the same order. TSM with an Infernal, C9 with the Cloud. Synergy. And looking for a bit more. Sneaky going for the Armor Pen focus build. No Black Cleaver because you can't really apply it, but look at that. Bjergsen caught out by Tempered Fate, flashes upwards. A nice choice to get away from it all and walks right back to his team. Did use both sums for that though.
Great escape
did go down
by Bjergsen, but it's TP from Haunter. It's 2 summoners from your mid laner from an ult from Smoothie. So Smoothie gets 3 summoners for that. Fantastic. And TSM's trying to make the turret trade, but C9 is faster to the turrets. They're already on the mid lane tier 2, and they're going for the inhibitor turrets as well. Are they going to base?
Well, they're pushing 2 different lanes as well. It's not like Sneaky can defend this, but look at how much damage Impact's also doing on the bot side. He's on the inhibitor turret itself. Okay, they've both traded an outer turret and a tier 2 turret, but look at the damage output here. Impact is going to get some reinforcements as well, so plus an inhibitor turret kill at the very least for C9 right now. 6-2, that scoreline, and they get to walk right out.
Yeah, that is great for them, cracking it open. You know, inversely, when Haunter had the matchup, we talked about how big of a deal that was for him. Now it's the same thing for Impact. He gets to, put the shoe on the other foot, and he has the advantage. He has the open inhibitor. He's going to look to push the pace against Haunter.
And you see that C9 haven't seemed to really care about getting Rift Herald onto Impact. It just despawned now. They've been playing more for the actual kills and for the turrets than playing for the neutral objective, so different teams prioritizing the game differently. I gotta say, I am happy with how Rift Herald ended up getting designed. That you're seeing different weights and different play styles based on it. Clearly Apex not in this game.
Yeah, they love to get that thing all right.
We'll see now how much else can be done. Baron, right in there. 10,000 health. Oops, double lift. Threw a second attack at it. They're going to be okay. Svenskeren has the healing, and they'll be okay so far. Impact once again down to the bot lane, this time without an inhibitor turret to save it. So some real threat there. No turret to fight.
And look at the item thresholds. Haunter just now finished his Trinity Force on that base. Impact not only has a Titanic, he has a full Iceborne on top of that, so he is massively ahead of his opponent right now. And 2.5k gold up on the Aurelia. There's no outplaying a Trundle who is that far ahead.
There really is, and it's going to be difficult situations now for these guys. Biofrost looking for the play in the mid lane, as Trundle also going for a bit of a flank, but he gets caught up right there. Flash away, pops the ult, he puts in the pillar as well. The traffic cone says, hey, stop, you can't go here, and he gets away just barely. Somebody heal out from Sneaky, saves him from the ulti, and now Smoothie a bit injured as well. Here comes the push in, and Jin ulti is here. Who's going to get picked off? Well, Haunter's going to kill off Smoothie first, but they get one as well. 2 kills picked up, but 1 traded back for C9. 2-1 TSM so far. Will they get any more? This is a 3v4. C9 might not want to keep pushing in. Damage was not quite enough to get any more kills here. TSM winning that battle. Svenskeren walking away cleanly enough. Holding a crit. Doesn't get much done.
Yeah, TSM, a lot of vision around the Baron. They want to deny C9, the ability to sneak that. And Medios is kind of just trying to move around, trying to get some of this vision back, take away as much as he can. He knows the jungle got chunked out, so steal away his jungle, take these little advantages and start to snowball them. But here we do have an Impact on just face checking in onto Bjergsen there, and it's going to cost him. He has to flash away, has to get out. Sneaky actually just barely getting there and saving Impact with that summoner heal, and now it's the turnaround. But Aurelia able to go in, deletes Smoothie, is able to take out Impact as well. Some nice turnaround damage, though, from Jensen, from Sneaky. At least nets them that 1 kill onto Aurelia. And Sven gets caught.
Smoothie again finding the catch. That was just a flash bind, by the way. He didn't burn the ulti for that one. But that's a jungler dead, so C9 right away make the call. Hey, let's go kill Baron Nashor. And TSM have to react. Their team is close by. They're all in this part of the map.
It's dying fast.
It is.
They gotta react.
5v4. Will they push in? The smite should be easy for Medios. And he gets it at least very closely. Impact in the front lines, taking a lot of damage. Haunter pushed around. Top lane is trading health bars. They're both going to drop down on this one. But now double lift. Caught in the front line. A double kill for Sneaky. Make it 3. They're still going. Bjergsen's going to be next up on this one. And uh-oh, it's going to be bad. A 4K for Sneaky. Beautiful job, the ace for Cloud9.
Quadra kill for Sneaky, Baron for C9, up 10,000 gold, pushing down mid, all off a great catch on Svenskeren from who else? It's Smoothie, the playmaker for C9 this game, really coming in huge for his team.
Beautiful stuff. So now with a Baron buff, with a lot of time on the map, and well, the Drake coming up soon. Svenskeren, I meant to say, getting hit up, getting slowed down, and getting killed off in his own jungle. Seemed a bit greedy to even go there in the first place, but now 6 kills in a row to Cloud9, plus the Baron, and now with the Rev going down, they can take the Mountain Drake.
Yeah, free Mountain Drake on the back of that as well. Jungler dead once again. Sven is getting caught a lot this game, being punished, does not have that fallback of the Zillion behind him to protect him. You know, last game he got caught a fair amount of times, but he was not punished. But here we have the Baron fight once again. Impact moving forward, trying to absorb as much damage as possible. And you can see on the side, Haunts are getting taken out by Jensen right off the bat. And it's Doublelift now. He gets caught into the stun. He gets taken down. Bjergsen all of a sudden finds himself all alone here. And it's going to be a Quadra kill there for Sneaky. Impact goes down, but worthy cause.
Yeah, at that point, that's his job. He's the one tank on the roster. So very nicely played here by C9. TSM took the risk to fight for it. Blue buff tankier than all of TSM. Jensen took longer to kill that than he will any other champion on the map.
Also worth mentioning is Sneaky's build. He is going that armor pin Jhin build, has the Maw, has the Ghost Blade, BF picked up. On top of that, it's not the old kind of traditional, rapid fire, i.e. Essence Reaver type build. He's going for a heavy armor pen and going to be very scary for the squishies.
Right, so what it ultimately does for him is there's no Essence Reaver, so his cooldowns are much, much higher. So he gets less spam, less Qs, less Ws, but they will always hit harder. And speaking of hitting hard, Biofrost right now just beset by C9, and now the shots towards Doublelift. Haunter going to take the bullets. Ooh, that was close, actually. Haunter didn't quite tank that properly, and Doublelift walked too far left. Kind of both of them can be blamed maybe, but either way, it does mean the mid turret is going down.
And top is as well. This could be 2 inhibs here very quickly for C9 if TSM doesn't want to fight.
A lot of pressure done right now. You're seeing another attempt for the snipe. Not quite going to land the root, but now Svenskeren forced to run away, and a big ulti catches too from Smoothie. Now the fight might begin, but Jensen has to run away from Chaos Storm coming out of Bjergsen. Looks like Victor doing enough. A locket pop right now as well. Blocks some more of the damage, and a quick escape. Nice little bard portal there. The magical journey by Smoothie.
But that's Victor all down, and C9 moves back in. They have the health bars. They're looking to go for the double hit, but in goes Doublelift.
Get picked off. Doublelift in towards Sneaky. Maw pop goes for the shot. Sneaky's done. Then he takes him down. Next one is Svenskeren. Another 2 picked up, and Jensen over the wall stays alive. Another kill for him. That's 4 dead. TSM will get dropped in this one, and we thought a 31-minute win by TSM was fast. Well, C9 doing it even faster with a bunch of kills, with a really well-played game, and we will be having a game 3 in our match of the week as Bjergsen will not stay alive. Another stun for Smoothie. 1, 2, and 12. A beautiful game on his first Bard game of the split. Wonderful win by Cloud9.
Incredible stuff. 26 minutes in, 15,000 gold ahead. They get the advantages in all lanes. They get the matchups that they wanted, and they press it. Impact coming up huge for his team, and Smoothie, all the credit in the world to this guy, turning around multiple bot lane dives, multiple fights that looked like they were lost. Sneaky was going to be gone, and they played incredibly.
Every single person played incredibly. Honestly, as much as we were giving massive praise to TSM in game 1 here, that same massive praise deserved by Cloud9. Jensen and Sneaky as the backliners both went unkilled. The amount of ganks that Medios got towards Impact in a matchup that Impact was winning via his own skill and determination. Beautiful stuff the whole way through. And Impact even showed the matchup first. He said, I'm picking Trundle, first round red side. Aurelia comes in anyway, and they're like, yeah, that's fine. I'm still going to win this one. So beautiful stuff, especially with how critical Impact had been on himself, saying, I feel like it's my fault sometimes that we're losing. Well, much better here. So just all around, a great game by Cloud9.
Yeah, definitely impressive, and Impact can feel really good about that one.
Yeah.
In the first game, kind of messing it up in the 2v2, gets turned around on them. This time, solo first blood, forces the flash out from the jungler in a 1v2, gets that kill, carves out the advantage, and keeps extending it throughout the game, knocking down turret after turret after turret, always there when his team needed him. Played fantastically.
Absolutely fantastic. Everyone on C9 doing wonderfully. So for more on that C9 victory, let's check in with Dash and Jat to check in on this tied series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. What a stark contrast between Game 1 and Game 2. Dominating performance out of Team Seoul Mid in Game 1. Cloud9 striking back, extending it to a third game for us. So we get to see one more to be the decider, but another quick, decisive victory by one of our teams.
And really great adjustments by Cloud9. I mean, we talked about how TSM jumps out of the gates great in these best-of-3 series, but Cloud9 is bouncing back with some counterattacks as well. Like, even when they played against Immortals, Cloud9 got steamrolled in Game 1. They're able to bounce back in Game 2. Like, these guys have been really solid about making adjustments, and that goes to Reaper as well as just the mentality of these guys on Cloud9 not to tilt.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in that top lane matchup, showing the Trundle first, Aurelia picked into it, so Haunter opting into that matchup, but Impact really having total control over it. You know, of course, there was jungle pressure from both sides in that matchup, but almost every time Impact coming out on top.
I definitely think so. I do think there was a little bit of over-aggression by both teams' junglers, but Impact is someone who just played smart throughout the majority of the early to mid-game.
Yeah.
Then he got a little bit aggressive. Just, it shows the early pick of Trundle, especially on this patch, and especially with the QSS changes where you can no longer QSS the ultimate off. Like, this guy is such a dominating laner, and you could see Cloud9 was really playing to give him an advantage. Like, this is with Infernal Drake up, what is valued most highly by most teams, even though I feel like all the Dragons are good. So Cloud9 very willing to be like, okay, we're going to make sure that Impact is ahead here. Giving up the Drake, and this was super impactful because then not only did they get the kill, they were able to transition into a fight like right after that.
Right, yeah, they pick up that turret as well. We did have some questions about whether or not they'd be able to pick up the Rift Herald. Ended up not to be in that moment, but definitely putting a lot of focus into Impact. So even though he himself has been vocal about maybe not being the top performing member on the team, the team still very much has faith in him and his ability to carry and pressure around the map. I do want to now push us to 11 minutes into the game, not too much further down the line. Now we're in the bot lane. This is going to be a 2-for-0 for Cloud9, and what was a gank set up by TSM.
And this is one of the things that really broke the game open. And we're talking about how TSM makes really aggressive plays, but it hasn't backfired yet, or they take high-risk plays. Like, technically, they have a top laner who is behind, and they try and make a super aggressive play. The play by Smoothie was awesome to exhaust the one guy that didn't get caught in the Bard ult, and then just an awesome ultimate by Trundle there to finish off the kill on Svenskeren. And that just snowballs with Cloud9. Like, Bjergsen is thinking, hey, maybe I should come down here, maybe I should sneak in, maybe Medios isn't here yet, but both Medios and Jensen are waiting for him. Sneaky gets actually his first kill of the game by sniping over the wall. And that was just so much invested by TSM, and all the reward was reaped by Cloud9. So that really turned the tides of the game. More in, and not turned the tides, they're already winning, it just blew it wide open.
Yeah, and where, you know, perhaps Bunny, if we were to be really critical of him in Game 1, having missed some things mechanically, missing stuns coming out of ultimates and the like, Smoothie jumps right in, and he is hitting all those plays mechanically. So, you know, as we try and decipher and figure out, like, when and why the team is swapping these guys in and out, Smoothie's having a good day today. He showed it on that Bard, and as a duo, they definitely dominated, the two of them.
It's a mind game. I mean, Sneaky has been able to play with so many different supports, and when they both play Bard at a high level, like, why not? Some slightly different guys. You have someone lose a game, bring in a new guy, fresh mind. Like, maybe they still think Bunny Fufu's Bard is better, but the situation called for it. And the Bard Jhin was super effective.
Well, and if you want to see more Jhin, we have one more replay for that. A quadra kill by Sneaky around the Baron pit. At this point, TSM rather far behind and having to make a desperate play.
Right, and the critical thing here is they had killed Svenskeren's Nidalee by getting a pick from Medios, and then the fight itself was, again, a pretty solid Bard ultimate to stop any extra DPS from Bjergsen. And it also, they get a really good CC on a double lift to just kind of easily chain them down here. And the damage from Cloud9 is so high. They have the frontline zoning from the Trundle and basically just the Azir soldiers that have to keep people at bay, which gives time for Sneaky to really just pick his shots, and he played a great Jhin game.
And that he did. Now I want to move to the contrast between games 1 and 2. From the side of TSM, we talk about how out of the gate this team is in almost all of their game 1s, but this was a pretty significant step down between games 1 and 2. What happened?
Exactly. I mean, we can see on the screen the difference between, like, their game 1s and their game 2s. I'm not sure if that's exactly 5 out of 5 First Dragons. I want to take a look at the gold leads as well in those games. But specifically, we see it once again. Maybe TSM would love the best-of-1 format. They'd be super undefeated in that one, whereas now they've actually dropped a few games. Even so, like, as you mentioned, they've been totally crushing people early on in game one with a 4,500 gold lead at 20 minutes. Whereas in game two, like, they're barely averaging advantages, even though they're an undefeated team.
Yeah, 1,000 at 10 minutes is also insane. I mean, those are both insane numbers to have in game one, and then completely tempered in game two. Essentially even at 10. Very minimally ahead at 20. No one would ever necessarily be super upset that they're down 800 gold at 20 minutes in a competitive match. So it is very strange, this stark contrast rather between game 1 and 2 out of TSM. And I guess then the question extends, why is that, right? Is it a we just put in so much prep for game 1, we're not necessarily thinking about game 2, and we're not reacting properly?
Yeah, it's a good question to see if this is just statistical noise or if it's a long-term trend. But I definitely think their game 1 prep is awesome. But when you totally demolish a team, you don't have many adjustments to make.
That's very true.
So it's on the other team to kind of make some adjustments, and they're bouncing back, not even to a winning record. Like, TSM is still good in game twos, but it just kind of goes to show that teams are able to adjust. TSM's just really good at their pregame prep.
Yeah, to that end, they had the same exact composition this time, except for Victor instead of Zillion. So they really didn't make too many adjustments, even with C9 saying, we're going to go with almost an entirely new team composition as well as a new player. So not a ton of adjustments out of TSM. Speaking of that new player, Smoothie, our player of the game, 1, 2, and 12 on that card, and it really came down to his execution, being able to start fights, turn fights, and the 2v2 that he had with Sneaky.
Even some really aggressive flashes to get stuns against the wall. Like, you sub this guy in, he plays the same champion Bunny Fufu does, but he turned around all the aggression from TSM and was then the initiator for them. So, like, I think MVP could have gone to a lot of different players on Cloud9, or at least player of the game, but Smoothie, I think, was the biggest contributor.
All right, and stay with me here. I got a twist to throw at you.
Okay.
Bunny Fufu is coming back in. Did I just blow your mind? No, probably not.
They do it.
They do it anyway.
It's literally just every game. Maybe they flip a coin. Like, I'm not sure, because Smoothie played spectacularly in that game. You'd think they'd want to keep the momentum going, but maybe it's one of those things like, we don't want to let him adjust. Let's just throw in Bunny Fufu again.
Right. I mean, to me, it speaks to the fact that this team really is about, we don't need the results right now. Yes, the wins are good, but we don't need the results right now. We're more about cultivating what is going to be a really strong 6-man roster so that we can utilize it further down the split, and or we're building up a base of games to then make the decision later. But it would be unfair to let Bunny play 75% of the games and Smoothie play 25 and then make a judgment about who fits better into the team.
Here's one interesting thought about a support player who sometimes is one of the more primary shot callers on a team. You see a lot watching the game from the spectator client that you're never going to get while you're in the game. So maybe their advantage, if they're switching them back and forth every game, is literally one guy is just sitting with Reaper. Reaper's telling him all the things they should be doing, all the things to be touching for. Then he gets to go in the game right next and activate that plan.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Decipher what it is that TSM's trying to do, what they're missing on that day. And we'll put the other guy in, let him take advantage of all that. We'll see. This is all wild speculation, by the way.
It's really cool that we have a team that's actually doing game-by-game substitutions, seemingly not tied to the results that much, at least lately.
All right, well, there you have it. 1-1 in the series. We're all tied up, so stick around because Game 3 between TSM and Cloud9 is up right after the break. You're watching the North American LCS.
Mr. Mid Laner.
Really good. Mr. Hawk.
You got counterpick this game. We'll play around you. We will out TSM themselves.
Yep.
Slowed by a Meep. The root's gonna land. Plenty of damage. Sven does not have flash. The chase in by Jensen. There's the kill picked up. 2-1 C9.
Yeah, I'm okay. Let ulti down. No. Oh, he's dead. Nice, guys. Good job.
We might look for a victory choice running down Jensen.
Well is in, but it's not enough damage. Soldiers come through the flash of the wall, and Sneaky!
Lucian, guys. Lucian. Nice.
Good job.
Victor is so strong.
I slowed him.
Victor's slow to shit. And he goes. Nice, go mid. Nice. Good job.
Wonderful win by Cloud9. Welcome back, League fans. It's time for the third and final and hopefully awesomest game here. Cloud9 bounced back in Game 2. They had a great, viciously fast, wonderfully played victory over TSM, about as equally vicious as TSM's Game 1 win.
The bot lane duo coming up huge for C9 in Game 2. Sneaky 7-0-6 on that Jhin. And your player of the game was Smoothie, 1, 2, and 12 on the Bard. But it was more than just the stat line from Smoothie. It was the counter engages. It was what he enabled his team to do. Played incredibly well.
The reason that Sneaky had 0 deaths was because of Smoothie landing some really sick ultimates. Absolutely. So even though Smoothie played amazingly, Bunny, he's on your screen. You're seeing him right there. Yeah, he's stepping back in for Cloud9. And, you know, I guess C9 hoping that they can, of course, pull them a win because knocking out TSM would certainly be awesome.
Be big. I think it's interesting. It's hard to know exactly what it is. You know, what is the reason? What are they basing these substitutions off of? Because it certainly couldn't be based off of play. Last game from Smoothie, he was incredible. You know, and it's not necessarily based on champion pool now, so it's all a bit of a mystery.
Yeah.
But another big contributor in that game was Impact, their top laner. He was 4-3-8 on Trundle, but more importantly, he had lane advantage the whole game. Knocked down many turrets throughout the game in this side lane split push, and he did incredibly from the very start, picking up an early first blood.
Totally agree. He really smashed that matchup, so that was really nice to see from him, and definitely a game that he can be proud of here. So thinking about the game coming through, I want to go back to the substitutes, the support point, because this is the first time I think they've subbed twice in a series.
Yeah, I think
like
so.
I think they subbed once and he stayed through the 2 games or vice versa, but this is the first time they go back to the Game 1 support here. So but if it was the other way, like, oh, it's like a blue side, red side thing, like an AHQ with Chowie and Westor, it's like, no, we're just kind of, I think Jat's point of flipping a coin makes sense. Like, as soon as you lose a game, you sub in, like, basically, right? Like, they make sure both get in a given series. But at that point, they just, like, flip a coin for stay or switch. And I don't know, it came up heads this time, so Bunny Fufu's in.
Well, it'd be interesting to see, but I think we are moving on into Champ Select, and I'm very excited to see what adjustments will be made, if there are any, this time around. I think that we've seen a lot of patterns in the pick and bans be pretty, you know, prevalent as far as there's always been the same bot lane for TSM, that they're going back to the Nidalee over and over. Do people make adjustments? And already we have C9 with an adjustment from their blue side in Game 1, taking Zilean off the table. Rise has been a go-to each time as well.
Yep. Yeah. Rise banned away from C9 every single time. Kindred, yeah, the exact same situation there. But the Zilean ban, I think it makes sense because now that C9's back on blue side, they can predict how a lot of the champ select would go. They might go for the early victor once again.
Yeah.
And they said, well, the Zilean is actually a really good pick into it, so let's remove that option and see what else you have for that lineup, Bjergsen, here. They might see the Azir ban as a third one because of that.
Really interesting how much focus TSM puts on C9 Medios. They talked about it in the videos. You know, Bjergsen talking about how annoying it is playing against Medios. He's pulled 2 bans for his team every single game. Olaf is not something that we've really seen banned very often.
Oh, interesting.
And Vladimir are going to be banned away by C9. I was not expecting that. I would have expected
really
it as a red side ban, you know, threaten the first pick.
Yep.
But they obviously do not want to play it whatsoever, so they have to take it off the table.
Yeah, that is strange. It was TSM's 3rd ban in Game 1, and it was Cloud9's 2nd ban over in Game 2. So interesting to see that C9 has made that choice, and now TSM almost gets a free ban back, you might consider.
Triple mid lane ban here from C9 onto Bjergsen. That guy's always pulling so much focus, and same bans from the last couple of games, really, from TSM, and it's looking like it'll be the same first pick that C9 had last time around on the blue side, and you expect Rek'Sai going over C9 will likely mean TSM is going to take their Nidalee.
Right. It's so interesting because they theoretically had the option of like banning Rek'Sai, taking Vladimir, vice versa, etc. But not the case here. And they will lock in the Rek'Sai once again, so Cloud9 completely unwilling to let Svenskar get the champion, and they will give it yet again to Medios.
Medios did pretty well for himself in the first game on Rek'Sai. He kept up in farm, even ahead in farm for quite a bit of time, but Svenskar was getting more done around the map. A lot of that obviously to do with the advantages that the TSM laners carved out for themselves early on too. But going back to the Rek'Sai, a very strong champion, has a lot of utility. You can gain vision not only with a Tremor Sense, but built easily into an early Sightstone. He's tanky, he has utility, he has early game threat. Good map movement. It's just a strong overall champion that Medios is obviously very comfortable on.
Yeah, it's interesting. He's been seen in over 80% of North American LCS games, and despite that, only a 50-50 win rate there. So some users haven't found quite the same success with it, but TSM making an adaptation themselves. Now Gragas coming through for Svenskeren in the jungle. They still do get that Azir, as C9 had put in that Vladimir ban and let Azir come up, and TSM gets it.
This is something we kind of heard the players talking about before the game, and I'm not sure if they were really joking, but they were talking about, Jensen getting counterpicked by the Victor last time, just in the little video going into the break. So if they actually do think that is, counter matchup, Jensen has the chance to pick Victor and kind of turn the tables here on Bjergsen.
Yeah, we'll see. Right now, though, Victor has lost all of their games so far in the series. 0-2 the champion is.
Bit unlucky for Victor.
A bit unlucky, absolutely. Certainly a strong champion. Usually popular for a reason. Cloud9 heads to go in their pickups. Both bring them in grab. Mid laners are freely available. And we'll see. They will, in fact, go for the Victor. So C9 actually hiding a lot of their champions here, as Bard is going to be the other lock-in. So triple Bard and massive support swaps back and forth. They're saving top lane and AD carry for last.
So Bard once again here. Bunny Fufu has done very well on it. Smoothie, an incredible performance last game on the champion. Holding that AD carry till later in the draft does give a little bit of flexibility. We've seen the Jhin, we've seen the Ashe, two of these kind of more CC-oriented, supportive type AD carries, while TSM has continuously just gone back to Lucian time and time again. They want to play aggressive. Doublelift wants to carry. He wants to be able to dash around, get aggressive, and try to outplay his opponents.
He's certainly tried to, and he's had some really good moments. He's nearly smashed his lane a couple of times there. There's been some very, very close fights in the 2-on-2 against Sneaky, whatever his support ends up being. And actually the Karma that was banned away in game 1 will be, looks like, picked up here for Biofrost. The TSM going with a much more aggressive lane down here, actually. And that will be the grab here, Karma Lucian.
I think this is a nice adjustment. You put the tank into the jungle. You don't necessarily need Braum. You don't necessarily need the tanky support. Put more priority on your 2v2 lane. If you're picking Lucian, why not pair him with an incredibly powerful laning support such as Karma? Enable Doublelift to go for that playstyle. Enable him to get aggressive. Try to carve out that advantage for himself. Also works very well with the Gragas, allowing him to get in a lot easier onto the opponents with the Mantra speed-ups. You can get in there, hopefully, land those body slams, knock in your opponents.
Yeah, but definitely a lot of good tank tools now. Look at TSM's backline. Azir, one of the very, very best. Lucian, not too shabby. And you've got a Gragas and a Karma to help make sure you guys stay alive the whole time. So definitely a lot of backline threat that TSM has right now. C9 have to run out their lineup right now.
Will it be the Trundle again here for C9? They have that available. I'm expecting it from Impact. Worked out well in the last game, and it's looking like Trundle Ashe as the AD carry and top laner. That is going to be locked in for C9. So it's Jhin, last second swap there once again. So pretty confident move here. Will they really want to match up against the Karma Lucian? I think C9 may have to be the ones to dodge the lane this time.
Does not seem like the easiest of lanes, to be honest. Karma definitely quite the bully here. And TSM not get to see that the Trundle has been locked in and now get to pick their own top lane matchup. Hansker seems to be smiling, seems to be happy, so whether he thinks he can outplay Impact by playing Aurelia yet again, or wants to play something entirely different, Gnar I think would actually be a pretty good matchup as far as top laners. It should be good into Trundle.
I think Gnar is definitely solid. That matchup comes down a lot to, can you actually outplay the Gnar jump? You have to pillar to interrupt the jump, otherwise you will get kited out, worn down. But if as Trundle you can do that, you really can run down Gnar and just kind of outstat him. So that is a possibility. At the same time, Swain is something that can match up pretty well, but this will very heavily index them to AP. I'm not sure if he's going to want to go for this. You have AP from 40 or 5 rolls. Does make it pretty easy to itemize. That is going to be the lock in here, though, and a lot of pressure will be put on Doublelift because he is the only physical damage from the team. He needs to come up big for his team. If Doublelift gets behind, I think it's going to be very problematic for TSM against multiple people who can build very tanky. Medios, Impact can build Spear Visage very easily. You add Lockets on top of that, you add additional MR, and all of a sudden, you can never kill the front line.
That's definitely true, though I don't think we typically see Doublelift get behind early on. His laning phase should be good. The 2-on-2 matchup is pretty solid. Svenskeren has so far been a pretty solid early game jungler as well, so you don't expect Double to get behind, but if it happens, absolutely, there is some real risk. You can't kill the tanks anymore. So now with 2 very big frontliners in the Trundle and the Rek'Sai. So Swain into Trundle is the new matchup picked up here. Last time around, he was willing to play Relia into it. This time around, changing that up quite a bit here. And look at the champion coming through for Hanser. So, the climactic Game 3 now, TSM and Cloud9 doing battle. TSM can hold on to that 5-0 match record, but if C9 wins it, they say, you're down here with me, we're tied for second together here at 4-1. Envy momentarily is the best team in North America if that happens here. But you guys, it's time to break this tie. At home, vote us in, let us know who it's going to be. Hashtag C9 win, hashtag TSM win, for which team is going to be the victorious one here in the third game of this match. Hanser on a Swain pick for him, up against Impact's Trundle. Bunny back in and support playing Bard. And Biofrost on a Karma that was banned away from him in Game 1, hoping to win the 2-on-2 if it happens. We are here in a Game 3, TSM versus C9. Who's it going to be?
A lot of this game could really come down to what lane matchups do the teams get, what does happen in the early game, because a matchup like the Trundle versus the Swain can be great for Swain as long as he's given time to kind of hang out, start scaling up. But if you get ganked early, if you get behind, you can actually just get run down. They can just start not caring about your damage whatsoever. Swain is not a good tank killer and can struggle if ganked early and often. Rek'Sai is something that can help to enable that. Swain is very susceptible, and it's going to be one of those things, where do the junglers choose to go? Where do they allocate their resources? So much of the game will depend on that, because we've talked about, not only is Swain easy to gank, but if you can somehow put a lot of pressure on Doublelift, get him behind, this team could struggle with a very heavy magic damage lineup.
Definitely agree. We're seeing Deathfire Touch be the keystone of choice for Hanser. Pretty typical, but you could theoretically see him going Strength of Ages to be a bit tankier on that champion. We don't really see it, but just as far as options are concerned, otherwise everything looks very, very standard. All support Karmas are going Wind Speakers. They actually usually max shield by around level 10 as well. So if you're ever wanting to play support Karma like the pros, usually 2 points in queue, then switch over to maxing E.
I think that a couple early points is definitely fantastic. Sometimes you can go more than 2. I feel if you're really kind of snowballing a lane, you can start to get a little bit more aggressive, picking up early AP, things like that. But we are going to have C9 moving into the jungle, trying to deny this double jungle as much as they possibly can, and we'll see, what can Buddy Fufu get done?
Oh, he hits the wrong one. Can't steal any of the small raptors, and look at that Svensker, and going to go ahead and grab all of those, and now getting auto attack, losing a fair bit of health, but it gets a smite, gets away, and he's going to stay alive. Bunny, if he had stolen any one of those, would have prevented level 2 away from Gragas and had the chance to. Sadly could not. Impact and Biofrost in a bit of a battle down here as the Raptors taken away. And, well, Cena got to take 2 greedy camps out, and TSM only got to take 1.
Higher on health, get the red buff. Nice little advantage there for C9, but all in all, probably not going to make much of a difference, as both teams are sending 3 men to start working away on this turret. The junglers will likely meet up there pretty quickly too. Jensen and Bjergsen toe-to-toe here in the mid lane, and all things looking pretty darn equal.
Definitely the case, yeah. Lane swap, which again we think is a slightly better situation for the Cloud9 duo. Doublelift and Biofrost is going to hit the standard farm they would normally. Both supports getting plenty of gold from the spell thieves and whatnot, and Hanser really take the cannon? No. Doublelift gets it, of course. Losing plenty of health, but the way you play this, you basically never want to auto-attack minions. You want to only use spells in them. Get your auto-attacks onto the turrets themselves. Will be a very, very fast turret take from the TSM squad, actually. And they'll kill it on this wave, so a 317 turret kill. The freeze should still be there for Hanser. He'll be fine. And looking over at C9, they will get it basically on the next wave.
Yeah, 1 wave behind, and this is going to net TSM the opportunity to try to go for this dragon. And I think that, it's really smart. Water Dragon is so powerful early in the game. I think that it's the best early game dragon to get by far. And it's going to be a nice advantage for them. They're getting very low.
Biofrost can take it. If they don't leash it again, it shouldn't reset anymore and heal back up. And they'll be just okay. The smite is up for Svensker, and so 1 last auto attack. And he actually will save the smite. Just wants to make sure he has that for the rest of his jungle clear. They're going to recall anyway, but yes. Ocean Drake picked up TSM, again, with the best early game Drake buff. And they will lose some tempo. You're seeing that C9 have their AD carrying support into the lane well before Doublelift and Biofrost will. And even though it will probably cost them 100 gold or something, I think that's still worth more than enough for TSM here.
I think it's fantastic for TSM, and especially on a champion like your Swain, who is really reliant, on that regen, likes to be very mana hungry, and can help him out a lot in this matchup. So we'll have to see how it's all going to pan out. Doublelift did get behind on farm, obviously, because of this, because of the faster back, but is going to have the wave pushing towards him, and should be able to close the gap pretty easily.
There's also an advantage for Jensen currently in the mid lane. Because of the Rek'Sai jungle route, he was actually able to donate the blue buff over to Jensen earlier on. We saw him clearing with basically infinite mana. Bjergsen went for the early recall to get a second Doran's ring and the dagger here, so just trying to kind of match up in that sort of regard. Jensen should have priority in his lane for a little bit.
He's going to back himself now, and likely going to be able to upgrade up for that E, where you can get the double proc. Allows you to one-shot those ranged minions, and definitely very nice. Impact here, kind of pushing up pretty far. You can see Medios was hanging out around that side on the top lane, but has now backed off, and if they do catch wind of this, Svenskeren could definitely look to try to chase down this jungle.
Well, TSM should know that the dual lane is conspicuously missing right now, and it's because they're right down here. Looking for the play. Bjergsen will not get stunned, walks far enough away to be all right. And it means that eventually that Jhin and Bard will have to walk back down to the bottom lane.
Should be fine. They'll lose a little bit, but at the same time, it's the opportunity cost. If they can get that binding, they have a lot of follow-up CC. The Jhin route, the W from Victor would probably have been first blood, and the bot wave is going to push towards them eventually, so they can pick up that farm as it does arrive.
It's interesting that C9 haven't gone for really the Rift Herald play. You see how far up this top lane is pushed. Impact could walk down pretty easily, and with the dual lane of TSM down to that bot lane, it would almost be uncontestable, but again, neither team really playing for that buff right now. You're seeing Impact in a battle with Haunter, does get rooted up, some decent damage. But level 5 Trundle losing quite a lot of his health.
He does. Thankfully for him, the wave is slowly pushing towards him. It will be working out. If that was in a freeze to get pushed out, that is really bad news. Yeah. Not as big a deal in the current situation. And, Medios has been kind of power farming. That's somewhat of the trade-off that they're making for this. He was up 29 to 18 CS. He's up still 9 on Svenskeren, and he's going to be looking to kind of power farm and perhaps get something done in the mid lane. As you can see him around that Raptor pit, potentially going to go over and look for Bjergsen. But Bjergsen is already rotating down bot lane.
Yeah, 4 to the bot side, playing for the red buff at the very least, but maybe a bit more, as here comes Svenskeren, level 5. Gets the stun up on Bunny Fubu, who jumps over the wall to run away, but Bifrost gets the root, and here comes Bjergsen, but he's still trying to run, won't get away. First blood comes through to Doublelift. No worries about physical damage here. TSM off a great start here. Teleport by Haunter, not quite needed, but it will mean some damage in this turret. Doublelift stops the recall. But look at the damage they're going to get just for a lane freeze from Impact.
Nice job by TSM rotating down, getting that first blood, but I have to say, Bunny should have just flashed backwards. He had no business, magical journeying up into their jungle with no vision there. Really should have just gone straight back towards his base. I think a quick flash back towards the base would have got him out of here, and we can see the play once again. Pretty telegraphed, as here comes the Gregus, the TP's coming in, tries to run up, but if at this point you just flash backwards, I think at least you get the flash from Biofrost to maybe try to continue and get that chain, but was hoping Bjergsen wasn't going to be there, was hoping he would be able to get away, and unfortunately loses the flash, loses first blood.
And now it's Doublelift with a very substantial lead in this match. If you look at the 80 carries, he's up 2 longswords, he's up 9 minion kills, and we have a level 4 too long probably as well. Doublelift goes over to Bjergsen without any real difficulties, plus the fact that he's got that Ocean Drake still, and gotta feel good to be TSM right now. 500 their gold lead right now, and looks like they have completely recouped the gold they lost from playing for that Drake earlier on.
Credit to Bjergsen too. He makes the roam still up a little bit in the CS, so he's being proactive and still staying very relevant. They're looking, potentially trying to get something done here to Impact. He wants to clear out the wave and should be fine.
Yeah, gonna take some damage, takes the empowered Q poke as well, but yeah, he'll survive at least. No one right now around him, but there's no vision coverage for C9 to know where anyone else could be. They see Azir recalling, but they don't see much else. Haunts are going to walk into a brush and see as well. There's a Medios around. Also Bunny Fufu looking for a bit of damage. A flash to fall out of the Jhin ulti. How good can Haunter dodge? So far he's gotten away from 3 bullets. Can't get away from the 4th. A flash pillar into the root, into the kill coming through. Not sure if Impact was quite needed, but they do get that kill picked up. Haunter is dead, but no summoners available. Now Jensen running away from Svenskeren, but there are more teammates around. A nice knockback coming in, but damage back onto Bjergsen. The flash hit, but the heal is too much. That kill's not going to happen for Jensen. Bjerg survives the whole thing. And a kill for TSM.
C9 gets the kill, but massive commitment there. A lot of summoners blown, and they are going to probably lose top lane turret for this. Doublelift has had a lot of alone time, so not only will he get the turret, he's denying a ton of CS. So in the end, TSM comes out pretty heavily ahead, especially with that kill onto Jensen.
Really nicely done. It will be a trade in turret's impact. Actually, once again, been donated solo gold. So C9 really trying to funnel resources into him, thinking that he can beat up Hanser. And well, Swim without a flash is pretty much meat under a pillar as long as someone else shows up for the damage. So maybe that'll work out for him.
Here is the face check once again here from Hanser, but great job by him dodging out so many of these alt charges from Sneaky, and it really means they have to commit hugely to it. Impact flashes over, lands the pillar, they're gonna get the kill, but at the same time, Jensen very far up, was trying to get some deep vision here, and although Medios does react with the ultimate, beautiful ult there from Svenskeren, knocks in Jensen, and he's gonna get cleaned up. Tried to get the kill onto Bjergsen, but Bjergsen still had the heal, he didn't have the ultimate, was hoping to maybe surprise him.
Yeah, he had ulted Bjergsen earlier. It's part of why he was up there, is Bjergsen like running away from a Chaos Storm. But as we mentioned, not quite enough done, and TSM on a 1,000 gold lead here. Turrets are equal, but the next Drake is live and it's Cloud here. I know people don't seem to like it, but too bad that Drake is on the map, and we'll see how much they can get out of this. Doublelift pretty close to his Youmuu's Ghostblade. Sneaky actually in the kind of same position right now as far as item spikes are concerned, so they'll do similar damage.
The Cull, nice pickup for a Doublelift though. When he does pop that, he's going to have a good chunk of gold, has the longsword, has boots on top. He is up quite a bit of CS and has a kill to his name, so Doublelift is going to be pretty powerful if they do ever have to kind of match up.
So definitely some concerns for the C9 squad right here. It's kind of been the case that for both teams, the early game has led into a victory. And right now it is TSM who are winning the early game here. 2 Drakes, really uncontestable at this point. And they can keep running around the map. They can stay on the map longer. They get to places sooner. And they can keep playing that sort of rotation game and getting these really successful dives off on people.
This one not looking nearly as bad as the first game though for C9. They're going to move actually up to the Rift Herald finally, and probably will be able to take this away pretty quickly. It's getting pinged out. They want to check it. We're going to see if Svenskeren can do anything here.
There with the ward. He does have his ultimate and more, but Victor has
zoning.
the inside track. Yeah, it's a 3 versus 1. But now Swain has come in, and now the battle in. Svenskeren trying to keep him inside the pit. A fair bit of damage to the Impact, but look at that pillar. Now locking up Hanser. Dodged around. Now the Chaos Storm is in. Impact losing a lot of health, and now Bjergsen forced to flash away from the Bard ulti. But Jin's going to land the root. He's going to land a bit more damage as well. Will it be enough? One more hit will do it, and yes, Jensen gets the kill. Now Sneaky flashing away from Biofrost's root. A bit of a gravity well is going to stop them out, and yes, that will be a kill picked up for C9. They bait in the fight. All 10 members had arrived, and C9 won for 0.
What a crazy fight.
Yeah.
All from starting off that Rift Herald. In the end, it's a 1 for 0. A lot of summoners blown on both sides. Very hectic, but good job by C9 making the best of that situation. And they still have a lot of time to pick up this Rift Herald if they do ever want to go back to it.
Man, they might get to 7 minutes to go till that's going to despawn roughly. You're going to see next side back on the map. Medios looking for more to do, and he's going to get his red buff without too much difficulty. But to talk about what TSM are doing with their lanes, despite the fact that turrets are equal and kills are equal, TSM are up 1,000 gold. Hanser has more, Doublelift has more, and Bjergsen has more.
This is going to be a nice freeze perhaps for Impact though. Never mind.
Just kidding.
He does want to just shove it out and have the ability to move around. They're pinging over to the Rift Herald, so may want to move right back to it. And pushing out the waves does kind of hint towards that. So we'll see. TSM sending their bot lane over to this side of the map, though, and it does make it pretty problematic as far as the Rift Herald goes.
Definitely going to be the case, yeah. If the AD carry support are there, it's going to make it hard. Sneaky and Medios looking for a play on a Biofrost. Root's going to land. That could be the kill, but he's, yep, there's the flash knockup. Biofrost flashes to run. Summoner heal as well from Doublelift, and he's going to push away Medios enough to keep his support alive. That is 2 summoners burned by TSM.
Here comes
that play.
Trundle.
And here comes Trundle, the pillar there, but they don't really want to follow it up, it looks like. Just a play for the red buff. Svenskeren going to try to steal it back. They haven't put it into the brush. It's going to be a smite fight. And the ult to make it happen. Svenskeren does get his red buff.
Very surprised C9 didn't commit, actually. With Biofrost having to base, no summoners on him. Their top laner's already in position.
Right.
They decided to not make the call.
I didn't go for it, but now Sven and Medios in a battle up at the top side. Both of them level, actually only 8 for Medios, 9 for Sven, despite the farm difference. And ooh, Bunny, I think, actually got the big Krug himself. I saw the 80 gold over him or Medios. I couldn't quite tell which, but nice to take that one away. If it's done, not going to land. Biofrost looking a little bit aggressively. Yeah, they're chasing him with the Cloud Drake as well. And here comes a flank teleport. Look at the damage on a Sneaky. He can't go anywhere. A perfect culling and a nice body him to round it out. And now Hanser is in to land a little bit more crowd control. Can he find the next route? Can he find Bunny Fufu or maybe Medios? They are running away. Hanser has enough mana to make this happen. There's the Q, and there's the ulti in for Bunny. Fufu actually catches on to 2 of them, still running away for his life. Biofrost can't land it, and Bunny gets away just barely, but it's still 1-0 TSM.
Great ult by Bunny, mitigating the losses there. We have Impact pushing in the bot lane. He's trying to shove this in, trying to get some damage in on this turret. We'll see if TSM wants to go for the Rift Herald, but they get themselves a kill on Sneaky, and it only costs them a TP.
It does mean some farm over for Impact with that teleport being down. In fact, the wave crashes into the turret to do so, but Impact never wanted to join. And look, TSM getting even more out of this. Now 2,000 is the gold lead there. You got to feel pretty good. Svenskar and making some great plays in this one. And maybe looking for a bit more as Sneaky could be the target they want. Looks like it's not going to be the case.
Feels like a tough game for Jin with a lot of the backline access, from the Gragas, from Hanser kind of running in, getting on top of him, getting in his face. We'll see how he's going to be able to play around that going forward. Already down 30 CS or so, well 25 to the Lucian, down 2 kills as well. He's going to be hurting in this matchup, and yeah. I think he's going to have to play very, very carefully to avoid getting picked off.
Well, part of that's being the utility AD carry. He's got plenty of long-range tools to try to stay back and just let Jensen and Impact carry all the damage output. And he has the possibility, but you're right, it's still hard to team fight as Jin in this kind of a game. It's not like the Aurelia is being crushed in lane or anything, right? Like, there's definitely some tools here. Impact, once again, forced to run away, but he has the sense to know it's happening. Hanser and Sven spend some time, but don't get anything done. Biofrost coming down as well. A pillar to reveal. He sees that Karma's there, but it's still the chance to get the kill. Gonna get the shield into the root. Impact flashes, still gets landed, and it gets the explosive cast right back in. There's 4 there for TSM, and Impact, despite seeing it coming, is not gonna get away anyway. Bot lane tier 2 will go down, and TSM seemingly can do no wrong.
He knows it's coming, but reacts so late, gets caught. Not only is he going to lose the summoner, he's going to lose the turrets, and he's going to lose the wave. And C9 late to react once again. This is like a repeat of game 1. They're just going to lose the inhib turret.
Yeah, and Hip taking a lot of damage. The turret's going to be going down pretty rapidly. It's only a 5v4 anyway. Bjergsen is going to be there. Bartlety kited away pretty well. Hanser, only one who gets really landed on, and yep, the turret does go down. TSM yet again finding some really nice plays. Mountain Drake is up for them to take as well. And even though Impact is alive and has teleport, I don't know if C9 has the vision to kind of check in like this. Maybe they can do something for this, and actually looks like it's going to be a couple of recalls. Hanser going back to base without teleport up. And TSM is trying to rush it down anyway. Theoretically, it's a 5v4 for C9, but they will not get in.
No, they're not even going to check it. They're just making the call to give it up, or not even aware that it's being taken, perhaps. And this is very similar to game 1 as far as the objectives are going. C9 making the late recalls, lose the inhibitor turret, 3 dragons to 0.
Yep.
It's a tough spot to put yourself in.
It really is, and C9 almost running out of options in a certain way.
So here we do have this, and Impact had spotted it out, but it was really wanting to stay away and kind of grab that farm as it did crash in the turret. The nice route from Biofrost, able to stay right up with him, and a good follow-up ult from Svenskar does net that kill, and 2 turrets off the back of it. So 4 turrets to 2 for TSM, and they are really starting to kind of extend the leads in this game.
Yeah, beautiful stuff. So TSM feeling great in this one, 4,000 the lead, and we'll see what's next for them, because really it's just they're the team with the lead, they're the team doing everything right. And C9, they have made a few nice plays. We've seen Sneaky and Bunny really having their way with some of the matchups. They've got 100% kill participation between the 2 of them. Just not quite enough from C9. TSM, 3 Lucian games in a row for Doublelift, doing just fine himself. And now, trying to kite away. He's getting caught out a little bit. This pick gets rooted up as well. This could be enough damage. Yes, it is, finally. C9 finding something to do there. The root again. Sneaky keeping himself as a major factor in C9's potential comeback.
This is what C9 needs to do. It was a fantastic route from Sneaky and great follow-up. They catch Double if they take him out. They need to continue to make these sort of picks, catch TSM out of place and really look to capitalize on any mistake that TSM will make to inch their way back into the game.
And maybe they can do it, but it's still going to be a bit of a long road ahead. 3,000 gold, definitely not insignificant. No Rift Guard will be picked up. C9 had tried a couple of times, but just never really had the opportunity as TSM answered it. So they will not get that buff onto Impact. You will not be able to do all kinds of crazy things, and we're seeing that Haunter picking Swain into that Trundle is working out pretty well. He's plus 20 CS, he's got that kill. So far, so good for pretty much everyone on TSM, honestly.
I think a lot of that is to do with how well TSM is playing around Haunter. They get the push going, and then every time the wave's about to crash, they all rotate down, they push Impact off, or they kill him. And it makes it so tough. Even if he does have a good matchup, if he does not have the vision, if he does not have the support from his team, it's irrelevant.
Looks like Sneak was able to prevent the blue buff steal. He gets it. Still not the ideal champion. Jensen would be the one to want it. Buddy, oh, a great explosive cast, but it's not enough. He gets right back through the portal. Looks like he was inside the wall the first time when it hit him around, so he just kind of sort of glitched back to the front of it. Now he's there, but Sven's still around, looks for the play. He has Body Slam and Flash available, so he can start up a fight if he wants to, but maybe he better afford that he can chew a layer of crowd control. He goes down yet again. That does mean an outer turret that was picked up for TSM, so the question is, what can C9 do with the temporary man advantage? Because TSM did get more gold for that whole play.
Impact blew the TP, but did cancel, and TSM is making a rotation, so Impact has to be careful that he does not get caught out here, and I think he actually is going to. He's very far up, but
Trinket Ward sees Haunter, but there's more people coming down this side of the map, and Bjergsen is already pushed in the mid lane, and no one's around to really help him. There is no backup for Impact. He's in a 1 versus 3 flashes, but the culling is on, and Devil's doing a fair bit of damage. Now Exhaust is on. He's going to get not away from the root, so he's going to get just completely CC'd up. Devil absorbs all the damage he needs to. Impact will not take him out. And again, Impact just in the wrong place at the wrong time, not respecting the TSM rotations, and all of his deaths have been for that reason.
really bad by Impact, honestly. The fact that he knows that it's coming, he sees the rotations being made, he always seems to suspect it, he knows what's happening, but he's not respecting it. He thinks he can just get out of a bad situation, and once again, Summoner blown, dies anyway, too far up, canceled the TP, and then did not respect the rotation, so pretty big mistake. And this is not something that C9 can afford from this position. You can kind of tell that Impact has not had the kind of game he wants just by his build. He has pieces of a number of different things. He wanted to get that Ravenous Hydra and the Spirit Visage to really smash Haunter in this 1v1, but it didn't happen. He's not able to get that matchup. He's falling behind, and he realizes Doublelift is too much of a problem. He needs to build armor now. He needs to be able to survive against Lucian.
Yep, individual gold-wise, 500 behind Haunter right now.
Yeah.
The extra global gold and farm certainly helping him a little bit here, going towards the Frozen Heart himself, so Impact can survive what Devil is doing toward him. 2 full completed items now for the Lucian, though. The Yomu's Ghost Blade of the Black Cleaver going to make him pretty much as power spiked as Lucian really gets here with the build.
He's almost 2,000 gold up on Sneaky, so very big deal there with that 2 completed items. And a lot of global gold has been gifted over to him because it's 5 turrets to 2. They have all those kills on Doublelift as well. Although Sneaky has been involved in a lot, he's doing well farm-wise. He's not picking up the kills. He's not getting the advantage of the global gold.
And maybe Cena knocks down these trinket wards, and despite the sweeper, really not doing the auto attacks to him to kill him. And okay, they got the pink ward. They're going to knock him down anyway. So at least they denied some of the vision back, and TSM can't push the top side anymore. But they're still trying to play the rotation game. They're recouping their resources from the Ocean Drake. They're running around faster thanks to the Cloud, and they've got, well, the turret killing power thanks to Mountain. So really, TSM just, they have the rotation Drakes, basically, right? They have the ones where you poke at someone and run away and do something else. And Body Linger with the play! Gets the ulti onto 2. Maybe this is the fight they go for. Medios in the front line, goes for the knockup onto Biofrost, but he's now getting attacked as the Soul Tank. Now Impact runs in for Svenskern, who knocks them around, and now Medios is forced to run, takes another slow, and now Haunter flashing over, goes for the kill, and they're gonna pick him off. Medios has been shut down. Kill going to Bjergsen.
They had the engage, but they engage onto the tank. It's a Cinderhulk Gragas. This guy's very, very tanky. TSM responds. Medios, once again, flashing into enemy territory there. Kind of similar to the mistake that Bunny Fufu had very early in the game. And it means that there's almost no way that he's going to escape. TSM chases him down, tries to use the burrow, not going to be effective, and they go straight over to the dragon.
And now, sad for TSM, Ocean Drake not the best anymore at this one. Looking for the steal, not gonna happen. Oh no! He got it anyway, an early smite by Svensker, and means the laser comes through and Jensen gets his team some bonus regeneration. Well, that's unlucky for TSM. It's even worse than it would have been.
Yeah.
Like, you might not want Ocean Drake, but don't give them one.
Still 5,000 gold ahead.
Yeah.
TSM looking strong, and Medios, a lot of kills on him this game, but he's that supportive, tanky jungler. Here we have the initiation once more. The pillar to set it up. Bunny Fufu flash alt sketches too, and they're not really able to get a lot of damage in. There's a pop-up onto Biofrost. Svenskeren, once again, a lot of the damage being soaked up by him. He just gets right in front, makes C9 go onto him. The 4 members are dumping damage into him, but he's retreating towards his teammates, and Medios is cut off, has nowhere to go.
And Bunny failed to combo his Q from his ultimate. He lands it, he was in pretty much close range, walked too far back. Q didn't land, didn't even touch a single person after the stun. So, you know, unfortunate things here by C9 as TSM continue to play the control in this game. Over 5,000, their lead here, certainly sizable. And they're looking to maybe smack this game down. Next Drake is going to be mounted. And that'll be nice for them, the best one they can have at this stage of the game. Looking for the take on the blue, and this time around Svenskeren does get it. Smite lands well enough with his W-empowered auto attack and takes that away from the Cloud9 squad. The TSM are the team with more control around the Baron area. There is still a ward inside the pit. They've pinged it, they know about it. Sven will push it away, and they've now created a fog of war on that side of the river.
This is also a situation where Sneaky is not based in actually a long time. So if TSM wants to go for the Baron, and Sneaky has to contest it, he has almost no items, right? This is a very strong Lucian, and this is just a Ghost Blade plus a little bit more on Sneaky, and TSM is actually going to make the call to go for it. They will have to back off. We'll see if they're going to try to fight.
But they're still doing some damage. Svenskeren tanky enough to not really care right now. Biofrost coming around, and now Sven, at half health, he's going to have to sit around and wait and regen, maybe even just recall to do it. And that does give TSM some time. You're hearing the sounds of a saloon, and that means Sneaky is recalling. And he will go back and pick up that finished Maw of Malmortius, so the armor pen, the extra attack damage is there. But you're seeing Doublelift nearly done to the Bloodthirster already. Just the goal disparity among those two marksmen, or between the two marksmen, I should say, is well, definitely very TSM-sided right now.
It's unfortunate that Medios did get so many of those kills. Who would have really preferred to have them on people like Jensen, like Sneaky. Sneaky sitting with 4 assists, no kills, not going to really cash out, but he's the one who has to kind of try to carry these fights along with their mid laner.
Yeah, it seems Medios' tanky assist doesn't mean enough. Yeah, the Spirit Visage is done, that's nice and all, but he's still getting killed off. Doublelift has enough gold that he can chew through him anyway. Double gets the Rift Scuttle. Svenskeren's going to be happy that that happened because TSM have the vision control around this pretty heavily. And looking for another play onto Medios, who sees them coming around with Tremor Sense, but knows there are 3 TSM members up here now looking for the play on a Doublelift. He's going to dodge him, he's still getting knocked up. A couple more snipes will do it, and there's the crit. Sneaky gets a kill, and there's no AD carry for TSM. It's only magic damage. A 2-man out for Buddy Fufu, and he's going to land the stun on a Hunter. It looks like plenty of damage done to him, and he's going to Zonius and stay alive. A lot of healing coming through. Explosive Gas to buy some time, and Impact is holding everybody back. Jensen gets a kill off on a Hunter. That's 2 picked up, and TSM want more. Magical Journey to find someone else to kill. Can they have that happen?
They want the Baron.
Running away on the south side, There is a jungler alive, though. Svenskeren has burned his flash, but he has Smite available, and maybe they do catch off the Jensen, who pops his ulti to buy some time. Soldier's drop in only 3 seconds, think 6.11.
They're going right back to the Baron, I think. No, they're actually going to decide to call it off, so you have Bunny going for some vision. They don't feel that they can make the play. Doublelift has already respawned. Nice job extending the fight by Bjergsen, moving around, kiting them out, not giving up more.
But this is so emblematic of what's so difficult for this game for C9. TSM have had control for so long that when you take a clean 2 for 0, you get nothing else out of it.
But still, they get the kills, they get some gold, and they get some time. Great start to it. All 4 ult charges landed there from Sneaky. They take him out, and good follow-up from Bunny. He has the Ignite for Hanser. They put the damage down on him, and they're able to clean up another kill here. Svenskeren trying to get out. Bjergsen rotating over, but he's a bit late. Thankfully for him, though, he is not going to get caught. No one else does. They have the speed-ups from Karma. They have the disengage from Azir, and Bjergsen even utilizing his turret in the mid lane to kind of kite to safety.
Interesting seeing Sneaky's actually doing Berserker's Greaves to give himself the extra damage, ultimately, that it gives. It's kind of a very damage-focused build. I don't know, I just haven't seen a lot of Zerker Greaves on Jhin, so I found that interesting here. Same item for Doublift, going towards, again, Bloodthirster. Hasn't completed it just yet, though. Still waiting for the rest of the gold.
Some pretty important buys for C9. Jensen now has the Void Staff, the Rylai's, the perfect Hex Core. He's going to be very powerful. We have the 2 items on Sneaky. We have the completed Frozen Heart as well onto Impact. And they're going to start up the Baron. I do not think there's any way they're going to commit, though.
Yeah. Bjergsen was back in base, but he was running back fast enough. There's really no chance to stop him. Sadly, Pillar on the wrong side, and Impact does not find any easy targets. Bunny running away, scared of Svenskeren. Certainly must give him some respect here.
Tense moment in the game.
TSM get mid-turret for this. Look at that. They just completely controlled that avenue. There's the minion wave already. And Cena going to come in from the side through a choke, looking for a bit of damage there. And an Impact on the front side pops the ulti on towards that Gragas. But nothing really gained. TSM already knocked down the turret. They walked away cleanly. And you saw the little attempt at a Baron bait. Backfires for C9. TSM took mid control. They have the turret for it.
Certainly does, but looks like C9 may just move up towards Baron again. And TSM can do the same thing. Once again, they can push mid. They're already taking Baron, or not rather the Dragon. So another Mountain Drake for TSM. That is 4 dragons to 1. Very, very nice for them. Next one will be Elder, which will be extremely important.
Yeah, already 20% bonus damage to objectives. TSM would shred Baron Nashor if they ever got a chance to hit it right there. Little Pillar to buy some time. TSM going to get pushed off of this wave, and Lightning will keep that one alive. As Zale pointed out, the bottom lane is pushing in from TSM, and that's going to mean minions that Impact or Medios maybe wants to grab.
There is no TP for Impact, so Medios would have to be the one to do it. Has his ultimate available, but they may just be giving up that farm, and that's kind of one of the positions that you sometimes put yourselves in when you're behind. You have to make these sacrifices. You have to make the hard calls, which can inevitably extend the disadvantage.
Absolutely. So there's the Rek'Sai farm alarm, and it's going to be her going to the top side of the map. So yeah, that huge wave in the bot side. By the way, there's no turret there. That inhibitor can actually maybe just die to the minion wave itself. Medios actually getting caught out with this one. The Root's going to come in a nice flash, and they're just chaining the CC. Medios will die for that. TSM have probably an easy Baron right now. I can't see C9 stopping this. They will try. But I don't think it's going to matter. The shield, Haunter doesn't even take any damage right now. Impact on the front side, a fair bit of damage and a nice Bard ulti. Haunter actually losing a lot of his health bar. Baron still doing some damage. A stun's going to land. Biofrost low. Haunter nearly dies to Deathfire touch, but he does kite away. And it looks like I was wrong. C9 defending the 4v5 pretty cleanly.
The inhib, though, it's in trouble. The bot lane inhib, they know this. So TSM goes right back to the Baron, and I think that the bot lane inhib is actually just going to go down to these minions unless they can answer it very quickly.
He is back in base. He's going to burn his teleport to come right back in to maybe make this fight happen. Sven's going to get rooted up. He's going to get bursted down. They're going to try to kill him off, but Sneaky caught out on the left-hand side. It's a trade kill. The jungler is dead, but so is C9's AD carry, but that should mean no chance for the Baron anymore. Yes, the inhib does fall. It just means a larger wave of minions now for C9 to deal with, but at least the Baron will be a respite for a minute now, with Svenskeren forced to die and forced to respawn.
So tough for C9 there. Medios makes the call, wants to ult back to the Baron instead of taking out that wave, and ends up getting caught, ends up checking it, but they didn't have the vision, so they had to make the check, and it ends up costing them pretty hugely. You know, TSM doesn't get the Baron, so that's nice for C9, but at the same time, giving up that inhib to just minions is pretty brutal. And here comes that 4v5 once again. Sneaky, you know, over on the left, makes the move in, and here comes the TP. They're trying to get as much damage down as possible. Svenskeren gets caught. That's the end for him. Big CC chain does mean he's going to go down. Sneaky, though, getting dogpiled on the left side, goes down as well. Same time, inhib dies to minions.
Oh, TSM with more advantages than 4 Drakes, a bottom inhibitor that the AD carry is holding right now. That's not the best solution, really. Impact's teleport is down. Medios does have the ulti, but getting more from the Rek'Sai is not exactly your ideal recipient. Sneaky actually quite low level for an AD carry.
It feels so hard for C9 to actually hold this Baron at this point. Double Earth Dragon is going to mean they're going to kill it so fast, and they have no TP on their top laner to answer the bot wave. You will have to send someone who can actually do some real damage to clean this up, and at the same time, Medios is also the guy you kind of need near Baron to poke away with the Qs, to use the Tremor Sense, to make sure they're not doing it. So who answers this?
Right, exactly. Rek'Sai's kind of immune to sweepers. That Tremor Sense is a huge range. You can see what TSM's up to. Not going to be the case there. Quick route onto the Rift Scuttle, and once again, TSM control that, and they are just making sure that C9 cannot outplay them for this.
all TSM has to do is just hang around. Either C9 engages or they lose Nexus turrets. And if they base, they're probably going to lose the Baron, so this is going to have to be the call. They need to make a decision very quickly.
They play for it right now as soon as someone would have had to answer the bot lane, and look at the damage up, but on Baron Nashor, 5,000 health left on that one. TSM will peel back. Bjergsen at half health. The Bard ulti only hits Baron, but TSM already peeled off. Medios in the front line taking plenty of punishment. Down below half, jumps over the wall, but Haunter's right there, and Swain says, hello, I want to kill. But now you see Jensen doing some damage to the top side. Getting hit up by Baron, knocked already. He's still inside the Baron pit, taking plenty of damage. Looks for the kill on Double, but Double gets him instead. It's a 1-for-0 to TSM. No Haunter in the front side, doing so much damage to Sneaky. He's forced to cut away on this Jhin. Medios will ulti back into the base to run away. Impact caught by the root. Sneaky can only do so much damage. And so far, C9 have lost one, but now looking for the snipe, looking for maybe Bjergsen, maybe Haunter. Stun's going to land thanks to the pillar. The snipe lands, the kill off Svenskeren, actually. He goes down, but Buddy can't get away. The root's going to land, and that's Bjergsen getting another kill for himself. So now it's a 3 versus 4 all said and done, but Rek'Sai is inside the base, so it's a 2 versus 4, actually. But there's really no tank for TSM. They're killing it kind of slowly. Impact looking for the play, though. On to Sneaky this time around. They have shut down the Bjergsen. Biofrost is next, but he's going to survive just barely. But it's Impact looking for a bit more to do, running away for his life, but he will drop to double it. A nice double for him. 62,000 gold for TSM. They come out ahead.
They come up way ahead. C9 doesn't give up the Baron, but they are just bleeding gold. Down 7,000 now. They lost the Nexus turret there too, to that super minion wave, and they're somehow holding on. Impressive at the very least that they haven't given Baron, and they're fighting and fighting, and these disadvantageous fights because they do not have the vision. They're always ceding the vision to the Baron pit, and they're having to face check, and Medios is starting these fights off with almost no health.
Yeah, it's really rough for poor Medios, who started the game 3-0 and just kind of is getting deaths in a row. You're seeing the gold on the jungler just hasn't meant quite enough. Doublelift now, finished Bloodthirster, finished Phantom Dancer, 4 completed items on TSM's AD carry, 7-2 for him. He's been
back to the Baron.
A rock of consistent damage. And yes, TSM know they can keep playing the Baron bait and keep cutting away. Bard ulti once again burned to hit Baron and not much else. Bunny Fufu could really use these in team fights actually to stop the damage output.
It's actually pretty lucky that TSM backed off there for C9. They were kind of just saying, hey, we're coming in, get out of there. But actually, you know, Impact was in base, C9 Sneaky was in base. They didn't have anyone there to actually contest, and this could be a free Elder Drake. They're going to go for Baron, they're going to trade.
A bit of a trade right here. This is going to be very tight because, of course, there are wards for TSM, and Sven's already across the map. He's trying to stop this. TSM will take the Elder Dragon. It shouldn't even be hard for them, and now the team is coming in to stop C9 at Baron, but can they do it? Svenskeren not going to get stunned, actually. Here comes the teleport in. 1,000 health left on Baron. Smite used early by Sven, which should mean it goes to Medios, and there's the first kill, though. It's already the Jhin dead. Jensen's going to be next, burning down to death, and Haunter gets him 2-0 so far. Medios going to be next up easily. Popped across the wall. They've caught Impact as well. This is surely going to be the game. A triple kill already. Make that a 4th now picked up for Doublelift, and now Bunny Fufu just running for his life. It's not going to matter. An ace for TSM. Off the back of the Elder Dragon, they will take down the series. They will be still undefeated in matches, and there are so few tests left for TSM to pass until they are definitively the best team in North America.
They lose the Baron, they get the Elder, and they get the game. TSM coming up huge. Cloud9 makes the desperation call. It's not going to pay off, and TSM close it out.
Well, a worthy match to be our match of the week, absolutely. Big smiles on Doublelift's face as well as the rest of TSM. What a deserved victory here. Both these teams showing us quite a lot. C9 did pick up a game win, but well, unlucky, I suppose some would say. TSM definitely the better team today, and better team for, I think, probably most of the summer split at this point.
Certainly hard to argue against that. TSM has looked fantastic. The C9, they put themselves at a deficit pretty early in this game. They did a good job hanging around, but TSM was so tenacious around the Baron, forcing them to check in non-stop, holding the vision, playing so well around the objectives, and very impressive, very clean win here for TSM. It was a close one, though.
It was.
Like, those first 2 games.
I mean, the most one-sided game this series was actually the Cloud9 win, where they smashed in 26 minutes or something. You saw a couple of hugs on there. It was Bunny, Fufu, and Haunter, former teammates on Gravity. And you also saw, I guess, Bjergsen and Medios hugging for their own reasons. But it's nice to see some of that camaraderie. Impact, yeah, he's been on your screen. He is not happy with how that series went. He, again, had been feeling like he might have been a liability some of the times. In their win, he was certainly anything but that, but definitely some big miscues in the games they lost. And it's unfortunate. Cloud9 kind of, I guess, trying to fit a better hole in the top lane, replace balls with impact. We had the memes at Worlds, last time around, haha, Diamond 2, etc. But Impact, unfortunately, just has not quite lived up to his own very large shoes, honestly. He's not quite filled them with the same caliber, and that's a bit unfortunate. I'm sure there's other things that could have gone better as well, but C9 just not a good enough team today.
I think that Impact, he did very well. We talked about in the second game. This last game, it was so tough for him, though. Not only did he not really get a lot of help from the team, TSM played really well around that matchup, but he did, when you're in those situations where you're constantly getting forced off minion waves, the dive is always being threatened, you get greedy sometimes to pick up the extra minions. You're like, finally, I can actually get some farm. And a couple of times he stayed out too long. He even smelled the rotations coming. He stayed around. He gave up not only his life, but his summoners, which puts him even more in a hole. And TSM played very well around it.
Yeah.
A lot of respect.
Absolutely got to agree. TSM, an amazing team, 5-0 in best of 3 so far in the North American LCS. They've only dropped 2 games individually, 10-2 their game record. What a great team. But after that series went the distance, we knew we had to catch up with a carry. So Cyberian is standing by with Doublelift down on the stage for a post-game interview.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Here with Doublelift from TSM, still undefeated. And I got to ask you, because that was a crazy matchup. Coming into it today, did you think that was going to be that hard against C9, bringing you to 3 games?
Yeah, definitely. We were looking at C9's games, and we saw the initial hiccups that they had was mostly because they not very comfortable playing with each other, or maybe they they just traveled back to NA from Korea. But man, we knew that there were going to be monsters coming in, so I've never come into a game expecting to win, and especially against C9, I think they're super good. This series definitely showed they're way better than even we expected.
And we saw that they won that game too, and then they still swapped out supports. Was that a little surprising for you in that bot lane?
Yeah, definitely. I think Smoothie definitely just plays better than Bunny in lane. He pressures me on most of the CS, and Smoothie has a better roaming sense, I guess, because that game they were really pressuring Bjergsen mid, and they were constantly making miss 3 to 4 CS per wave because they just pushed me up, out-traded us, and then they went for mid pressure. So I thought it was really strange because that was primarily the reason why they won game 2, and then they swapped them out for game 3. I was really confused.
And so about that, you just want to face, which one would you rather face? Because one of them's crushing you in lane, you're playing for lane more, and one of them's crushing you in the game. So which one is it?
I would much rather play against Bunny. I think it's just easier, obviously. I mean, I'm not going to lie. He was definitely weaker in lane, and I don't know. I just felt like he didn't have as much impact as he should have.
So you're talking about the lane. You're always playing for the lane. In your last 12 games, you've played Lucian 11 times. Why are you going to Lucian all the time?
I don't know why people keep giving it to us, but it's really strong, and it's a champion I'm super comfortable with. It's a champion my team is really comfortable with playing around, and I don't know. I feel like the results speak for themselves. I think Lucian's really good.
And you're talking about comfort there. Your team looks incredibly comfortable, still undefeated right now. And you guys are taking a lot more risks, and you look very confident. What has enabled TSM to change from that regular spring split team into this team? And why are you guys taking so many risks and they're paying off?
Well, last split, I think we got used to losing a lot. And not only did we get used to losing a lot, but we got used to losing really slowly. And I think that's definitely the most demoralizing thing is when you're afraid to take risks, when you're afraid to just hit the go button and do it. So this split, we were just really just talking about ourselves wow, what is TSM? What is the team that TSM represents? And it's a high-risk, aggressive team, Baylife.
All right, final question here, Doublelift. Looking forward, your next matchup is up against Envy, other undefeated team currently, and they have Seraph in the top lane. What are your thoughts on that team as well as your former teammate?
Ever since Seraph refused to shake Svenskjæren's hand, I've been kind of waiting to get revenge, so I think it'll be a pretty good game to watch. Let's just put it that way.
What's your prediction on the best of 3 result?
Well, we're undefeated so far, so obviously I expect us to win. I also expect Envy to be very good, but obviously I have full confidence in my team. I think we're the best team right now, and we will be in playoffs too.
All right, thank you very much, Doublelift. Congratulations on staying undefeated. And now we're going to throw it over to Dash and Jat without a desk to get the analyst underway.
Yeah. What do we do? No, anyway, thank you very much, Zyrene. Valiant effort from Cloud9 there in their best of 3 against TSM. Not enough. Not enough to take down what looks to be a almost unstoppable Team Soul mid squad.
Yeah, they definitely are able to take a lot of risks, and they take a lot of good risks. And like the thing that impressed me the most about them this series is when they had a lead, the way they could strategically win the games. Like down the stretch in this game 3, when TSM was just constantly pushing and pulling, utilizing the double Mountain Drakes, was just really impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. Game 1 when they had a lead, Game 3 when they had a lead, they played it very well. Of course, C9 playing their lead well in Game 2. I also love Doublelift's response to, why is it that you guys are so willing to take risks here, and how, losing sucks. Losing slowly is even worse and demoralizing. So as a team, we made the decision, like, even
May
if
as
we're
well lose
behind,
fast.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we might as well make plays. And I think that's very empowering to the squad. And it is showing, even when they are behind, they're willing to make the plays. And then when they're ahead, that's where they really take control of the game, because they're like, well, we're ahead. Now we can make any play.
Yeah, it's like a personal preference of mine, the teams that take a lot of risks because they're behind. It's by no means like the tried and true best way to play League of Legends. Because you look at a team like SKT, when they're behind, they actually would rather lose slowly and just wait to get to close goal lead and then crush you. But for the personalities on TSM, Bjergsen always wants to be really aggressive. Doublelift always wants to be really aggressive. And they found a support that fits that style. So I think all those things in combination are just working quite well for TSM right now.
Now, diving into the game, you look at champions that they're putting Doublelift on, like Lucian. I mean, very much his favorite champion this split. He was vocal about it in that interview. But I think that is tethered to this idea that they're going to be aggressive. They're putting him on a champion that can, dodge and weave and really be in the fight, as opposed to having to be a Jhin on the outside or an Ashe and being more supportive.
Exactly. And he just builds like 16 longswords and his build is done. So like he's never
no
having
attack speed.
Right? Well, speaking of like being able to go fast, is he can just build up the damage right away. The Ghostblade Black Cleaver build has such a smooth power curve and it's so strong early that he's always in a position to be aggressive. So I think he actually has been practicing. He must be practicing a ton of other 80 carries, and teams are just kind of giving it to him because there's so many other priority picks for TSM. But like you said, that pick and that build fits very well with their success.
Yeah, so now as we move into the game, the actual gameplay itself, TSM came out with a slight early lead like they did in Game 1. It was a little bit tighter through that 20-minute mark than it was in Game 1. Around 23 minutes in the game, though, C9 going for a bit of a reach here, looking to make a play. A great Bard ultimate to start things off, but the follow-up just not quite there.
Exactly. You see, they catch Bifrost and Doublelift, and unless the Bard stun is picture perfect to get Doublelift, they're not going to catch him. And then I feel like Medios just gets lost a little bit, as he did a few different times in this game, but just encapsulating that play did show a little bit of desperation. They went so hard for that play, it ended up getting turned around on them. And even though we kept talking about how TSM was aggressive, they were smart too, because they didn't necessarily need to get a team fight off that one. They took their advantages when they could, and they kept growing it.
Now, that said, Cloud9 did have their opportunities, and they took advantage of them to get back into the game. 27 minutes in, top lane, Doublelift a little bit caught out, overextended with his team, not quite in position to help. Sneaky starting off the engagement with his ultimate.
Yeah, this was the one scary moment in the game for TSM for sure, because Cloud9 does make a successful pick, and Bunny Fufu lands a very good Bard ultimate to allow Impact to arrive in the fight, and Bjergsen's not even close on the Azir. So Cloud9 did pick up a couple of critical kills here that looked like they might be able to take it back into the game. But also notice how Bjergsen didn't try and save that one, and they actually knew when to cut it off, because there was not even a Baron that got taken after that one, since TSM's threat remained so high with 3 people that stayed alive.
Yeah. Azale mentioned it in the cast. The fact that Bjergsen went back to the mid lane, created the pressure in the mid lane by putting the Azir turret up, definitely deterred C9 from getting anything more off of a 2-for-1 trade. And that's where you're in a bad spot as Cloud9. And from that point onward, it became increasingly clear that TSM had total control over this game, because that was the best move for Cloud9 at the time. From there, they, as you mentioned, they were pulled this way and that way across the map, trying to defend their bot lane inhib, not having the opportunity because TSM is putting so much pressure on that Baron with their double Mountain Drakes.
Yeah, 2 kills and nothing else from that play. TSM constantly going back and forth. And I also think this game and this series was kind of like the best of 3 dream. We got to see TSM jump out to a huge start, Cloud9 fight back really well, and then game 3 was definitely the most competitive of the 3. But at the end, even though TSM has been showing a lot of mechanical brilliance in their games, this game was more about their strategic edge. Like all the way to the very final team fight, like everything was very well decided by TSM, and they're very cohesive in their decisions.
Yeah, they controlled the game up until that final team fight, which we will take a look at. C9 here, once again, feeling the pressure of needing to do something, aiming for that Baron.
Yep, they wanted to trade Baron for the Elder Drake, and that way they can maybe hold out for 2 minutes. But remember, TSM has double Mountain and a Cloud Drake, so not only do they finish the Mountain fast, they can run to the Baron incredibly quickly. So they, like you said, that Elder Drake is also super powered because it's stacking off of the 4 Drakes they'd already been able to get. So, I mean, Ravenous Flock is like one-shotting people when Hanser gets in there with a teleport, and they can just clean up the ace for like a very fitting end to that matchup because Cloud9 did also not want to lose slowly, so they were continually taking risks, but TSM was able to punish them appropriately.
Ultimately, player of the game for our 3rd game in the series is going to go to Doublelift on that Lucian, 8, 2, and 4. I mean, the big thing here being that he's the only attack damage on the team, so a lot was riding on him performing well.
Yeah, especially in the teamfight phase. Like, imagine a world where TSM has Doublelift far behind, and Trundle can build like 16 MR items and just tank the world.
I'd like to have 16 slots on Trundle.
It's amazing. You just get to keep building no magic manals, and it's insane. But if we looked at the build Impact had to go, he went Ninja Tabi, Frozen Heart, and
following his Spirit Visage.
Exactly, and the Spirit Visage, which is only MR item, even though the majority of the team is killing him. So like he really couldn't itemize efficiently because Doublelift jumped out so far ahead. And that was actually like, they even mentioned it in Champs, like this is the one flaw with TSM's comp is if Doublelift doesn't get ahead, but he stepped up.
Right, absolutely. So, in conclusion, I do want to throw one more eye onto Cloud9 in this roster, swapping back and forth. Again, we're not necessarily making conclusions about it, but Bunny comes back in. They don't find the same success they had in Game 2. Without knowing the team's intentions, though, I have to... My only concern, my only kind of criticism towards it is if you are going to keep sacking match wins, possible match wins, by swapping the bot lane in and out, at what point do you start to get concerned with the fact that your record is not as good as it could be?
And how big of an advantage do they think they're getting depending on who's in? Like, it's interesting getting the player's perspective from Doublelift because I feel like he's going to be a little biased. The game he lost, he's like, yeah, that other support, he crushed me.
Right.
But, you know, this other guy in the games he won, he sucked. But Smoothie and Bunny are continuing to put up, like, varying results from best of 3 to best of 3. And I think Cloud9 is going to continue doing it. They seem very committed to the strategy. They want to get as many games in as possible. And I don't think I have definitive proof that this is hurting them or sacking their game wins in any way because they clearly have a reason for doing it.
Yeah, questions still unanswered. Probably will be by the end of the split. We have finished our first series with TSM coming out on top, but there's more league action coming up as Liquid takes on Phoenix1 in our second match of the night. We'll be back in just 3.5.
Guys.
The wolf.
Change. Welcome.
At the same time.
Wait. 2, 1, go.
Holy moly. We're the wolves. This is our ritual, dude. We can never forget.
Gets the stun up on Bunny. Fubu, who jumps over the wall to run away, but Bifrost gets the root, and here comes Bjergsen, but he's still trying to run, won't get away. First blood comes through to Doublelift, but Jin's gonna land the root. He's gonna land a bit more damage as well. Will it be enough? One more hit will do it, and yes, Jensen gets the kill. Gonna get the shield into the root. Impact flashes, still gets landed, and it gets the explosive cast right back in. There's 4 there for TSM, and Impact, despite seeing it coming, is not gonna get away. Takes another slow, and now Hanser flashing over, goes for the kill, and they're gonna pick him off. Medios has been shut down.
Keep going.
Got Trundle.
Chase. Trundle. Go flash. Go on side. End the game. End the fucking game.
And TSM close it out. Welcome back to the Battle Theater. I'm Dominic Romer, and joining me tonight in the execution of elocution, it's Aiden Zyrene Moon.
You got that right. I'm definitely executing my elo.
Yeah,
it's been a rough week. Also, fun fact: if you spell it with capital ELO, it's actually incorrect. It's somebody's last name. It's Arpad Elo's last name.
Oh, interesting.
Invented the Elo system.
Well, we're about to start up our second series where Liquid will face off against Phoenix1. Now, Liquid has gotten off to a slow start this split, but secured their first win just last week. Hopefully, they can keep that momentum going into tonight's match.
Yeah, and Liquid has a reputation of being a very emotional team, and the win over Echo Fox was a much-needed confidence boost for them. And against an easier opponent tonight, they have an opportunity to start a streak and move into the middle of the pack and get that momentum behind them. And with Dardoch back in the lineup, it seems to be good for Liquid, especially Lorlo in the top lane, who is reaping the benefits of the added jungle pressure, which actually, in terms of jungle proximity, Dardoch spends 16.2% of his time in the early game up with Lorlo in the wins, which is the most of any jungler. So when Team Liquid is winning, they are playing to the top lane.
Mm-hmm. And they have had those 3 wins with Lorlo in the top on those fighters. But the big story coming out of Liquid tonight has to be the substitution of Liquid Academy player Fabi in for Piglet at AD carry.
Yeah, if you've been around the scene for any number of years, you have heard Fabi's name. The gatekeeper ascends to the LCS. No longer challenger.
Yeah.
He's in the heavens now.
He's been around for a super long time, so this is his LCS debut. We're going to be keeping an eye on him. But on the other side of the rift, Phoenix1 are still on the hunt for their first win of the split.
Yeah, they have one game won, but they don't have any matches won. And they had opportunities last week against Envy and actually took a game off of C9, but they didn't capitalize. And this team has shown their players have good individual skill, but they're still lacking in that team cohesion. And coming into week 2, and now in week 3, it's not getting any better.
Yeah, Phoenix1 is making yet another roster move for game 1 of this series. Mash has returned, and Pyrian is starting as mid laner.
Yes, Pyrian starting in mid laner, so Slushy, who was playing AD carry last week, of course, no longer on that AD carry role. Mash is back, and there were hopes that Inori would be able to play this week in the jungle role, but unfortunately his visa was not ready to meet the deadline, and so Sentinel will be starting in the jungle again this week, despite the announcement they made that it would be Inori.
Yeah, and there were a lot of conversations about the sort of practice that this team has been having, and not being able to play too much with Sentinel and focusing on playing with Inori might end up hurting them, because now Inori, again, not being able to make it to that roster lock in time.
Yeah, we're talking about team cohesion and synergy issues, and when you're not scrimming with the roster that you have on stage, it's definitely playing a factor, right? It's kind of a no-brainer in that one, because the scrims, they're focusing on the future. They're doing what Echo Fox was doing, where they're scrimming with the lineup that is eventually going to play, not the one that is on stage right today, because it's kind of a sub-squad.
Yeah, and we're already seeing how that works out in results. But one permanent fixture of Phoenix1 is their support Gate, who shares the challenge of working with a rotating cast of players.
The support jungle synergy in competitive is the most important one. I'm pretty sure that if your team has strong jungle support synergy, it could just carry the game. So working with many different junglers the last week, and maybe just so far in my career, I feel like certain junglers you get along easier with and certain ones you do not. So it's definitely a struggle. You really have to meet in the middle with them.
It's a little bit of code there. It's like, we don't know. Is it Sentinel or Nori? Which one? But still, he's definitely talking about that jungle support synergy. You're usually in charge of the warding between the two of them and protecting each other. Especially when you have a Rek'Sai, you're kind of following the support around, like being his little radar, making sure he doesn't get caught out. So that synergy is incredibly important, and you're usually the playmakers of the squad too, especially with like Vladimir coming in, Swain coming in. It's usually the jungler who's starting the engages.
Well, we'll see if he can pick it up, but now it's time to get down to business with our starting lineups. First up, it is Liquid. In the top, Lorlo. In the jungle, Dardoch. In mid lane, Phoenix. AD carry, the gatekeeper has ascended, Fabi, and support Matt with Coach Loco Doco.
Yeah, that's right, Fabi. 3 Bs, 3 Ys, don't get it wrong. And on the other side of the rift, it's Phoenix1. In the top lane, Zig, formerly of TLA. Sentinel in the jungle, Pyrian in mid, Mash at AD carry, Gate on support, and Charlie as the coach.
Yeah, and something that we were talking a little bit about last week with Team Liquid before they had taken their win was they were really looking for a win
for morale. Well, now Phoenix1, they're a week late. They're still 0-4 in terms of matches. They've won a single match or single game, and they're still looking for that morale boost.
Yeah, and they definitely need to start getting some momentum in the standings because they're 0-4. They're the only team that hasn't picked up a match victory just yet, with Liquid picking up their first one last week.
Mhm.
And if they win this one, then they tie themselves with Liquid and give them the head-to-head advantage. And you need to start crawling up those standings because it's week 3, 1/3 of the way through by the end of this week.
Yeah, the expectations are rising for Phoenix1, and a lot of these players have been around for a long time. Mash has actually been playing competitively since 2011, and he really hasn't seen a lot of success over the past 5 years.
I believe he was in the first LCS split on GGU.
Yeah.
So he's been around a very long time. Zig has also been around in the Challenger scene. Gate, we really first saw him when he was on Final 5 trying to qualify in Challenger in the expansion tournament.
Yeah, a lot of these players are still looking for their big team break, and the hope is that Phoenix1 can pull it together over the course of this series, especially if Team Liquid shows some of the weakness that they've been showing over the past 2 weeks. But as you can see, we have entered into picks and bans for game number 1. Kindred, Sivir, and Zyra are going to be the first 3 taken away from Phoenix1. Rise and Vladimir banned away from Team Liquid.
Yeah, I was surprised at the lack of Zyra that was coming out in the last series because Zyra is an incredibly frustrating and annoying champion to play against, and it almost forces a lane swap out of your opponent, regardless of what AD carry you have, even if it's something like Sivir. So you can actually play pretty kind of lane passive AD carries and still have a Zyra dominate the lane for you.
Yeah, the Trundle is the first lock for Team Liquid.
Like it.
Yeah.
I like it. So Team Liquid stat-wise, they are, I believe, 3-6 in terms of their games, wins, and losses. Those 3 wins are 2 Aurelia, 1 Trundle. All the losses are 4 Maokai, 2 Echo. Every time Lorlo has played a tank champion in the top lane, a sole tank, Team Liquid have lost in this split. Every time he's played a fighter or a bruiser in the top lane, somebody who wants to split push or assassinate, they've won the game because Dardoch pays more attention to that lane and they're allowed to do that. And with Piglet out of the lineup for this one, it's actually quite interesting because Fabi doesn't need that many resources to turn online, whereas Piglet usually demanded a decent amount of resources and they would play to him. Now this might free up TL to play towards Lorlo.
Yeah, and the answer for Phoenix1 is a very aggressive bottom lane to put pressure on that potential weak spot for Team Liquid. It's Lucian and Karma.
Yeah, that's a very powerful bottom lane, and you can still pick Swain because you have the Karma to enable your engage, and now you have the Lucian, which, of course, Doublelift loves, and it's that whole lane matchup. But still, more picks coming through.
Yeah, Olaf locked in for Dardoch.
Yeah, banned all throughout the previous series up against Medios, I believe, so they didn't want to see that. But now, Dardoch gets his hands on it, and there's a lot still on the table, right? Nidalee's still on the table, Graves, Gragas. It's not like he's being forced down this tier. So there's something happening in scrims where an Olaf was going off.
There were some conversations about scrims for Team Liquid showing some recent results. So this could be, hey, we found the secret thing. Olaf is the next big pick. But Ashe locked in for Fabi.
Yeah, and now Fabi playing that Ashe is going to be quite interesting because when we look at the champions that Piglet was playing, he did also play an Ashe game alongside a Zyra, so they had a lot of engage in that one. I remember that game didn't have a whole lot of picking going on, so as TL rounds this roster out, they could pick up something like an Azir or a Victor and be completely fine with the pick potential that they have in this comp with the engage.
Yeah, the next answers are going to be Shen and Nami, interestingly enough. That means Karma is going to Pyrion in the mid lane.
Ooh, okay. So that's going to be Pyrion's Karma, Wave Clear, incredibly powerful champion. Once you're able to actually use the Soul Flare, you throw it out and it does an immense amount of damage. And we saw Phoenix play this in playoffs where he threw down a fantastic Mantra Q, and then he got his Mantra back a second time because it cools down faster the more champions you hit with abilities.
Yeah, very strong champion. Meanwhile, Team Liquid still looking for their mid and support. Bard being hovered by Matt. He has not yet played it this split, and it's locked in. So this is the first time Matt is returning to that Bard since spring.
Yeah, and an Azir here as well for Phoenix. He's only played it twice, and it's been up many times this split against him. So going back to the Azir, this looks like comfort here for TL for the mid laner and the support. Matt has not played Bard like you said. Now we're seeing him back on it.
Whoa, Hecarim.
Yes!
The final lock-in for Phoenix1.
Okay, so Hecarim jungle was played in LCK one time. It's also terrorizing all of solo queue at the moment.
Yeah.
Where Ghost, with the lower cooldown, junglers are now able to get your flash, trade a summoner, and continue to dive you. It's absolutely oppressive if it gets ahead, and it can run through your turret. It doesn't give a damn, and it kills you, and then it'll come back when you have no summoner.
Yeah, this is something that we sort of expected out of Zentinel when he first showed up. Very aggressive solo queue style player, but hasn't had a lot of success in the competitive scene.
Yeah, Zentinel, actually quite oppressive in solo queue. He likes to pick things like Graves and live in your jungle. I don't know if he'll be able to do that against an Olaf, but I expect him to play to these lanes. If you are playing Hecarim for the farm early on, then you're not exactly playing him optimally. It's suboptimally at that point.
It is a little concerning. We'll see if he can pull it together as the coaches shake hands. Now, we are tracking your votes on Twitter to see who the fans are throwing their weight behind. Vote using hashtag TLWin or hashtag P1Win. Let us know, will it be the gatekeeper or will it be the gate itself that takes the win?
He's the gatekeeper, though, so what does that mean? Does that mean he absolutely controls that lane?
Oh, man, I have no idea, but this is going to be a pretty exciting match as everyone is getting ready. Some very aggressive champions out of both sides. I like how the junglers are both aggressive style junglers, and they've got champions that just go in and make action happen.
Yeah, exactly. Both these guys love to charge. They're going to be making constant use of the Ghost Summoner spell in the lower cooldown. I'll be keeping track of what boots they end up purchasing, because a lot of junglers are just huge fans of actually picking up the Lucidity boots for an even lower cooldown, but I'm expecting action.
And we have loaded onto the Rift. It's Team Liquid versus Phoenix1 on this Friday night. And right now it looks like everyone is going for relatively standard items as everyone departs from their base. Frosty out of both Gate and Matt. And interestingly enough, Team Liquid, they send 3 members towards that top side. Might be looking to sneak in on that Hecarim. Oh,
he's got Ghost, so if you can keep slowing him, he doesn't have a way out.
Oh, he's caught by 2 axes. There goes the flash snare. He's going to be locked down. First blood on Dardoch.
And that is the downside of taking Ghost as a summoner spell.
Yeah.
Having the luxury of getting over walls, making this instant distance between you and your opponent cannot be pretty much overstated. It's fantastic, but both summoner spells blown, multiple summoner spells blown on the side of TL, 4 total for 1, but they get the kill, and they get Zentinel's summoner spell. So very important there for that Hecarim, especially since it went over to the Olaf. So Dardoch is going to have a much easier clear right now. He's got boots, so I guess he'll kind of run through the jungle faster.
Did get a pink ward as well, so we'll see where he puts that down. As you can see, standard summoners after all of that, but Dardoch probably going to be feeling pretty good about this quick start. In fact, he's going to be invading on the opposite side, so returning to the scene of the crime. He feels empowered by
insane.
The corpse on the opposite side.
This is actually really cool, because what TL are doing are they're saying, well, they're going to invade our bottom side. We killed Zentinel on this top side of the map, so they don't want to check this area, so you know there aren't wards over here, and then they start on this side. Zentinel actually could get triple buffed here.
We'll have to keep an eye on Dardoch's path.
Yeah, you should
He's
end up
heading
going
down right now.
across.
There's actually a defensive ping.
Okay, cool. So yeah, this is also the one side of the jungle that you would end up getting if you were TL anyway on the top side. So he's not going to get triple buffed, but it is going to be them having a much smoother start, because a lot of the times the support disrupts you early.
Sentinel was spotted out by the ward. You can see just to the right of him. So Team Liquid well aware that this is going on. The quick turret shove is going to start out. Sentinel coming back at the last minute to help his team out.
Yeah.
Up first blood right away.
Yeah, I got to talk to him, and he was like, yeah, I had a plane ticket to leave, and they needed me. So came back pretty much last minute, and Phoenix1 already, that's not how you want to start off the game with that first blood going over. So they have to shake that off. It is a best of 3, so in the grand scheme of things, it's not that big, but it could be game defining for this one.
Yeah. He does have a great attitude, so we are expecting him to be able to return and come back into this. And that's true for a lot of Phoenix1. A lot of these guys have been playing for a long time, and they have the desire to win. They just haven't quite been able to pull it together due to a lot of different problems.
Oh yeah, you want to talk about desire to win. Zig in the top lane, he was on TLA, he was on Team Liquid Academy. He went to Korea with Team Liquid to try out against Lorlo for his spot. and they ended up going with Lorlo. So Zig, instead of staying on TLA, went to Phoenix1. Now, if he can crush Lorlo in the top lane, be like, hey, you guys made the wrong choice.
Well,
you know, he's motivated right now.
Yeah, he's got his work cut out for them, though. He's playing the tank Shen versus the tank killer Trundle.
Yep.
So we'll see if he can pull it together and get for some of those kills. But of course, this is that, you know what, you guys didn't take me, but I can still outplay you.
Yeah, fun stuff, though, is although Shen, you know, he can get kind of destroyed by the Trundle, he does have a way to dodge all of Trundle's auto attacks, which is the main source of his damage.
Oh, Team Liquid looking for a sneaky gank onto Zig.
Zig remembers that game where he had no CS for 7 minutes.
Oh, yeah. He went out of his way this time to get 6.
Yeah. Hold on to every last one.
He's getting a handful. That's...
I believe it was Darshan who talked about as a top laner, every CS that you get in a lane swap is a gift.
Yeah.
So you better last hit it. Don't let other minions take it.
Yeah, especially in this lane swap situation. The duos now head towards the opposite side of the map. Looks like, for now, Phoenix1 are a little bit quicker to get their wave forward, as Fabi and Matt are on that side as well. So they're going to be looking for their own Tier 1 turret. And Fabi and Matt, the original TLA bottom lane, you mentioned earlier.
So Matt used to be Matt Life. So this bot lane was actually Fab Life. Back when they played together on TLA.
The young Fab Life.
It's the Fab
Well,
Life.
he's back on the skill shot champion with Fabi, so we get to see the return of the Fab Life.
Yep. We'll see if it's a good life, though.
Yeah. Or a bad life.
Yep.
Yeah, looks like they will be able to get down that Tier 1 as junglers continue to clear it out. It's still pretty even in jungle CS. Lorlo is going to get exclusive golds.
Yep. And this is what I was worried about for Phoenix1, is that this is an Infernal Drake, and TL on the bottom side of the map after the lane swap are able to pick this up. And if you look at your map, Rift Herald is not up until 6 minutes. So there's no possible counter here on the opposite side of the map.
And Dardoch is going to get out with barely 120 health.
Yeah, as Olaf, you like to get low in the jungle, increases your attack speed.
Yeah. I always like to imagine it that he has a breaking point where if the damage he takes is consistent, you get his health low enough, he just regenerates it back up. The old lifesteal Olaf.
Oh, where he, okay, yeah.
And if you can keep the damage taken low enough, you can just lifesteal it all back up. Unfortunately, it never worked.
Isn't there a video where like 2 Olafs hit each other for an hour or something? Because they have like full items and exactly the right amount of life.
I can see that happening. Whoa, here's Lorlo on the bottom. He's all alone. Does have his flash, though, so I think should be able to get out. Forced to burn it, though.
Yeah, they do get his flash, and he's pushed off this minion wave. Now, on the opposite side of the map, though, it is going to be Zig pushed off of that wave without having to burn a summoner.
Yeah, Zig playing safe.
Yeah, as soon as these top laners get level 6, especially Zig, you're going to look for some TP plays here, especially since it's double TP / triple global for P1 versus singular global for TL. And Lorlo, he's been split pushing, and TL's been finding success with that. But if Zig has a way to shut that down, possibly roaming to other lanes and getting fed, or maybe even going into the head-to-head, it could work out for them.
Yeah, there's a bit of trading right now. Dardoch and Sentinel were both very close towards that mid lane. Matt's going to clear out Vision, and Zig is going to try to catch a wave on this top side. But here comes Lorlo. Could be the first time these two meet in a competitive match since they played each other in Korea. Now Pyrian and Phoenix are just going to trade it out a bit more. There's 3 members heading towards that top side. Dardoch's going up there as well.
Taking forward.
He's got to get out of here.
Everybody's up here. The big difference across the map is that Lorlo, the top laner for TL, is in the top lane, and then there's nobody in the bottom lane for TL.
Yeah,
whereas P1 have Zig just kind of over here.
You can see Fabi getting the daggers along with that longsword is going for the rush to try breaking down these turrets. And yeah, they will trade it out. However, the gold is distributed among Phoenix1.
They're trying to make a play on mid here. Otherwise, you would back and catch this gigantic wave that's going to hit your bot side. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, the late recall.
It's like you're going to have Mash push that into your inhibitor turret, and you're going to lose all of that gold from those minions, whereas topside Zig is going to be able to soak this minion wave for himself.
Yeah, Zig's finally getting a chance to catch some of those minions. Looks like it's going to be Fabi gifted over the CS from that tier 2 turret take. So that will match the two teams up. However, if you take a look at the gold, 700 difference between the two. Minor incremental advantages here and there.
It's that first blood as well, going over.
And that first blood.
Worth about 600, which is the gold difference at the moment.
But now here's another neutral objective being taken by Team Liquid. That Rift Herald.
Yeah, and if this goes over to Lorlo, English sometimes gets hard, then it's just another thing for this top laner to go off. They've been putting a large priority on this, and they've talked about it pretty openly, that Rift Herald's an incredibly strong buff that sways the whole power of the top lane. So every time they can give it to their top laner, they will.
Yeah, picked up at the 9-minute mark, going to be lasting till the 29. Fabi could be caught. He's got flash. Gate lands the slow. There's an arrow ready. Oh, the bubble misses. Sentinel is going to dive in. This is a very greedy play, but they look for the kill. There's a stun. Stand United, and they get the kill. Phoenix1 answer 1-1.
Oh, they used so much for that. 2 summoner spells out of Fabi to get a kill. And that's, look at that, 4. The entire bottom lane there from P1. And they got Ziggs Stand United. Just a lot there, but Sentinel, good ultimate, a little bit off to the side. And his follow-up, I believe, is E. Devastating Charge was a little odd there. I'll have to see that again. We get Dardoch in the corner. His reaction. Goes in. Okay, so he didn't have it anymore. Sentinel had used it to close the distance. And, yep, really good flash there from Gate for the auto tech to pick up the kill.
Yeah, good trade for Phoenix1. They do spend a lot, though, and that's a lot of cooldowns they're going to need, especially with Ocean Drake spawning in 2 minutes. And now that the duo of Team Liquid are on that side, they've got Teleport on Lorlo. Could be looking for that next objective over Phoenix1. Once again, just try to play them around the map. The one success that we saw from Phoenix1, however, was waiting for that late game in their one game against Cloud9.
It was interesting because that one game against Cloud9, they also took more risks, right?
Yeah.
That was the big thing, is now that you have a jungler who has Ghost and you have all these guys who are trying to be aggressive, just use your globals as much as you can. Try to get in there and take the risk.
They have a team built around enabling as well. Bonus move speed from Karma, catch and pick out of Nami, and the Stand United from Zig, so perhaps this could be the team comp that plays to that risk-taking style.
Yeah, it's pretty much double support as well.
Yeah.
So you have people who are going to catch your fall. If you look over at Purian's item build, he went for the Athenes, which is no longer that gigantic AP item. It's the item that when you do damage, the pre-mitigated damage gets stored as charges for when you shield another person, not yourself, or somebody else, and heals them, but he's going to need something more.
Furion, he's knocked out from the turret, flashes over the wall, takes a lot, and Fabi gets the kill. Gate gets knocked up, and he's destroyed. 2 quick kills for Team Liquid, but they trade one back.
Yeah. Matt ends up getting picked up there. He still had flash, wasn't able to actually get out of that fight, but a beautiful cosmic binding on Purion that hit Gate as well.
Yeah, so it is answered back, and it's still only 600 gold between the two. Now, Ocean Drake has spawned, and with that action, Team Liquid weren't able to get away as cleanly as they like, so they're not able to get it right away. Here's that play.
Great arrow from Fabi, and then Phoenix slides in, drops aggro. Matt gets the nice Q onto 2 members. Not able to get out. Not able to get out. Yep. Taunt came through from Zig there, and that gives him a kill.
Yeah, but that is a lot of cooldowns. Take a look at the ultimates for Team Liquid. 4 of them are gone. Matt still doesn't have his Tempered Fate. Phoenix1, though, they've got the full set except for that culling. And Zig on that top side with Stand United. Could try to look for this as Mash makes his way back down towards that lane. Mash actually showing a CS lead over Fabi over the duration of this lane swap.
Yep, close to having that call actually pop as well, which will pretty much get them back up there in gold just a little bit more. But we're seeing almost 1,000 gold lead at the moment.
Yeah. And continuing to farm it up. Keep that duo on that bottom side. Let Zig catch the wave on the opposite. The longer they wait, though, the more these cooldowns reset for Team Liquid, enabling them to make something happen. This is a big wave, though, so Phoenix1 are just going to try to zone Team Liquid away as much as they can, try to prevent a freeze, and then they might look for it. But Sentinel is on this side. He's spotted out by a ward, and there's Purion as well.
Yeah, and this is good by Phoenix1. As soon as you get a gigantic wave like that, you need to do one of 2 things. You either use it to make a play and get an objective, or you use it to dive the person, have superior numbers there, and you see this play coming a mile away. It's very telegraphed. You have this gigantic minion wave coming down here, and you're like, we can outnumber you because we know who's on the opposite side of the map. Deny all that CS and farm. But look at this, it's not going to be that easy.
Team Liquid are collapsing. Lorlo's teleporting in. Sentinel stunned against the wall. There's the stand united. He misses the smite, and Sentinel is going to be forced to get out of the pit. Ocean Drake secured as Phoenix1 abandoned ship. There goes a big slow, and they are able to get out.
Not only did he miss the smite, he missed the opportunity to use it. His smite is 570 damage. It got down to about 470 right before his devastating charge, and you can use your summoner spell smite while you're CC'd, and he didn't do that.
Yeah, Sentinel maybe panicking a little bit under the pressure.
Yeah, I'll have to take another look at it, whether it dropped out of vision or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Again, that's Dragon number 2 now for Team Liquid, and with another Ocean Drake spawning, it's going to allow them to siege pretty effectively and just stay on the map. Look for those picks with Fabi.
The other beautiful thing about the Ocean Drake is that it helps your jungler so much because it's combat with turrets and champions, so your jungler constantly has this regen.
Yeah, and again, with that fight with the Dragon, it really shows the same problems that we've seen with Phoenix1 in week 1 and week 2, was that they've been playing reactive. They really seem to lack a direction in these fights, in their map movements, in their shot calling. And when they play so reactive, that means that they end up getting a bit scattered during these team fights where Team Liquid are trying to just brute force through and break down an objective. Team Liquid will find some damage onto this tier 2 now. Again, just trying to rotate around the map, keep Phoenix on their toes. But again, Phoenix1 need to be more decisive in their calls. They have the team to do it.
The only problem with this team is their engage is really running straight at you. Either landing a bubble or being sped up by Pyrian or Sentinel charging in. So it's all very telegraphed. Maybe a taunt flash as well. But TLs, they have the sneaky engage, right? They have the Bard ultimate, the Tempered Fate to catch people out. They have the Ash Arrow from across the map to catch you out. So TLs is a little less telegraphed. You can't see it coming as easily, and it will take you by surprise, especially if you don't have flash.
Well, maybe that's something that Phoenix1 need is the hard, okay, we're going in.
Yeah, they need a go button, right?
Onslaught of Shadows.
Yeah, they can throw Nami Wave, but these are all kind of soft engages / hard. I guess they're kind of hard engages, but I always consider a hard engage the one that's like a fight is going to happen if you land it, right?
Like the Equalizer or the Sivir,
like a Maokai W, things like that.
Just a clear, crisp, we're going to fight you.
Vi Ultimate, I think, is the best example.
Yeah.
Somebody is dying, it's you or me. Either I'm killing you or I'm in your backline, and I regret every decision I've ever made.
Someone's going to die. Uh-oh, Sentinel. Looking to collapse on the 4-man of Team Liquid in the mid lane, though he's on top of a ward. Phoenix not doing a great job at clearing out Team Liquid's vision right now, and that's exactly what Liquid need. They look for a pick. They've caught Sentinel. He still has the onslaught. Tempered Fate catches Mash. They might look for more. He goes back in, but he goes too far. He's actually able to get a kill as Zig hops in as well. He won. Mash looks to clean up. That's 2 for 1 in favor of Phoenix.
Yeah, Phoenix won. The gold right now almost even. They're going to be able to clear out this minion wave in mid. Their wave clear, not incredibly good, but they're going to get a lot of damage on this turret. And he has to zone Phoenix off. You can't let that wave clear get close again. And good job, good posturing from P1 to keep them off.
Yeah, well, I guess we figured out their go button now. It's not just Hecarim or not just Gen. It's both.
It's also let the other team use both engage abilities and then turn it around on them is the counter engage strategy. And if that's how P1 need to play it, then you need to get to objectives first. You need to get to Baron first. If it's up, you need to get to Dragon first if they're going to contest it, and make them try to engage on you.
That's what we just saw with that first Ocean Drake that spawned 4 or 5 minutes ago. And they weren't quite able to execute. Matt
they weren't ready
is
for
going to
it.
find Zig. Yeah, just looking for a bit of harass. There's actually no turret here. Here comes Lorlo. Zig has his teleport.
Pyrian has his teleport as well.
There's another teleport as Pyrian looks to catch up. Sentinel tries to chase. Lorlo will turn and fight. It's top laner versus top laner with the team helping out. And with the subjugate dropped, Lorlo feels empowered. Here comes Dardoch trying to catch up. Cosmic Binding is going to miss, and Phoenix1 escorts Zig to safety.
Yep, and this is Phoenix picking up the mid lane turret in the meantime. And also Mash was bot side, so Team Liquid knew that they could either get that mid turret or they could throw an arrow top and get engaged.
Yeah, you can really see the priorities, showing the difference between the CS. Phoenix has been hard farming against Pyrion because Pyrion's trying to help people out, whereas MASH has been left alone. So
yeah,
try to let that carry do damage as much as he can.
Yeah, and then you look over what Fabi and Matt have been doing. They've both been roaming around. The kill participation of TL really high on everybody, save for Lorlo, who's just been doing his split push thing on Trundle. Not unexpected at all.
Yeah. So minor CS lead for Lorlo, but again, Fabi down just a bit. Ocean Drake is up in 50 seconds. And Pyrion has no teleport, so he's got to stay in the mid lane. He's got to stay on this side of the map. Here we can actually see Gate looking for a few wards, but Matt's already spotted him out and is going to try to clear out this deep vision. Lorlo's even on that side.
Yeah, if Lorlo gets chunked out here.
Yeah, forced to flash. There's even a tidal wave.
Yeah, it goes out a little bit wide. Lorlo is going to get healed up, so he won't have to back and use his teleport to get in, which is what they were hoping for. They were hoping to get his teleport. They got his flash, so the Trundle has to kind of waddle in there to actually get up. And Zig's been split pushing this entire time, and he's got both Standing United and teleport.
Yeah, Team Liquid, though, they're looking for that vision. Again, try to find a pick. Might be Gate. Ooh, it misses. He dodges both. Sentinel goes in, knows that the CC is gone. MASH is on the side, relatively untouched. Zig is on top of Fabi and is solo killing him without the help of his team. MASH finally gets caught by Dardoch, who kites it back out, but Pyrion a little bit too late to the action, forced to flash over the wall as Matt takes a long journey to safety. There goes a stun. Ignite is ticking as well. Pyrion should be able to get away from this one. Yeah, he drops a slow. That's going to end up being 3 for 1 favoring Team Liquid.
Zig hanging around here. A lot of TL members got kind of low there. Matt got really low right off the bat. But Gate, with the quick feet, able to dodge the arrow. But he still goes down, as well as MASH and Sentinel. Even if they didn't get the really hard engage, it seems like P1 want to take these fights, which is good to see.
Yeah.
Because, you know, if you throw enough hooks, eventually you're going to get a bite, right? That's what they're looking for.
Eventually finds an acorn.
A nut, yeah.
Yeah. But that's Ocean Drake secured by Team Liquid off the back of the fight. They decide not to push down the tier 2. And with 2 Ocean Drakes and an Infernal, Team Liquid are looking set to transition towards these team fights.
I just think about the saying, because blind squirrel eventually finds a nut. I don't know if that one's exactly right. I wouldn't call P1 a blind squirrel, right? I'd say they're at least trying. They're throwing these things out there. Zig goes through, taunt flash onto Fabi, make sure Fabi can't do any damage, takes him out, and then P1, look at this, again, trying to make picks.
They drop the slow, there's the tidal wave, but here comes Team Liquid. There's a hard engage from Zig, but he leaves his carries out to dry. Gate goes down. Pyrion is going to drop as well. Phoenix picks it up, and Dardoch should be able to lock Zig down with some slow. That's a triple kill for Phoenix. 4-0-4. Dardoch is 4-0-5. Baron has just spawned, and Team Liquid are going to try to burn it down.
Yep, 21.5-minute Baron here. Sentinel has ultimate, almost has his smite. It's a few seconds away, puts down the pink.
Oh,
he dodged it.
It misses. He goes
too early.
Too soon. It's at 2,000 health. The color trying to get it down low, but Dardoch is going to get the kill, and the Baron. MASH is forced to retreat. That's 4 members of Phoenix1 dying to Team Liquid successfully taking the Baron.
Oh, that was so close because MASH started using the culling and it was hitting the Baron on the backside, getting it low. You want to stop damage on the Baron, and that's exactly what TL was doing. But then this sneaky Lucian comes up, almost gets it. Almost a brilliant play there from Phoenix1. But yeah, 5,000 gold lead now for TL off of that play where they had counter-engaged top, and then they had more people collapse. MASH was in base during that time, and Sentinel was just coming out as well. So it was a 3-on-5. Definitely not in favor of Phoenix1 there.
Yeah, you can see all of the vision around that pit. Here that is once again so close.
It's a good dodge. He dives in because he doesn't know, and then it starts tickling the Baron's back, and it's going down so low.
Yeah.
It gets there so quickly, too. It's an unexpected amount of damage.
Well, that's how you steal it, right? That's why Elise and Lee Sin are so good with the execution damage. It's so hard to smite it on time.
Yeah, a lot of the times you have to pretend you're the Elise and be like, okay, what time would I hit Q and smite?
Yeah.
And then you have to pretend the Q is your ability, in a way.
Use the enemy's skills against them. Team Liquid seem to be content to do that against Phoenix, as now they've secured the Baron after picking up a few kills. It's still only a 4,000 gold lead 20 minutes in, but this Baron buff is going to enable Team Liquid to just hard shove and break these turrets. Zig is split on the other side of the map with Stan United. Seems like he's content to trade this tier 2.
I don't know if Liquid aren't going to stop at 1. I don't know if he'll be able to trade effectively either, because immediately we see TL going towards the mid lane with this Baron, and a catch on a Pyrian.
Yeah, Pyrian is caught. Lorlo is going to be the one who gets the kill. 2-0-4. Once again, the fighters for Team Liquid, the heavy prioritization towards that top side ends up working for them. They're continuing to shove forward. It's a late recall for Zig. They break the tier 2 and the inhibitor turret. They're even going to get this inhibitor.
And TL showing a lot of prowess in this game. And synergy, I guess. Everybody through the Bard portal. Magical journey to get out. And honestly, only the bottom lane has even suffered any casualties here. They're all 5 of the deaths. Everybody else, the solo laners and the jungler, Dardoch, a lot of these heavy carries are doing work. And that's the thing, is this Ashe, Fabi, is not really a traditional carry. He's the engage. The bot lane is almost in charge of all their engage, save for Phoenix is diving in, thrusting somebody back with the Emperor's Divide. But they're pretty much the bots that start the fight off at the bottom side.
And this is something that we didn't really expect from Fabi. I mean, in the past, he has been known as the guy who will single-handedly either win you the game with an amazing mechanical outplay or kind of throw it.
Yeah, long gone are the days of Fabi's trolling solo queue and challenger and figuring out whether or not you're going to make challenger that day based on the flip of a coin. He's become much more consistent. On Team Liquid Academy, Fabi became kind of the poster child of consistency. The roster was changing around him. He lost Matt. He lost Dardoch.
Yeah.
And at the same time, he still stayed the same high-level AD carry, which was quite impressive because he didn't have any competitive performance previously. He'd just been playing at a high level for many years. And then he came in and said, you know, I want to take this seriously. I want to actually give it a legitimate shot. And then he found it was incredibly fun. He thought it was way more fun than solo queue because the coordination is something that excited him.
Yeah, with the Baron, though, Team Liquid and Fabi look to break down another inhibitor. That arrow is up once again, and Fabi, I'm sure, is scanning for those targets. The moment someone overextends, Zig is splitting with Lorlo, the 2 people competing. And that siege will continue for Team Liquid on this bottom side.
Yep. The siege right now, wave clear, definitely in favor of Team Liquid.
Lorlo actually is going to group up with the rest of his team, and as 5, Team Liquid just shove forward and break the turret. As Phoenix1, despite having the engage, the rush to get in, cannot fight. Phoenix1 cannot fight. Team Liquid can fight.
As soon as you get behind with a comp that wants to run at you, and you have to run through an Azir, hits gate. Yeah. Gatekeeper's got it out for him now. Stay there.
Gatekeeper hits the gate.
Funny. First blood.
Spell shots are going to land as Cosmic Binding finds it. Zig zones away. Dardoch gets pulled in. And Phoenix1 are able to disengage, but Team Liquid don't want the kills. They want the Nexus. They want to end the game.
Yeah, all they have to do is get that last inhibitor, and then they get the double super minion spawns. And it's pretty much, you have to play by the book from there. Mountain Drake is up. I'm not sure how much use it'll be to TL, because there's only really 3 structures left for them to kill.
Well, Baron's up in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
10% bonus damage to Baron, plus, I think, 8 minutes until that Elder Dragon, so good look for that. MASH doing an excellent job CSing right now. 250 over Fabi, trying to fill that hard carry role with the classic Essence Reaver Death's Dance instead of the current style of the armor penetration. Unfortunately, though, he's just not able to find a good position in these team fights.
Yeah. MASH with the old school Lucian build. I call it old school now, but
it wasn't old school a month ago.
Man, that Lucian build, it's so March. It's so April, man. Lord Dominic's Regards is also interesting as well, because Lorlo, he's going to be healing a lot. Dardoch's going to be healing a lot.
Yeah.
Matt heals a lot of people. Actually, it's a little deceptive how much the Bard will be helping people out and assisting them with it, but I can understand it. You want to see those big numbers.
Yeah, that's 3 items finished. Let's see if those 3 items will help him defend this last standing inhibitor turret. As the siege begins, Mountain Drake is secured. Bonus 10% damage to that turret. As the minion waves are escorted in, again, Lorlo in the mid lane, trying to keep the pressure for Phoenix1.
Yep, and you can see Phoenix has been pushing those turrets, putting them down, making sure that They're always behind them when they siege. He's done that mid lane. He's done that here. And this might be that turret going down.
There goes the hard engage. The turret does drop. Zig is caught away. He gets a huge 4-man stun. Sentinel follows it up. Mash is trying to get in there, but he just can't find an entry. Zig is going to go down. Gate follows as well, and Team Liquid chase. Cosmic Binding misses, but that's all 3 inhibs, and 5 versus 3. Team Liquid are looking to end the game and take this match against Phoenix1.
And Team Liquid, we talked about how they are a team that is emotional. Won last week's match, they won game 1 here. Coming into game 2, that's got to feel good.
Yeah.
It's got to give them a little boost.
Very commanding play against these team fights. Force the vision, force the picks with Fabi, enable Warlow to split push, and then just clean up any mistakes that Phoenix1 were making. Very confident play from Team Liquid as they're getting back into this. You can tell that win last week really did help them. They just look like a completely different team.
Yeah, well, they have a completely different member as well. They have one guy, and one guy's completely different. So Fabi coming in, playing the Ashe, and having a lot of just throw the arrow out, engage. I remember seeing an Ashe that was kind of hesitant to pull the trigger. It's like, I'm waiting for the perfect arrow. You don't always have to wait for that. We saw him throw them out, and they would hit Gate, and it's like, okay, maybe not the person I want. Gate would dodge it, and they'd still engage. Right? So I think that there's a lot of positives here to having Fabi in the lineup, and he already has synergy with Dardoch and Matt, and they've gotten along together historically really well because we were always hearing about those TLA scrim results.
Yeah, they definitely pulled it together in that win. But now for a deeper dive, let's kick it back to Dash and Jat.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Team Liquid going to be happy to have picked up a very decisive victory over Phoenix1 in the first game of this series. Of course, Phoenix1 is still our bottom place team, the struggling roster of all of them. So we're going to have to temper some of the
Fabi, greatest player of all time, 100%
Exactly.
win rate, never lost when he's the starter in LCS. Yeah, it's, well...
And we'll discuss his debut, but really the tone of this game was kind of set by the first blood. It was one of those things where Phoenix1 gets behind. Team Liquid has the allowance to do pretty much anything they want to do without fear of being punished by the team composition that Phoenix1 had built.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, just looking at the draft phase in particular, the Hecarim is kind of cool to be pulled out. You get to see a Karma in the mid lane. All those things are well and good, but then if you look at the whole layout of the team composition, it was very much a low damage team.
Yes.
Karma building Athenes as the first item. Shen is never going to be a high damage top laner. Hecarim didn't build the Trinity Force. Like, I thought that's the whole reason you pick Hecarim is so you can build the new Trinity Force because it's so good on him. Yeah. But they didn't do any of those things, right? So it was pretty much on Mash to do all the damage. He got zoned out in team fights by Dardoch. Just Dardoch, pretty much, in a lot of these fights was soloing him. With that, they could stay in the game because they picked relatively decent laners, but beyond that, they weren't able to do much.
Yeah, exactly. Low damage, had no threat to get back onto Fabi. The Azir pickup being huge was mentioned by Zyrene. If you're a team composition that needs to run at people to start a fight, Azir's the one thing that you don't want to play against, which does make me wonder why, especially against the likes of Phoenix, if you are planning on running a team composition like this, where's the Azir ban at?
Yeah, and if you're a lower damage team composition, like, Azir is great against tanks. He has higher sustained DPS on areas than pretty much anyone else I can think of. So you're like, all right, Hecarim can dive on him. He's going to blow him up one shot. No, he's not. So either their champions needed to be different or their builds needed to match the need of the champion.
Exactly. So ultimately, maybe hamstrung a little bit by their own champion select. Now, if we jump into the game, I do want to go 20 minutes in because Team Liquid did have a fair amount of control throughout the majority of it. But here is where we really did kind of see that for Phoenix1, or even with the missed arrow.
And this illustrates our point fairly well because it's a failed initiation on a gate. But then if you watch the way they came in, Pyrion never makes it in on Karma, so he's like a little bit damaged. But watch how Masha on the right side of the fight there just gets soloed by Dardoch as he runs into the turret, and that just allows the rest of Team Liquid to kind of do whatever they want because with Karma out of the fight, it's literally a tank Hecarim and a Shen.
Right.
And
I was going to say, even though Zig did manage to kill Fabi pretty early on in that fight, doesn't matter when both ADCs on both teams die, but you have an Azir versus a Karma that's literally sitting on an Athenes. As you mentioned, the damage per second from both of these teams that remains far in favor of Team Liquid. So ultimately, a huge victory for Team Liquid in terms of making it clean. Again, we do expect that against a team like Phoenix1 with this Team Liquid roster, but as they are bringing in Fabi and, Dardoch having come back in, this is this is going to be a feel-good win for them.
Yeah, and they had such a rough start to the split. It's important that all of these guys gain momentum as they move throughout the rest of the split. And like, we don't know how far-reaching this Fabi versus Piglet AD carry thing is going to go, but like, the more wins and the more momentum they can pick up, the better. And if it unlocks the rest of the team to play more of their style, and we get to see more Dardoch running wherever he wants, like, that's a good thing for Team Liquid.
All right, player of the game here was close, but it is going to go to Phoenix, 5-0-7 on that Azir, primarily just because of the amount of damage dealt.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the damage dealt the champions in that game, as I'm sure you'll be able to check on all esports in the little match history section. It's like my favorite thing to do after the games. But he's been slumping as well, and obviously that doesn't factor into the individual player of the game decision, but against the full tank team, him getting so fed so quickly really just allowed that game to convert. Like, we've seen Reignover have some Olaf games where he gets a bunch of kills at the start, but he can't carry through the game. Phoenix really finished this one off with how fed he was able to become.
All right, Dardoch would have been the other player to look at just because, well, one, he did pick up that first blood, and then with that early boots purchase off of the first blood goal, just kind of zipping around the map, looking to create chaos, and ultimately, you know, in that fight that we saw, for example, being the backline threat. There was no way for Phoenix1 to stop an Olaf with his ultimate on because tidal wave's going to go straight through him. Bubble's not going to hit. You know, it was just kind of like, well,
basically, you like speed him up with your mid lane karma, but then you're like, what are we doing with our lives, man? Like, you're using everyone to peel for Mash. That is actually a player I do kind of want to talk about a little bit, even though he's been out for a week. If you look at Mash's statistics, and this kind of carries over to last split as well, he takes such a large share of gold. Like, he freezes a lot of lanes, the team loses map pressure, and then he fails to convert it into damage. Like, he had the highest CS per minute of anyone in the North American LCS coming into this week, and like the 8th highest damage for AD carries.
Right, something doesn't compute here.
Yeah, he is taking way more resources than he is using on the map, and that has to get better.
All right, and now, interestingly enough, Slushy is going to be subbed in to the mid lane for Pyrion. So, once again, I mean, this roster just still not finding its home. You know, last week, Slushy was playing ADC. Now he's back in the mid lane role. So, I can't imagine things are going to get any easier for them in Game 2. It is a different landscape of players, so maybe the idea is just as we change play styles and roster, maybe we find something that works.
And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. This sucks for Phoenix1. They need to find something, and they need to find it quickly. The season's only so long. As Irene mentioned, after Week 3, you're a third of the way through, and it's highly likely they'll be a third of the way through the season without a win. You can only hope that they find some type of magic and pull out a win.
All right, and they've got about 3.5 minutes to find the magic for Game 2. Slushy might be part of their answer here, but we're headed to a break, and when we return, it's Game 2 between Phoenix1 and Liquid. Don't touch that browser. We're back in just a few minutes.
Welcome back, everyone. We're about to get into game number 2 between Liquid versus Phoenix1. But that game 1, Team Liquid, they really came out swinging.
Yeah, they did. In P1, they looked like they still didn't have that synergy we've been talking about. Whereas on the other side, even though TL had a new member with Fabi, they immediately clicked. Of course, 3 of these guys played on TLA, but that didn't seem to, have any bumps with them because the other 2 hadn't. So TL, as a unit, the 3 guys I want to talk about are Dardoch, Lorlo, and Phoenix, because the bot lane was in charge of the engage, Fabi and Matt. And then these guys became full-on carries for the team, the melee rushers. We saw Dardoch keeping MASH completely out of the fight, and then Phoenix getting player of the game, well-deserved on that Azir, because him and Dardoch, they were just basically taking care of business.
Yeah, just so aggressive with that sort of push. Now, in answer, though, Phoenix1 are looking for some adaptation. They're going to change it up in this game, too. You heard it from Dash before the break, but Slushy is coming into the mid lane, replacing Pyrian for this.
Mirian,
yes. Mirian in the pit lane. Wait.
Yes. Something like that. Yeah, Pyrian is out, Slushy coming in. Of course, language barriers and one of those things. I mean, in the communication, you assume that it's a little bit better when Slushy is in there. And we'll see Charlie, you can see him sitting down with Sentinel right now, right beforehand. But yeah, it's going to have to be that jungle mid lane synergy, because Phoenix, he went off and bringing Slushy, and you hope that it's going to help you out.
Yeah, and that's something that we heard a little bit about from MASH. If it's sort of difficult playing with different support jungle combinations, you've got to imagine swapping an old mid laner into the AD carry role, swapping back and forth between mid laners. It just really makes it difficult to find that cohesion as a unit.
Yeah, it becomes incredibly difficult, but I mean, Cloud9 are doing it with supports right now, back and forth. Of course, Phoenix1, we talk about scrim time a lot, where they're just splitting scrim time. It's not equal. Maybe it's 90-10, maybe it's 80-20.
Yeah.
Right? So it's definitely a unideal world for them. And like Jat said, it kind of sucks for them.
Mm-hmm.
Right? But, another person I want to talk about on that squad is MASH in the AD carry role, because Jat was saying it as well. The guy had the highest CS per minute in the entire league in North America, and it was still like 8th in damage. He was 1-1 and 2 in that game on Lucian, but the thing is that short range AD carry, his whole tank line is just rushing the enemies trying to get to their back line, and he's getting rushed down. So either he needs some protection to convert his lead, or he just needs to become a little more confident. But I mean, I guess it's easier to say become more confident when there's an Olaf chasing you down. So, because I'm on this side of the game.
Yeah, I'm sure in match he's probably got things going through his mind like, oh God, he hit me. And
oh God, I can't stop him.
Exactly.
Oh God, he hurts. Get him off me. Team, I'm dead.
But like we said, MASH has been playing competitively for 5 years, and he's still looking for that win. So it really is...
His first win.
Not his first win, but he's really looking for that sort of competitive streak to make a push for some sort of playoff.
Yeah, exactly. He's looking for a team that gels finally, that can allow him to kind of showcase himself and become a better player.
Yeah, well, we're going to head to the analyst desk while the players ready up. But as we go, let's hear from Lorlo on playing against his former teammate.
Me and Zay are actually pretty close because he actually went to Korea with us as well. Like, we scrimmed together in Korea, like, because we were going to share time on TL, but we ended up sticking with one top laner. But yeah, like, during that time in Korea, like, the whole month we bonded and, like, talked about matchups and just learned from each other. So it was pretty good. Yeah, I respect him, but I still think I'm a bit better.
Just a bit better.
Yeah, just a little bit. All right, I like it. Humble coming out of Lorlo. And let's start by talking about him since we have some time to break down the matchup and kind of his evolution as a player. We've touched on it a bit this split, but previously we knew him as like a Nautilus main in the top lane, from spring split performances. Here, though, in the summer, he's had the opportunity to play some of those more carrier-oriented top laners in Aurelia and Trundle, and that's where we've really seen him shine, as well as the entire Team Liquid team in their wins so far this split.
Yeah, and it'll be really interesting to see how it progresses, depending on how long we see Piglet out of the lineup and like what type of team this makes Team Liquid, because Lorlo has been a player who's kind of been constantly in development, and when TL picked him up, they said they wanted him to be able to grow. Like, huge origin story, Quas falls out, right? Lorlo comes in, and then he actually looks bad for a while. But as you said, when he's been playing on champions that have the capability to kind of take over the game, he's been playing pretty well. Dardoch and Lorlo have incredibly good synergy.
Right.
And if Piglet's not in there, maybe it works more.
Well, and that's the thing, because when Piglet is on the team, you so much think about Team Liquid as the supporting cast to Piglet, and how is he going to carry the game? He's always the consistent high performer on the team. Let's have everyone else support him. You've got your kind of expected damage out of Phoenix in the mid lane, but safe play, and then you've got your tank initiator and damage absorber in Lorlo. Well, the landscape of this team is very much changing, and with Fabi coming in, that's, I guess, where my question lies, is how does he assimilate into this team? Is it now that more often we're going to see a carry top lane focused team with Fabi playing the likes of Ashe and the utilitarian ADCs to support him?
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some teams trend towards the more utility-focused ADCs. We've also seen a lot of Lucian from teams like TSM.
Right.
Just so the viewers know, it's because Phoenix1 is making the substitution. They're granted a little bit of extra time to sub out, so we get to theorycraft about Team Liquid's team, and also, like, what is Phoenix1 even going to do? Because we were really unhappy with their draft last game.
All right, well, as you let everybody know that the pause was due to the fact that Slushie needed some time to get ready, it turns out that the players may be ready as we speak. So we're going to throw it back over to the cast, and we'll find out what Phoenix1 does want to do in Champ Select.
I can't wait.
Here you go.
Thanks, guys, and welcome back. And yeah, we are going to have that Champion Select ready. And so I'll kick the question to you. Jat brought it up. What can Phoenix1 do? Now they've got Slushie in the mid lane. How can they possibly adapt this into a game 2?
Well, hopefully Slushie doesn't build the Fiends. I mean, supporting. He can play Karma. He can play Ziggs. He brings a lot of different things to the table. Really interested if he picks LeBlanc. And he's going to be blue side, so he has to blind pick whatever it is, but let's get in the game.
Yeah, we are getting into Champion Select. We'll see how Slushie is going to do. Maybe we could see that Orianna, made famous with Teammate last year.
That's true. Orianna's been pretty out of it, though. Yeah. Like, we have not seen her around at all.
Yeah, now the first two bans go out right quick. It's Rek'Sai and Olaf, double jungle focus from Phoenix1.
Protect the mash, get rid of all the diving champions that Dardoch can play.
Sivir, meanwhile, is going to be banned away from MASH. That was something we heard maybe actually talked about last game, was allow them to get a hard engage with something like Sivir or a Malphite. So that's taken away. Zyra banned away from Gate, another disengage option removed from Phoenix1. So we might see Team Liquid go for an aggressive style Dardoch once again, as Rise is the next ban for Phoenix1.
Yep, and now we're seeing Vladimir, which is probably the last ban. If it's not the last ban, then it's probably first pick.
Well, I mean, we saw it get down multiple drafts before. Jace is going
look at Gate. Look at Gate.
Yeah. He's chuckling. The Gates.
the
Jace.
Yeah. So he was a Twisted Fate and Jace main. Both of them have gates, right? Destiny Gate and then Acceleration Gate.
Yeah.
Which is his name. That's the joke. No, but also that's the shout out there. They're basically throwing away a ban at that point. Basically saying, yeah, you know what? Let's not ban anything here. Let's leave more up.
Yeah, a bit of a challenge out of Team Liquid and Phoenix1. Well, they've got Vladimir for that first pick. Very strong pick.
Yeah, that could be for Slushie. Slushie coming in, if he gets the Vladimir, we'll see what he's able to do up against Phoenix. But I know Phoenix knows how to play both Azir and Anivia, which are both champions that do fairly well into Vladimir, especially in team fights. That's the weakness there that the people are picking him for, is because it's so good at walling him off and stopping him from getting in. But in the laning phase, Vladimir is just dominant, like always.
Yeah. It might be one of those like focused, hey, I'm going to take Vlad so that you should take Anivia. That way you can't hard engage me. It's mind gaming, thinking a step ahead. Phoenix1 knew that they were going to get the Vladimir. They were expecting the Jace ban. No one expects the Jace ban.
No,
but Phoenix1
nobody. And here goes Lorlo, basically hovering all the champions that he's mained in the past. The Fiora, the Riven, and it's going to be neither.
Yeah, returns back to that Trundle that he's seen so much success on so far.
Undefeated right now.
Undefeated. This is going to be his 3rd game on Trundle.
Undefeated this split.
Yeah, well, yes. But Braum is going to be the pickup for Matt, and instantly Karma locked in again for Phoenix1 and Kindred as well.
Yeah, I actually really like this. Kindred and Karma synergize with the Vladimir beautifully. Karma enables the Vladimir to get to the back line, give him the speed up, and the Kindred, if you give Vladimir the pool, the Zanyas, then you give him an ultimate, the Lamb's Respite, he can heal a lot, save his transfusion with the Crimson Rush until it's about to come off. Use the Q, it will actually restore a lot of missing HP. He'll pop back up to like 1,200, and he'll probably have pool up by that time again. So if Slushy's able to get a combo off like that, he becomes incredibly hard to kill.
We'll see where that Karma and Vlad end up going, if it's going to be, again, Slushy taking Karma in the mid lane, or anywhere else. As Team Liquid, Phoenix, looking back at that Azir. I could see the bird correlation here, and looks like it is, in fact, going to be Elise locked in for Dardoch, and Fabi is going to be taking the carry Lucian this time. No utility for him.
What is that?
It looks like a chipmunk.
It does. It's that. I don't know what that is. Could be a voodoo doll as well. We don't know. But still, good luck charm there on stage for MASH. He's going to need it this game.
Yeah, now it's Phoenix1 looking for their final 2 picks. They still need an AD carry in either mid or support to answer Team Liquid, as Team Liquid look to get the counter pick with Phoenix for that final one. But yeah, Jhin is locked in for MASH. So once again, very demanding champion. We'll see if he can convert some damage this time, as Shen is the final lock-in for Phoenix1.
Yeah, once again, Zig is going to play Shen into Lorlo on that Trundle. And so we're seeing the final pick come out there. Of course, Azir.
Yeah.
Azir, like always. So there's actually a lot of great things here for both teams. You have the Vladimir for P1. You have a composition that enables him. You have Engage from your bot lane in 2 different forms. You have Protection. And you also have a way to disengage and engage. So they're really good here. Wave clear is the only mildly questionable thing, especially compared to Azir, right? Because this team on TL has a lot of pick potential. They have good team fighting. Their hard engage is the only question, because you have to put your body at risk with it. But also Elise into Kindred, really good matchup. You kind of force the Kindred not to go for the fervor of battle. You force him to go for the strength of ages, because he wants that tenacity mastery.
Yeah.
And you also want to have more HP so that you can eat the cocoon and be able to ulti afterwards instead of be dead.
The hard reset for Sentinel. We'll see if he can go for that aggressive Kindred in this match, as everyone is getting ready. Coaches shake hands. It's time for you, though, to update your votes on Twitter. Use hashtag P1win or hashtag TLwin. We're tracking the count all series long, so make sure you get your vote in as everyone's getting ready. Looks like Phoenix1 going for that decisive style fight composition once again, and Team Liquid look ready to answer it.
Yeah. And if P1, they don't give up first blood in the level 1,
yes,
they can start the game off on a much better foot. I think I actually like their composition a lot more. There's a little more synergy in it. Build is the next question moving forward for P1. Last game, MASH went with an old school Lucian build.
Classic team fight.
There's a new hotness Jhin build out there. I want to see it.
We'll see if it is the magical Yomu's Lucian for MASH.
Yeah. Definitely not Lucian Jhin skin.
Yeah, I don't think Phoenix1 have 4 Drakes right now. That would be a heck of a way.
Well, we gave them a large advantage at the start of the... No. See, Jat was talking about they need some magic.
Well, by the magic of Summoner's Rift.
Bibbidi-bobbidi-boo.
Yes, the princess at the ball, Phoenix1.
Oh. Pumpkin one's going to have to try to...
Yeah.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
Everything is solved.
Got it all
Reset.
cleared out. Sentinel is going to trade out just a bit. As you can see, no Infernal Drake doing any damage to Dardoch this time, and no level 1 invade out of Team Liquid.
Get it?
missed it by that much.
It's actually very difficult to get that.
Yeah.
You have to be right on top of it and already in spider form. He had to swap it, is what it looked like. Or wasn't close enough to him. We kind of swapped to him right there. But yeah, the W does auto-tech these
Yeah,
things.
looks like we're seeing a lane swap once again initiated by Team Liquid. Fabi and Matt head towards that top side.
I think they're just more confident in it, but also you don't really want to go up against the Karma as the Braum. Even if you Q him, the speed up gets him away. And it's kind of hard to stick to him.
Sort of creates an interesting dynamic because now Phoenix1 are going for an aggressive invade. They're going to see if they can find Team Liquid clearing out the direwolf.
Yeah, and it's with a Mantra Q. If he can get any of these wolves, yeah.
Oh,
got one.
Gets one.
Everybody gets one.
Zig, though, a little bit slow, takes some punishment from Matt on the opposite side, but Fabi went straight to lane. He's already started farming it up, so he's going to get a little bit of bonus experience comparatively.
Yeah, you usually don't have your AD carry invade with you. The Karma can kind of handle that situation on her own. Especially since she has a slow, and you would be up against an Elise and a Trundle, and I don't think they really have ways to catch the Karma.
Yeah. A little bit of greed out of Phoenix1. As the fast turret shove begins, Lurlo catches up. Zig, though, is double jungling for just a few more camps.
Yeah.
So he's not going to be getting anywhere near as much experience when he eventually catches up in a solo lane environment. Slushi healing up on that Vlad.
Yep.
There's the Crimson Rush.
Yeah, speaking about the junglers, it looked like it was for battle for Sentinel, the carry style. Up against most Elises, though, you typically want to go for the Strength of Ages. He may get a QSS at some point. We'll see what he ends up going for, but I definitely think that it's a much more aggressive one. He tried to kill her, tried to dodge her cocoon. That's the optimal situation. And going back down to the AD carries, just to like cover my bases here, that Jhin build, I hope he goes for. It's the Youmuu's Ghostblade, sometimes Duskblade.
Well, it also might be something that fits Mash's style just a little bit better because he will have to do more damage with the Youmuu's active because that's where he's going to get the majority of his kick in team fights.
He'll also have a lot of movement speed. He'll run around very quickly.
Yeah.
He can dip in. And also, one of the best things about Jhin is even if you lose the trade or you go even, you back up, you curtain call, and then you win the trade by being a screen away from the person. That's why, as Jhin, you usually want to have mild all-ins on people. I guess 3/4 in? I don't know exactly what you'd call it.
3/4 in?
Yeah, 3/4, and then you back up, and then you use the curtain call and just try to get a kill that way.
It's more of a mostly in.
Yeah. I'm mostly in, you know.
Yeah.
It's a double down on my aggression.
All right, so the solo turret experience did go to Gold's solo turret. Gold did go to Zig. The Lurlo is staying on this top side. Zig was forced to complete his recall as the duo now heads toward the bottom side for Phoenix1. Mash and Gate looking to match up with Fabi and Matt. But that does mean that Zig, he's going to have to walk up towards level up Lurlo. I'm sure he's going to get level 4 by the time he finally catches up. And Mash is forced to flash.
Ooh. Yeah, he was going to get a shield there from Gate. I'm not sure if it would have been right on time. But yeah, it's a level 3 bottom lane here for TL. And touching on Fabi a little bit more, he was brought in, you know, for TLA. And if it wasn't for Piglet being on the main squad and being, you know, a ex-world champion or former world champion, I guess he's always world champion, so he's former world champion.
Yes.
He honestly probably would have been starting because Fabi is proven to be a fantastic player, and they set up this dive, and here they go.
Yeah, Mash with no flash is the first target. First blood for Dardoch. He's taking the turret as he looks to burn down Gate, chases it down, and Lurlo is the one who gets the kill. Zig is going to be the next target. Team Liquid flawlessly dive and get 3.
And disaster strikes for P1. Zig shows up. Zig, oh man, he's running around. He taunts, but it doesn't actually get anybody underneath the turret perfectly, and they can't capitalize.
Yeah, that's going to be another tier 1 going down. Here's that replay once again.
Yeah, comes through. Watch this. Because Matt has aggro, he comes out, Matt flashes it. Matt knows that Zig is gunning for him and immediately disengages, and the turret aggro is just juggled beautifully here. And you can see Lurlo picks it up, they get the stun, and he walks away, and now they're looking for Phoenix.
Yeah, might have been looking for a gank in the mid lane. Zig running through, only level 3 right now, not even able to land that taunt.
Yeah, they ended up losing a lot off of that. You look at the gold, 2.5k this early on in the game is insane. They lost a turret, they lost 3 kills, first blood going over to TL. Everything's in their hands at the moment, and the only person who wasn't a part of that was Phoenix.
Yeah, they are going to try to rush down this quick Drake, though, as Team Liquid recall. They've got some damage on Sentinel. He has yet to complete a recall, so this is a very greedy play, but Team Liquid, they're going for the recall. They can't contest this.
Gate's going to have to tank it for a little bit. Cloud Drake is actually the highest DPS Drake on a single target because dragons do 7%, I believe, of your HP in physical damage.
Yeah, max out.
And it has the fastest attack speed. It's like 0.25 or something.
Half the attack speed of
or like, or it's 1.0, right? It's 1.0. All the other dragons are 0.5, and then Mountain is 0.25.
It's half as fast.
Yep.
However, on the answer, though, Team Liquid, once again, taking the early Rift Herald. We'll see if this goes back over to Lorlo.
Yeah,
Team Liquid seem to have finally found their stride.
I think you take a 20-minute Rift Herald buff over a Cloud Drake any day of the week.
Oh! Woo. Missed it by that much.
It's just a warning
They're so
shot.
sneaky. They're so sneaky.
Yeah, those things dodge a lot better than most players.
The old River Shen. But again, that's Rift Herald buff. Glimpse of the Void on Lorlo. This time it's going to last until about the 27-minute mark. And back in the solo lane, 2 levels up, nearly twice the CS of former teammate Zig.
Yeah. Looks like Zig showing up and going after Gate. It ended up definitely backfiring. He blew his TP there. Didn't blow his flash. And he's definitely at a disadvantage here in this matchup, especially with Rift Herald now on Lorlo.
Yeah, you can see just waiting for it to fully charge up before zoning Zig away. Blue buff looks to be stolen away by Dardoch. This is very aggressive. He's going to run away to that Scuttle buff. He has got Smite, but it's picked up by Sentinel.
It went down to 8. That was...
Yeah, Dardoch actually smited.
Yeah.
He missed it by 8.
Yep. A little miscalculated.
Meanwhile, the other blue buff is going over towards Phoenix's Azir, already 16 CS ahead of Slushy, just in the passive laning phase.
Yeah, and it's not honestly a huge deal that the blue buff is not on Slushy. Blue buff just gives him cooldown reduction and then I believe 15% more AP.
Yeah.
Doesn't need the mana regen at all. It's not like an Anivia or even an Azir that definitely needs mana early because you don't really invest in items that have that regen. You pretty much get 2 Dorans and you are content with that. I guess you're forced to be content with that.
Yeah. And it looks like he is going to go for that Spirit Visage first on that Vladimir, so he will be able to take more harass from Phoenix as the lane progresses. Meanwhile, Mash is on the bottom side of the map here trying to catch this large wave of minions. He doesn't have a tier 1, and with Dardoch heading down there, Lorlo with his teleport, you talked about it in the previous game, when you've got a big wave, you use it.
Yeah. It's a setup for something. If you don't use it, then you're not using the last minute and a half that you set it up with. So they're going to try to shove it all the way into the turret. If they can get a kill here off of a dive.
There's Dardoch. Slow misses along with the culling. Dardoch doesn't land the cocoon as Gate flashes to dodge the spell.
Still a successful gank if you get that flash out of Gate.
Yeah, Slushy continuing to catch these minions in the mid lane, just taking so much harass from Phoenix.
He's trying to dodge these soldiers, but Phoenix is just having them skirt in front of him, through him constantly. And that's going to be a back for Slushy.
Yeah, yet another...
Oh, no. He's going to walk forward because it's being shoved fast. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like Team Liquid decided not to pressure bottom anymore. They're allowing Mash to catch this wave. Sentinel on the opposite side, though. He's going to be spotted out, spotting Lorlo. They both get vision of each other, I suppose, and disengage. Lorlo has been hard shoving that top lane. 17 CS ahead on his own. It's a 3,500 gold lead for Team Liquid 10 minutes in.
Yeah, and they have all the opportunities to grow this as well. As soon as they hit that first item power spike over P1, I expect them to push it even harder.
And Matt grouping up with Fabi and Dardoch. They're shoving now down towards the mid lane. Here's that wave clear that you talked about. Not working out too quick for Phoenix1. Don't know if Team Liquid are done just yet as Dardoch, roaming around in the jungle. It's going to be cleansed out. Dardoch doesn't
has
have
aggro.
under turret range, yeah.
There we go.
A little zealous, a little overzealous.
Yep, still kind of tickles him still. Almost has the Ravenous Hydra completed. And that's what we're looking for here is those first item power spikes for TL.
Yeah, so once again, Team Liquid take an early advantage in this game.
Oh, it's a large early advantage as well.
Oh. We're going to find Phoenix. Bit of damage is going to trade down onto Matt with the Unbreakable. He actually gets a Hemo Plague, flashes the wall. Slushy chases. There's a Stand United. Slushy's trying to go in. Let's see if he can, but he's instantly stunned. Gets onto Fabi, but he can't follow it up. He finally gets 2 kills, in fact. And Phoenix1 take 2 kills and back away.
Yeah, Phoenix1 strike back, picking up 2 kills for themselves. And honestly, Zig coming through, very important, and landing that slow with the curtain call. This was actually really kind of ballsy here. But what they know is that they know that Lorlo's on the top side of the map. The Stand United is going to come through faster. Ko's over the wall with the chase. Slushy saying, I'm going to keep going. Matt tries to hide in the bush. I'm already dead. Yeah, no. And they still find him anyway. But yes, the taunt comes through onto Fabi from Zig and locks him up and gets him killed as well.
Yeah, good fight from Phoenix1. These are the sorts of decisive plays that we've been looking for them to make as a team.
Yeah, and I think that the curtain call is going to be a really great thing for MASH moving forward in this game. I want to see him use it over and over again, and he's probably going to go for that because it's not going to be the Youmu's. It's going to be the Essence Reaver for cooldown reduction.
Yeah.
So that he can get more curtain calls early on. Youmu's does have CDR, but this seems to be the preference for him.
Going for that damage in controlled bursts. Phoenix is going to dodge away as Slushy and Gate pressure forward. Once again, in the exact same spot as last time, Phoenix1 group up. Now the Cloud Drake has spawned. This would be the second for Phoenix1. Fabi's farming a frozen wave on the opposite side of the map, and Lorlo no longer has teleport. This could be Phoenix1's opportunity.
Yeah, and if you look over at Zig, he has his teleport using the double globals. The Stand United was there previously. And so if they set up a play on the opposite side of the map, then P1 actually have an avenue to gain even more of an advantage for themselves and close this gap.
Oh, Lorlo. He's going to try to get this kill onto Zig, or just zone him away at the least. And Phoenix1 are going to take this Cloud Drake. They're going to take what they can here. This is the second and no answer from Team Liquid. Now they're actually going to try to invade here.
Oh, very, very healthy blue buff, but not anymore.
Dardoch is able to secure that blue buff for himself. That means it's not going over to Phoenix, though. Phoenix1, we often like to joke about it, but they're scaling.
Okay, we got late game, boys. And they do have a bit of late game here, but it's always against a Nazir, who's one of the best late game champions, but it is Vladimir, right? So it's kind of that toss-up there. Two very, very powerful mid laners, and as Slushy's build starts coming online, he'll start doing even more damage. Of course, he's got no AP in the tank. Health does convert to a little bit with his passive, but still, as soon as he starts getting more of those stats, he's going to be a complete wrecking ball on that backline.
Ooh, trying to get the 1-2 combo, Gate and Mash.
It's the trust W.
Yeah.
I hope he's going to make it.
Trust my teammate to land the skill shot so I can follow up with the snare.
Yep.
He's actually maxing that second. Hasn't taken any points.
In Trap? Yeah.
In Captive Audience.
A lot of people don't take points in the Captive Audience. They max the Deadly Flourish second. Some people will put 1 point into the Trap just so they can kind of litter the lane with the Trap. And I also believe if you kill somebody, you know how their corpse turns into the the Captive Audience? It doesn't do that if you don't have a point in it.
Ah, well. Team Liquid. Oh, Dardoch going to go aggressive onto Gate. There goes a Stand United. He's got a shield. Dardoch might have gotten too deep. He still gets the kill and flashes the wall. Phoenix1 cannot collapse onto him fast enough.
Ooh. Oh, man. Dardoch gets away with murder there.
Yeah. Both in the literal and figurative sense. Lorlo now split pushing on the opposite side. Mash is going to be forced to try to clean this wave up. As that mid-tier 1 did go down, that's all 3 tier 1s for Team Liquid secured. They've got some vision on the blue buff now.
Yeah.
But here that is once again.
Gate too far forward, dodges the cocoon. Mash misses the W, throws out the Kurt. this is quite interesting because Matt flashes, or sorry, Gate flashes afterwards, still dies, and the curtain call is canceled by Mash after firing 2 shots because he thinks that Lorlo, or sorry, man, names. Yeah. Dardoch is going to run off to the left side. And speaking of Lorlo on Mash,
Ooh, Flash Auto secures the kill for Lorlo. Zig can't teleport in time.
Yeah, more flashes being burned even though they get taken out. Both Gate and Mash blew theirs and they still died right as the animation went off.
Just a bit unfortunate circumstance for Phoenix1, but that means Team Liquid have opened up the gold gap from 3,500 to about 5,000, only 6-7 minutes later. Zig is going to try to duel it out just a bit with Lorlo, but that's a Ravenous Hydra, not a Titanic. That's a lot of bonus AD on that Trundle, and despite not even having Subjugate, he doesn't even mind taking a few turret hits to bully it away. He's actually setting up for Dardoch, who's waiting. Oh, gosh.
Yep, just get him low. No Subjugate available, like you said. And just getting towards that turret. But on the opposite side, they're going to try to make a play here with 3 from P1 on the top.
Yeah, Mash is going to try to act as the bait, but
yeah,
it doesn't look like Team Liquid are falling for it.
It's actually a really good plan there. As soon as you have 2 people on the opposite side of the map, you know there can be 3 on the top side, so don't go for it. There's a possibility that they're there, so don't take the risk. Back off, wait, back, take your recall.
A very patient play out of Team Liquid's duo. Don't want to take any chances, though now this isn't so patient as they rush in to clear out some of the vision for Phoenix1. Oh, they should be able to trade wards there. Meanwhile, though, Phoenix and Fabi are hard, Phoenix and Dardoch are hard shoving this mid tier 2. And Lorlo already cleared out the bottom tier 2 over the sheer strength he has. Phoenix1 are slowly but surely hemorrhaging objectives as Team Liquid are just taking their time, setting up the waves, breaking down what they can.
Yeah, Team Liquid are constantly keeping pressure in every lane. Phoenix with his turret in the mid lane, Lorlo with his advantage in his Rift Herald on the bot side, and then the top is a little bit more kind of back and forth. They're not actually pushing it too hard, but now that they see the opportunity where it's just Mash, they push it up. It was kind of in that midpoint because they were making a play on the opposite side. And so now Dardoch is going to play between mid and top, and that's why they're more confident pushing in the top side. And they have TP, so.
They are chasing forward. Lorlo waiting outside of vision so he doesn't get caught. Might look to collapse from behind on this tier 2. Drops the pillar and zones Slushy away. Doesn't even care about turret aggro as the second tier 2 turret falls. Phoenix1 cannot answer this brute strength advantage. That's now an 8,000 gold lead, more than doubled over 9 minutes.
Yeah, what Team Liquid are doing are they're making plays to take turrets, and that's why it's 5-1 right now, and 5-2 in kills, because they'll get the kills. They got those kills bot side after the dive. They took that turret, then they transitioned mid. Phoenix eventually pushed out that mid lane turret, and they got that one. And then they just kept pushing it, so now you're seeing that once they start getting an advantage in a lane, they continue to push it down. And with that tier 2 in the mid down, that gives them so much room to operate. When the passive comes up from Phoenix, he can put it on that tier 2, and then you are free to go between top, bottom, anywhere you want. And especially since they don't have any tier 1s left, it's quite easy to actually make rotational plays for TL.
Play on the top side of the map. There's a stand united as Fabi is getting dove. He's going to go down to Mash as 4 members of Phoenix1 dive for 1 kill. They're going to be able to take a tier 1 as well, but they might be giving up the Cloud Drake on the opposite side of the map.
Oh no, their third Cloud Drake! But yes, they need turrets more than they need movement speed right now, more than they need the Drakes. And movement speed is all relative. If you have 2 Cloud Drakes and they have 1, it's totally fine to give it over. Get that turret. Look at the tier 2 as well. P1 may have come out big with that.
Yeah, they're actually shoving forward, and Team Liquid aren't responding quite fast enough. Here comes Matt. Lands some damage over the wall. Lorlo is there, too. He's caught by a bit of a slow. He's going to go in. They need to clear out the turret. Finally, it drops, but Team Liquid are ready to brawl. They've got Lorlo and Matt. Zig is in the front, tanking as
Phoenix.
Phoenix from behind with a 3-man wall. There's the respite. Unfortunately, Gate can't make it on. There's the hard reset. Fabi respawns to get revenge for his kill as Team Liquid clean up 3.
And P1
Zig's gonna get caught here.
Oh, make that 4. Zig is caught by Dardoch on the escape path. He drops, not even giving him the execution kill. With 4 members dead, Team Liquid turn onto the Baron. They're gonna shred through this thing.
Yep, it's only Slushie left. Slushie, where were you during that play? He is mid lane at the tier 2, and he is doing nothing. He is clearing out a minion wave. Your team set up a play on the top side of the map, and he is just sitting there. He doesn't have TP. He's Flash Ghost. Look at the minimap. He is just hanging out right there. You know where your team is going to be, and you have no way to join them. They're going to get outnumbered. Phoenix comes in from behind. This play, even if Gate doesn't make it in there, was already a bit of a lost cause just off of the numbers advantage. And that's the thing, is it's not even just numbers advantage. It was a 4-on-4, but Elise on the side helps them pick up the last kill. And it's just the sheer power, the flank that they had, and the fact that so much was used in the push by P1 to get to that point. Yeah, very tragic play for Phoenix1. They finally take the initiative and make something happen after 20 minutes. And it is turned around rather deftly by Team Liquid. They've got 2.5 minutes now with that Baron buff still. We've already seen how much pressure they can put on all 3 lanes without it, but now Phoenix1 have got to be careful. They have to be very careful, especially since their goals right now seem to be Zerg down people with a numbers advantage, and then they overstayed, they overextended the numbers advantage right here because you know that there's 2 members on the top side, and that in the bot side, Lorlo just keeps shoving in.
Yeah, trading with Zig, doesn't even care about the minions once again. Chunks him down to half health as Team Liquid, now they know to play around that numbers advantage. We'll see if they can adapt this and if they don't let themselves get caught once again. As the top tier 2 goes down 6 turrets to 3. Traps are being cleared and Slushie overextends a lot.
Is Phoenix gonna go for it?
Oh man, he drops low flash and Slushie is able to get out. Meanwhile, Team Liquid are already burning through the turret. Fabi gets some good damage before Mash zones him away. Meanwhile, Lorlo is still dueling it out with Zig. Subjugate was used a while ago.
Yeah, they're going to go rotate between top, mid, bottom. Mid goes down first here, and they've cracked this inhibitor turret. Looking at that inhib.
Yeah, that inhibitor looking very, very vulnerable. Team Liquid trying to break through. Fabi going for the black cleaver, says Mash. This is how you do it now.
Slushie
goes in. He's going to try to force the fight. He's got to stand united, but he's going to, yes, there's the respite. Fabi's dancing around the back. Mash is firing off as best he can. Zig with a huge stun is going to be able to drop one. Do they have enough damage to follow it up? Zig is going to get caught. He drops as Team Liquid just have got the stats to chase it through. Lorlo catches onto Gate. He goes down to the Gatekeeper himself, and the inhibitor will fall.
And now topside has a wave. Baron buff on for 45 more seconds. Lorlo just tanks it up. So well played there from TL, but P1 actually played that incredibly well as well.
Yeah, this is going to be another inhibitor. No, they actually decide to back it out, playing it safe. Cocoon finds Slushie. He's going to eat a culling before finally being forced to back away.
Dardoch's doing a great job on this Elise with those cocoons. He's hitting Slushie when he wants to pool. Slushie does not have that Zonias yet. He's already got his Spirit Visage as well as his Proto Belt, but it's not enough. You're going to see him walk forward. Kind of a tell here because they shield him. They throw down the Shen ultimate on him and then run straight forward, gets tagged, jumps forward, gets stunned, and then he has to pool. Ultimate comes through. Matt goes down, but there's no damage on these damage dealers.
Yeah.
Phoenix, Fabi no mana, but they get to sit here and just whittle away at all of P1. Mash was too far back because he had just used Curtain Call, so he had to run up afterwards after Matt died, and it really took him too long to get there, and they were kiting back already, and the fight was pretty much won by TL at that point.
Yeah.
Have to get on Fabi and Phoenix.
Once again, trying to Zerg down, but Team Liquid, again, able to kite it out and turn that Zerg aggression into a quick 2-base macro. There's an old throwback. But now they're looking for this bottom inhibitor, the last inhibitor turret. Lorlo's on the other inhibitor in the top lane with teleport. No one can answer him anymore. Zig going straight back into the fountain, actually teleporting from behind.
Yeah.
Might be looking for a play as he tries to get caught in.
Go
There's
for
the
broke.
curtain call. Misses Phoenix. Oh, this is huge. They drop a turret. Sentinel goes low, forced to drop the respite. But Team Liquid are going to turn this around almost certainly. There's the Hemo Plague, but it's not enough to drop
Slushie, despite healing an enormous amount, finally goes down to Fabi. 5 versus 2. Team Liquid are going to break the base and try to end this game, taking a quick 2-0 over Phoenix1.
Yeah, 26 minutes in, these games have been decisive from Team Liquid. They get an early lead, and that's the ace for TL.
That is the ace. Team Liquid will be able to do it. They've got the minions, they've got the turrets, they've got the Nexus, and Team Liquid 2-0 Phoenix1, and they're now 2-0 in matches.
Dardoch giving himself a little bit of a round of applause there. Both matches had Lorlo, Dardoch, and Phoenix deathless.
Yeah.
And only the bottom lane, only Fabi and Matt had deaths in this series for Team Liquid. That's the duty right there. You are the bodyguards, you are the engaged. They are your main sources of damage, except this game, a little bit different. You know, Dardoch not on that same carry, but Fabi being introduced to the lineup,
yeah,
it seems to be a great fit for them. But also, for Piglet, who's on the bench right now, this is not unfamiliar territory.
Yes.
Piglet had previously been benched for Keith last year to kind of light a fire under him and make him motivated again. And we don't know if this is a back and forth thing yet. We don't know how Fabi's fitting in with them. We don't know if it's something to motivate Piglet. There's very little details about this. It was very sudden and announced, so it's like, what is this Team Liquid lineup going to be looking like moving forward?
You can see Fabi going down and shaking hands right now, feeling good about his first LCS debut performance, 2-0. Getting to shake as many hands as he likes. That's a big old smile. Slushie, though, filling in for Pyrian. Not quite able to turn his team around, still having the sort of trying to get the commanding fight. What we saw from Phoenix1 was they were looking for those Zerg plays time and again, but they just weren't quite able to convert it. You can see Piglet in the background there.
Yeah, you can see Fabi. That's not stunt, by the way.
Yes, that is stunt tourism.
He does his own, apparently.
Yeah.
Having David, their Team Liquid Academy coach, jump on him and be like, yeah, man, that's my boy. Team Liquid Academy, he graduated.
So now Team Liquid, they've won their past 2 matches. They've actually won their past 4 games.
Yeah.
This isn't no longer a morale win. This could be the start of something for them.
Yeah, and here's the thing is it was against P1, right, which is right now sitting at the bottom of the standings, 0-5, and it's not looking too much better for them. Their roster's still up in the air at the moment, and if we're looking at the team that they had beaten previously as well, it's
Echo Fox.
It's Echo Fox, and
Last
it's like,
weekend.
honestly, these teams are kind of struggling right now. So Team Liquid, sure, they're proving that they're not a bottom team, but they need to prove that they are a top team moving forward, that they can compete with teams like TSM, like Immortals, like even CLG.
This is a very similar sort of start to the split from what we saw in spring. So the hope is that they will continue to play well.
Yeah, but if you keep hitting the reset button on your team every time something like that happens, right? They didn't have any roster changes. They came in with the exact same roster that they ended with, and then there was a period of regression where they seemed like things weren't working. There was some conflict. So getting all of those things off to the side, figuring it out, and being able to actually move forward, because it's week 3.
Definitely is time to get it up.
Shape
but
up.
now, before we finish the day, Freak has the Gatekeeper himself ready for an interview.
Hey, thank you very much. Yes, great cast of the day, by the way. I am here with Fabi, the one and only, the Gatekeeper. You got cheers from the audience. So this is your first LCS match. How did it feel to play on stage like this?
It was actually pretty nerve-wracking. Well, game 2 especially, but game 1 I felt good. Like, it didn't feel as nerve-wracking until it actually got to game 2. But I actually enjoyed playing on stage. It was fun.
That's good. So what was, I saw, first of all, your teammates kind of photobombed you a second ago, and everyone was like crowding around you, hugging you at the very end there. Piglet was up there with a big smile on his face. So what's it like playing with Liquid when you're also on TLA and you're kind of bouncing back and forth?
I mean, there's a lot to learn from both teams, which is mainly why I like enjoy doing this. Like, sometimes going 1 week here, 1 week there. Like, there's more to learn from both teams. Like, not just one. It gives us that much more, like, of an experience, I guess. You know, I want to see how I would do on stage.
And you got that opportunity. I know yesterday Loco tweeted out like, hey, Fabi wanted to have a chance to play on the stage. Here he is. You know, it's not like Piglet's bench or anything. So you know, kind of tell me sort of what had that sort of happen? Why was that choice sort of made to finally give you a chance?
It was mainly because I want experience on the stage. You know, I've been playing in Challenge for maybe like 2 years or so, and I never really got time to actually, you know, play on the stage. So I asked them, they let me, and it was fun.
It definitely was. So how did it feel then? I mean, you said you were nervous, whatnot, but do you feel like you put the right foot forward? Do you feel like you played well enough? You wish you did more? What'd you feel after the match?
I wish I was like less nervous for game 2. I felt good game 1, but overall, I probably just want to feel less nervous around on the stage. More games would probably do that. But yeah, that's my main thing right now about it.
Yeah, sure thing. Practice definitely would help. But Fabi, congratulations. 2-0 victory. Definitely doesn't suck. So thank you very much for the interview. Good luck with the rest of the season. And now we're going to throw it over to the analysts to talk about that a little bit more.
Thank you very much, Freak. Fabi's going to be very happy to walk away from his first LCS match with a victory, a 2-0 at that, as well as the rest of Team Liquid, who are very much in need of wins right now at the beginning of the split, and in the face of the last place team. Right? Again, this isn't necessarily an unexpected result, but good to see from this roster that they did it quickly.
Yeah, Freak said it best. Losing doesn't suck. In fact, it's like really good to win games.
Right.
And that's what Team Liquid need to do, right? They started the season slow, but they have an opportunity to have a perfect week. They've already gotten Phoenix1 out of the way. They play Energy next, and things are looking up. I mean, I think that Energy game is going to be actually really fun because I think Santorin is playing extremely well this split, and so is Dardoch, so I'm really looking forward to like a jungle showdown there. But just to get back to Team Liquid, like they took care of business. They did what they needed to do.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's dive into it just real quick. I mean, in that 2-0, this victory here came as quickly as the first one did, if not even a little bit faster and a little bit more dominant. We saw that early lane swap come out, and again, Phoenix1 still seem to be plagued by some issues around macro game where they're slow in that lane swap. It then forces a beautiful turret dive bot lane out of Team Liquid. And as we pull that up, we'll run through it. But 3-0 at 5:15 into the game, hard to come back
This
from.
is exactly what you want to do against a team that is not as practiced as you are. Dardoch, they already had a lead in the lane swap, but he jumps in early on Elise. They had the turret aggro on Matt initially, and then it switched to Elise, which is actually more than you could ask for. Like, it's the absolute perfect turret bouncing, so that's why when the teleport comes in, they essentially get 3 kills while only having to put 4 people down there, and that could not have gone better. But what we don't get to show on that replay is the fact that they had already pulled substantially ahead in that lane swap, which was able to set up that situation, and the Kindred had shown in the top lane as well, so that made it even smarter of a dive for the team.
A couple mistakes for Phoenix1. Team Liquid quick to capitalize on them. About 2.5K gold lead very early on in the game there. And that, I remember turning to around the 15-minute mark and being like, does this feel slow? And then, but then realizing, no, it doesn't actually feel slow.
They haven't finished their first major item yet, Dash, so give them some time.
Give them some time. I was like, why is Team Liquid taking so long to close it? Oh, it's 15 minutes into the game.
You're like the disapproving Asian parent in like the 2nd grade. Why aren't you in college yet? Like, come on, man.
Where's that degree?
They're doing great, straight A's.
No, but so Team Liquid playing that one relatively smart. I mean, Fabi did mention, though, for himself individually that he felt a little nerves there in game 2, whether it was the nerves of just wanting to close the series out and kind of put the cement on it or not. There definitely were still a few mistakes from that Team Liquid squad that they need to clean up, but overall, an impressive performance in that they did it as quickly as they did while bringing Fabi in, and Phoenix, of all people, who will snag our Player of the Game honors one more time here in Game 2, 2-0-9 on that Azir, is stepping up his performance in comparison to previous games.
Oh my goodness, he had such a bad week when they were losing, and now his 2 Azir games. We're going to see what he has to do when he's not on Azir, but you can't punish the guy because, like, oh, it's his best champion. It was supposed to crush the game. Well, no, he crushes the game. He did it in both games, most damage, deathless. He had a spectacular series.
Yeah, on the side of Phoenix1 to close out the series, of course, this is going to be a tough loss for them to stomach yet again, still swapping players within the series itself, so a lot of trouble there on that roster. However, a few glimmers of good play here and there. We did see them with a nice pick and tower dive in the top lane, and then 2 turret take. Of course, that did get turned on them because they weren't quite quick enough, but they are still looking for those plays to get back into the game, even if they are down 8K gold.
And if you're Phoenix1, I think you have to use Spring Split Echo Fox as a bit of an example of a team that looked pretty grim for a while as they were still swapping out the roster, but when they finally got their core team together, they were able to excel a little bit. And you can actually see, obviously it sucks for Phoenix1 to lose, but when they are losing, they're not taking it super hard because they know how ridiculously difficult their situation is, so they're not really expecting to win. I don't know if that's a good thing. You should obviously kind of want and expect to win, but I mean, come on. They don't have the guys to do it right now.
Right, the right attitude, given the circumstances that they're in. We'll continue to watch those guys develop. And now that the series is over, let's take a look at some of the moments you at home called out on social media as the biggest plays from tonight's games. First up, at KTechX1 tweeted out that Sneaky with the 6 snipe. Let's take a look.
Gravity Well is in, but it's not enough damage. Soldiers come through, the flash of the wall, and Sneaky with the long-range snipe takes him down. Cloud9 crushing it.
I mean, so really that was, as you mentioned, the first kill that Sneaky picked up in that game, very much the gold he needed to kind of get rolling on that Jhin and be a threat.
Yeah, and earlier on in that play, we were kind of commenting on how fast Bjergsen was because he ghosted and he also had the double upgrade on his X course, so he was just like zooming around. And when he flashed over, like, wow, I can't believe he got out of it. Wait, no, he's dead.
No,
because he was going so fast, the camera like barely caught him, and then Sneaky obviously had him in a set.
Yeah, in live, Sneaky's completely off stream. So I was like, how did he die? To Jhin of all people. You get the replay, you see that there he is. Mastery that champion. He has put in an insane amount of hours on that champion. I remember seeing him stream it on, hours end.
First major Jhin adopter for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, then a tweet from Lol Brada from Game 3 of that series. That stream of Shuffle by Bjergsen was amazing.
Jensen's going to be next, burning down to death, and Haunter gets him 2 for 0 so far. Medios going to be next up easily. Popped across the wall. They've caught impact as well. This is surely going to be the game. A triple kill already. Make that a fourth now picked up for double imp.
He's dead. No flash. Keep going.
Get shuttle.
Chase. Trundle. No flash.
Okay,
No
go
flash.
end after,
Go on set. End the game. End the fucking game.
Guys.
That was great. That was a great capper to the moment.
Yeah, the most crazy thing about Azir is you and I talk about it when we watch Azir lane. We're just like, man, that looks so obnoxious to play against.
Right.
I wish I could do that because when you watch someone who's really good at Azir, it's like, man, it's so easy. Why would not everyone do this? And then you try and pull it off in game, and it's impossible.
Right.
So it's always impressive to watch the best players and how smooth they are in executing.
I was going to say they're so fluid, and that was a moment where you look at it and you go, well, okay, if Medios and Impact can get out of this along with Bunny Fufu, and they've got 3 up with Baron, maybe they keep themselves in the game. Bjergsen just removes all hope from the equation with a very quick thinking ultimate.
Woo, all the way.
And over the wall,
he was
too.
Basically from the Scuttle Crab to the Tribe. Azir is ridiculous.
Yeah, it was gross. That guy's too good at League of Legends. Anyway, with those 2 series completed, let's have a look at the updated NALCS standings. Now alone on the top is our 5-0 TSM. Now Team Envy is 1 win behind, followed by Immortals, and then Cloud9 to round out the top 4. 5 teams are in the middle of the pack with 1 or 2 match wins, and Phoenix1 remains at the bottom of the standings. Now, we're all tapped out for tonight, but the rest of the weekend is full of LCS games for your viewing pleasure. Make your way back here tomorrow for 4 series featuring a match where Envy defends their spot against Immortals on NALCS 1, and over in the Battle Theater, you can watch Counterlogic Gaming taking on an Echo Fox squad. I mean, that Envy Immortals matchup is a huge test for Envy.
Yeah, I mean, as much as I want to see Immortals do well again, I would love to see a 5-0 Envy up against a 5-0 TSM on Sunday to invalidate tonight's match of the week pick, because clearly it would be the 2 undefeated teams, but we can't see the future.
I mean, there's a litany.
I was pretty happy with the C9 TSM.
Litany of good matchups this week.
Oh, it's next week, sorry, that Envy plays TSM. So we need to wait. I just want to see them stay undefeated until they play each other.
Overall, they play the next 4 games, right, are Immortals, Cloud9, CLG, and TSM. So they play the other 3 top 4 teams, and then CLG, who we still expect a lot out of that team, even though they haven't necessarily put up the numbers quite yet.
Yeah, it's just Envy obviously is this untested team, and this is their first big test. Immortals has looked shaky at times, and Huni versus Seraph is actually really exciting with the way they're both approaching the game this split.
All right, well, plenty of games on the docket for tomorrow. Tonight, though, that's going to do it for us. Now, for myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
It's the North American powerhouses Cloud9 and TSM. They're facing off in a match of the week. Jensen does get double bombed into the queue, into everything. He's just going to get blown up.
Such a good double bomb there by Bjergsen.
We got him. Burn no flash. Keep your Nash. Look right side. I'm on the Peter. Peter, die. I'm gonna die. Yeah, you're on the... Yo, shed no flash. Nice. I'm on Nash. Look at Victor. Kill Victor. Nice.
TSM in control the entire time. Well is in, but it's not enough damage. Soldiers come through, the flash of the wall, and Sneaky!
Keep going.
Get shuttle.
Chase. Trundle. No flash. Go on set. End the game. End the fucking game.
C9 did pick up a game win, but TSM definitely the better team today.
This split, we were just talking about ourselves like, wow, what is TSM? Like, what is the team that TSM represents? And it's a high-risk, aggressive team, Baylife.
He
He goes back in, but he goes too far. He's actually able to get a kill as Zig hops in as well.
On Shen. We're hitting Shen. Heckram. Protect Fabby.
Yep. Heckram.
Shen flashed. I'm gonna go for Nami. Nice. Okay, descend.
And here they go. Yeah, Max with no flash is the first target. First blood for Dardog.
All right, turrets off everyone. I'm hitting Shen.
I pillar still.
Yeah, I'm hitting Shen.
Let's Shen tank. Shen tank. Okay, I'm backing out.
Nice.
Good shit.
Tanking is Phoenix from behind with a 3-man wall. There's the respite. Unfortunately, Gate can't make it on. There's the hard reset. Fabby respawns to get revenge. And Team Liquid 2-0 Phoenix1.